spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. During the festival of Sukkot, the book of Ecclesiastes is traditionally read as part of the Jewish service. Today's script, Koheleth, My Teacher, was written by Joseph Mindell. It was based on an incident narrated in this book, a modern translation of which is to be found in the new book on Ecclesiastes, Koheleth, The Man and His World, by Dr. Robert Gordis, who is Associate Professor of the Bible at the seminary.
This is in the book of Ecclesiastes, the words of Koheleth, my teacher.
What has been will be, and what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun.
Therefore I will tell you a story that Koheleth heard in his days. For as it was then, it may be again in your time. There was a city in a plain between two rivers, and its people lived in peace within the gates. Beyond the walls lay their fields, sown in wheat and barley, grown tall and golden in the time of harvest. In Tishri, the 7th month, the people came to gather the grain, and they built huts of myrtle and willow twigs against the sun.
Stay in the hut, Rebecca. The sun is strong.
No, Daniel, I want to help.
You've worked enough.
I'm not tired.
Daniel, she was my daughter before she was your wife. If she says no...
Rebecca?
All right, Daniel. If you want me to rest, I'll rest.
I'm glad. What did you say, Father?
Nothing. Come, let's finish the field, Daniel, huh? You take the knife and cut the wheat. I'll tie the sheep.
Oh, the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein.
You over there.
Who, me? What is it, Daniel?
Enoch's workman. He's taking your wheat, Eliezer. Put it down.
What's the matter with you?
That sheep doesn't belong to you.
Of course not. It's Enoch's.
It belongs to Eliezer. Put it down.
You're touched by the sun, Daniel.
What?
Take your hand off me, Daniel. I warn you.
Put that down. Put down that...
Daniel! Put away the knife. Daniel.
You want your wheat stolen, Eliezer?
The wheat is from Enoch's field.
That's a lie.
Daniel. The sheaf is on the edge between the two fields.
Your field is not so big that I don't remember every sheaf of wheat.
I put it down here myself.
Daniel, we'll talk to Enoch.
What good is talk? Enoch is a rich man. His voice is louder than yours.
Nevertheless, I will be heard.
Don't you understand, Eliezer? It's your wheat.
It won't spoil.
You have to fight to keep your own.
We'll talk to Enoch, Daniel. There's always time for fighting.
Get inside the gates! Inside the gates! An army is marching against the city! Inside the gates!
Now is it the time for fighting, Eliezer?
No, Daniel, not yet. First, we must finish the harvest.
Everything has its appointed time, and there is a season for every event under the sky. There is a time to be born and a time to die, time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time of war and a time of peace.
Before nightfall, the people gathered in the last of the harvest and withdrew behind the gates. And in the morning, the city was besieged by an army that camped in the plain in orderly ranks, polishing its weapons. The harvest season was ended before its time.
You're sharpening your sword, Daniel.
As you see, Enoch.
That's good.
Is it?
Of course, Eliezer. There's no fear in the city. Tell me, did you get in all of your harvest before they came?
Enoch,
Now let me do the talking. Enoch, we gathered all except one sheaf.
What? Oh, yes, my workman told me about your little dispute. Daniel, your father-in-law, Eliezer, is a wise man.
I know, but about
If
this...
he had insisted that it was his wheat, I might well have been stubborn myself. I have a tendency in that direction, you know. But when he put it the way he did, well, my workman could have been, mistaken. If you're sure, Daniel,
I'm sure.
then I'll take your word for it. It was a very clever tactic, Eliezer.
Enoch, I wasn't trying to be clever.
Weren't you?
I meant what I said. I want you to understand.
I do, and that only proves that I'm right. You're a wise man, Eliezer. That is, a clever man.
I'm not sure that I'm flattered by your judgment, Enoch.
The elders share my opinion. We're meeting to consider the defense of the city, and we want you to be there.
Me? I don't know anything about military matters.
Maybe not. Still, we want you. Will you come?
I'll be there. Only, Enoch, I hope the elders will like my kind of wisdom. That is, cleverness.
It seems to me that the most...
Let me finish! Let me finish! The harvest is in. Both rivers run through the city. We can withstand a long siege.
Don't you think the enemy knows that? They'll attack.
I'm coming to that. If they attack, our greatest weakness is in the West Tower, and that's where we'll put the strongest force. Now, I'm willing to take a 10% loss there if it holds.
If it holds, we can stand higher, maybe 15%.
Listen to me! Do you know how you sound?
What did you say, Eliezer?
I know you, Ezra. I knew Phineas and Enoch. You're not heartless men. Your own sons may be in the West Tower. I think you know that, too. Have you listened to what you were saying?
Well, I don't know.
Enoch, this is what comes of bringing an impractical talker to a council of war.
Maybe I shouldn't have insisted. Eliezer, when you plan a battle, you have to be realistic.
Have you planned how to avoid a battle, Enoch?
Well, the circumstances are not of our choosing.
If they were, there would be no need to plan.
Eliezer, we have important matters to discuss.
So have I. Listen. The rivers run through the city. Suppose we dig canals within the walls to divert the water and flood the plain outside.
Yes, where the enemy is camped.
Yes. If the whole city works, the canals can be dug in a single night.
With the enemy floundering in the flooded plain, our archers can wipe them out.
Well, didn't I say he was a clever man? Give orders to start the canals at once.
No way. That's not what I meant.
It's perfectly clear what you meant.
You don't understand, Enoch. There's something we must do first.
The canals come first. And the sooner we begin, the better.
Don't you see? We must tell the enemy what we propose to do.
Inform the enemy of...
You must have a reason, Eliezer.
I have a reason. I don't want to be killed. Neither do I want to kill.
Well, sometimes you have to choose one or the other.
Sometimes. But not yet. Now we have a different choice.
No, Eliezer.
Dig the canals, but hold the water back. The enemy needs a week to prepare the attack. We can be ready in a day.
You're defeating the whole plan.
No. This is the plan.
You don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying the peace is better than war. I'm saying we can choose.
It's too late.
Not yet. There's always time for fighting.
But there's nothing else we can do.
There is. We can offer the enemy the same choice. We can show him that the war cannot be won, but only lost, and convince him to go home.
Raise the flag of truce.
Hold your arrows. We want to talk.
We'll talk when you open the gates.
It's to your advantage. Send us a man to talk for you.
I don't send my men into traps.
It's not a trap. We ask in good faith.
I'll trust you when you throw your weapons down.
It will save lives.
Your lives, I'm not interested in them.
What do you lose by talking? Stubborn fool.
If you're so anxious to talk, send a man to my camp. We'll have a conversation.
Come on, let's go.
It's no use, Eliezer. They won't trust us.
Then we'll have to trust them, Enoch.
We can't. They're first warriors, then men.
Even warriors want to
It's
live.
out of the question. We can't send a man to almost certain death.
And you're going to fight because you're afraid not to.
Oh, be reasonable, Eliezer. The elders have gone along with you as far as it could.
Enoch, am I going someplace the elders don't want to go? Whatever you have done has not been for my sake. And you can't stop now.
There's nothing else we can do.
There is. Send me to talk to their general.
Don't listen to him.
Stay out of this, Daniel.
No, Eliezer. I won't let you risk your life, little as you seem to care, to save the lives of an army of destroyers.
Do you think I'm not afraid to go? Or that I look forward to dying?
Then let things be as they are. We've tried our best. Their blood will not be on our hands.
No? Then on whose hands? Answer me, Daniel.
Enoch, let me go. I'm younger and stronger. I can better endure whatever may be.
Maybe you're right, Daniel. At least you stand a better chance to escape.
How impractical your practical minds can be. Daniel, is that the purpose of going? To endure and to escape?
I know the plan, Eliezer, and I can reveal it as well as you.
Yes, you would know the words to say. But, Daniel, do you believe that you can convince the enemy to leave and go home?
No. Nor could you nor anyone.
Maybe not. But I believe that they are men and therefore can be persuaded to choose life rather than death. Don't you see, Daniel? If you don't believe that, there's no use in going.
These are the words of Koheleth, my teacher.
He who is attached to all the living still has hope, for surely a live dog is better than a dead lion. The living know at least that they will die, but the dead know nothing, for their memory is forgotten, and no longer have they a share in all that is done under the sun.
Eliezer went out through the gates of the city and walked in the morning sun to the camp of the enemy, and the words went with him.
Sweet is the light, and it is good for the eyes to see the sun. For if a man live many years, let him rejoice in them all, and remember that the days of darkness will be many.
In the city, the people began to dig canals to divert the waters of the two rivers.
Daniel? Daniel? Oh, stop digging and listen to me.
What is it, Rebecca?
In all that's happened, we've forgotten something.
What have we forgotten?
The Harvest Festival. Why are you staring at me?
With an army outside the gates, you can talk of harvest festivals?
Oh, why not?
Why not? Because some things are more important than others.
More important? The fruitfulness of the earth? The renewal of life? That's important, Daniel. Out there is death. Life is more important than death.
Even to giving up your life to prove it.
Daniel.
I shouldn't have said it, Rebecca.
I didn't cry when he went out through the gates. Daniel, what's happening to him now?
Tie him up, Geshem, so he can't escape.
I didn't have to come to your camp, General. But I'm here.
Put away the rope, Geshem. Now, what did you really come for?
I've told you what we plan to do.
You don't expect me to believe it.
It's the truth.
I'm an old soldier, Eliezer, or whatever you call yourself. The enemy does not reveal his secret weapons. He uses them, if he has them.
Send one of your captains to the city to see for himself.
You're trying to gain time.
I'm trying to save lives. Yours and ours.
I'm not concerned with that.
You should be.
Stop preaching to me. Eliezer, tell me the truth, or I'll turn you over to Geshem and his assistants.
Is it so difficult to believe what I've told you?
Geshem, take him away.
Wait.
You're a brave man, Eliezer, but your courage is wasted. Sooner or later, you'll tell me what I want to know. Make it less painful for yourself.
I'm afraid of you and of the look in Geshem's eye. But I've said what I came to say, and you don't understand.
Why did you come here?
General, if we flooded the plain, how would we be different from an enemy attacking a defenseless city?
Answer my question.
We give you the same choice as we have.
But why?
Because we are not a people of soldiers, and we don't want to be a people of soldiers with death in our hands.
You're a strange man, Eliezer. I don't understand you.
You don't have to. It's enough to understand that there need not be a battle.
If what you tell me is true, mind you, I'm not saying I believe it. When can you put your plan in operation?
By now, the canals are dug. You'll have to hurry, General. It's getting late.
You're not going anyplace, Eliezer. If I do decide to send one of my captains, you'll stay here as a hostage.
Oh, I was afraid you'd think of that.
It's obvious.
You must not keep me here.
Don't tell me what I can and cannot do.
I tried to convince them not to do it.
Huh? What are you talking about now?
If I'm not back in the city soon, they'll let loose the water. It's risky, I told them.
Is it?
Of course. I might stumble, for example, and hit my head on a stone. Then the whole effort would be wasted. But I couldn't convince them.
Eliezer, I believe you really tried.
You see, then, that you mustn't hold me here.
I see. But it's too bad.
If I'm lying, General, you have a reasonable chance of getting me back if you take the city.
That's a comforting thought. Geshem, take him out now.
Why?
No, gently. And Geshem, send me the chief of my captains.
There are the canals, Captain. Look out there and see how your camp will be flooded. Well, Captain,
I have seen.
what do you say?
We would not have given warning, but that's not what you want to hear.
You have authority to speak for your general.
We accept the terms, and we will leave.
You will leave as you came, Captain. There are no terms.
The conditions granted by Eliezer...
Enoch, I took it on myself to offer a part of our harvest.
What? We don't have to bribe them, Eliezer.
It's not a bribe. They need food to get home. They will return it to us.
We didn't ask them to come, and we won't pay them to go.
We don't ask to be born or to die. Things happen. And if we must undo them, there is a price that we must pay in one way or another.
No, Eliezer. If they won't leave, then let them stay. They know what to expect.
And so do we. Have you forgotten why we gave them warning? Not for their sake, but for ours.
It's enough that we gave them the choice.
It must be a real choice, Enoch. Without food, what alternative do they have?
It's no use, Eliezer. They'll come back next year.
If they do, then we can destroy them utterly, without mercy.
Let's do it now and be finished.
No, it is not necessary now. And perhaps they will not return.
Eliezer, how far will you go to avoid fighting?
There are times when we have to fight, when our lives and our families are truly at stake. But we know the cost of war. Peace has its price, too. Enoch, if you choose peace, you must be willing to pay for it.
Well, they're leaving, Eliezer. But what if they hadn't left? What would we have done then?
Why do you ask, Enoch? You know the answer.
Maybe I want to hear you say it.
Then I'll say it. We would have fought, and many would have died. And even though we would have won, our hands would always bear for us the stain of death.
Eliezer! Can you hear me?
I hear you, General.
I didn't get you, after all.
You have something better.
Have I?
Yes. You have your life.
Eliezer, I thank you.
Eliezer, we too owe you thanks.
No, Enoch. I only did what I had to do.
Still, it saved the city. And it saved us.
A man must be what he is. Enoch, when I die, no one will ask, why was he not Moses? I want them not to ask, why was he not Eliezer?
The gates were opened, and the people of the city went out into the fields, and they saw that the harvest huts, the booths of myrtle and willow twigs, were still standing. And Enoch said,
We will celebrate the deliverance of the city.
Enoch, there is something more important.
We are not dead, Rebecca. That's reason enough to celebrate.
We continue to live, which is a better reason. And therefore we should celebrate the harvest as well.
And so they hung the booths with palm branches and leaves of the field. And they gathered for the celebration and sang a psalm of David.
The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein.
And Eliezer too said the words,
Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart.
And this was a celebration, remembered in the generations, of a festival of deliverance and the promise of life. This is the story Koheleth, my teacher, heard in his days, and he wrote it in his book.
There was found in the besieged city a poor wise man who saved the city by his wisdom. Yet no one remembered that poor man.
But I remember, and Koheleth remembered, for he said,
The words of the wise, spoken quietly, are heard better than the ranting of the king of fools. For this I say, wisdom is better than strength.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Robert Henry Pfeiffer, chairman of the Department of Semitics at Harvard University. Dr. Pfeiffer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, in the preceding sketch, you have just heard that Ecclesiastes was a poor but wise farmer who saved his city. Others say that he was a school teacher Whatever his profession was, what matters was his state of mind, his philosophy. In an article published more than 15 years ago, I said, Ecclesiastes was a cynic devoid of illusions. His point of view was skepticism as Bertrand Russell understands it, namely that it is undesirable to believe a proposition when there is no ground whatever for supposing it true. He expressed his disillusionment about God's dealings with man, about nature, and about the insignificance of man in the following words. Men can be certain of neither God's love nor his hate. Anything may happen to them. One fate awaits all men. One lot comes to the just and to the unjust. As with the good man, so with the sinner. All things are tiresome. What has been will be, and what has been done will be done again. Again I saw that beneath the sun, the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the brave, nor is bread won by the wise. What profit has a man of all his labor beneath the sun? I said to myself concerning men, surely God has tested them and shown that they are nothing but beasts. For the fate of men and the fate of beasts is the same. As one dies, so does the other. All go to one place, all come from the dust, and all return to the dust. I have felt sorry for Ecclesiastes as one of the most unhappy of men, for he apparently saw only the sad side of life. But now, after reading the new book of Professor Robert Gordis of the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York, Koheleth, the Man and His World, I realize that Ecclesiastes really enjoyed life. This is the best commentary on Ecclesiastes in English, and I have quoted the words of Ecclesiastes from the translation it contains. Gordis is right. Ecclesiastes knew that joy in life is the one divine commandment. I would add that from dismal reality, Ecclesiastes found escape in the ideal world of dreams, and thus he lived on through the centuries, for, as Dana Burnett says, who dreams shall live, and if we do not dream, then we shall build no temple into time.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. Our Eternal Light drama today, Koheleth, My Teacher, was written by Joseph Mindell and was based on the translation in Dr. Robert Gordis' book, Koheleth, the Man and His World, just published by the seminary. The music was composed by Morris Momorski and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Peter Capell was heard as Eliezer, Susan Douglas as Rebecca, Joe DeSantis as Enoch, Raymond Edward Johnson as the General, and Norman Rose as the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brand speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. In celebration of the High Holy Day season, the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and Kol Zion Lagola, the broadcasting system of the World Zionist Organization in Israel, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, present The Search of Shalom ben Tzadok, a special program in the Eternal Light series written by Miss Sylvia Berger. The material and recordings used on this program were prepared in Israel by Miss Berger.
Yerushalayim Yairi panaich levaneich, Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim, Mecharevot ha'ivevaneich.
Shalom ben Sadak, a man in Israel, went in search of a book. It was an old book with goatskin covers and parchment leaves. And he loved this book, so that when he thought it had been taken from him, he sought it in the highways and byways of the land. But this he will want you to know as you listen to his story, that the search he started took him beyond the search of the highways and byways, and the book he sought was more than anything that could be held between two leather covers.
Shalom ben Tzadok prepared for the journey simply but carefully. He had his shoes resoled.
There is no telling how long I will be walking through the land before I find it.
He watered the corn patch in front of his tent.
If the corn ripens before I return, it is yours, Chaim, and your children's.
Thank you, Shalom ben Tzadok.
And he covered his head with his prayer shawl and said this to the Lord.
I'm setting out in search of the book of life. Guide my footsteps, O Lord, that I may not be lost. Preserve me from trouble. You are my shelter and my light. Amen.
And when the morning sun tipped the first tree in the orange grove to the right of his camp, he walked out the camp gate and turned his face in the direction in which he had been told lay Jerusalem.
Where are you going, old man?
I'm going to find my cousin.
Where is your cousin?
He's in the Petah Tikva hospital.
Get in.
Thank you, brother.
Is it serious with your cousin?
Well, I feel that I shouldn't wait any longer.
Was it an automobile?
It was a boat.
A boat? Oh, picked up a germ, I suppose, because of the crowding? A germ, a bug?
A bug? Oh, no, I don't think it was the bug so much as the moisture. It made many of them peel.
You mean to say they let them lie out there on the open decks until they peeled?
Well, they didn't leave them out on the open deck. They packed them in crates.
They packed your cousin in a crate?
Who packed my cousin in a crate?
When they brought him out of the Yemen.
They didn't bring my cousin out of Yemen in a crate. They brought him in an airplane.
Well, then what made him peel from the moisture?
He didn't have any moisture.
Where is your cousin?
He's in Petah Tikva in the hospital.
What is he doing there?
He washes the floors there.
The hospital is to your right. I'm sorry I can't take you all the way, but I'm going in the other direction.
Shalom.
Shalom.
And peace be with you on your journey. A good man. It was the books that were peeling, the books they took from us when we left Yemen. They put them on a boat, and they said they would give them back to us in Israel.
A man like Shalom ben Tzadok, you can see, can be really quite irritating. You're a businessman from Haifa, say, speeding to a conference in Tel Aviv, when you overtake a man like Shalom in his long striped gown and his neat black cap and his high, narrow chest and his stiff curls and his old feet slapping in the dust. And you ask him into your car. And what happens? Before you know it, your eyes are spinning in your head like two glass balls. Let him find his own hospitals from now on.
Give me back my son! Yaakov! Come to the window, Yaakov! Yaakov!
Please, don't do that. This is a hospital.
Yaakov!
Will somebody... You there, old man.
Come to the window!
Can you talk to this woman? Get her to go home, will you? There are sick people here. She's not helping anyone.
Where is this woman's son, friend?
Yaakov!
Get her to go home, old man.
You are from Sabid, daughter, from the province of Najran.
What?
I can hear it in your speech. I'm myself not far from there.
A day's journey by foot from Sana. Would you by chance have known a grain merchant in there called Gamliel?
He was a merchant.
That he was. And rich, too. 500 head of sheep, I'm told he had, and money and corn.
Money, sheep, corn.
And did he take the sheep and the money with him on the airplane when he came to Israel?
He didn't come to Israel.
Gamliel, the grain merchant?
He said we would never get here. He sealed his corn in 13 jars and buried them in the ground. Yaakov! Yaakov, your mother is here! Come to the window!
Old man, I can't stand this much more.
Yaakov!
So, Gamliel, the merchant, buried the corn in the ground. Now he sits in his deserted village waiting for a harvest of 13 moldy jars while the fields dry up around him. Did you have other children?
He was my only one.
And how is it with the father who lost his only son? Or is it with him like with Gamliel, the merchant? Forgive an old man his wayward tongue, my daughter, the old ashamed to weep for the fields they can never sow again. Harangue the young with weak and barren words.
I forgive.
Well, then, let me be old a little more and grasp at comfort with the greed of old age, whose appetite for life waxes the faster life wanes. I need a place to sleep tonight. Can you or your husband help me find an empty corner in the tent?
There is an empty corner in our tent.
Now this was the end of the first day of Shalom ben Sadok's journey in search of the Book of Life. Having set his plans carefully down to putting new leather on the shoes that were to carry him up to Jerusalem, the first day's end found him on a side road from Jerusalem, in a tent of the very same kind he had left just that morning. And the tent in which he sat was one of 3,000 in a gathering they called a transit camp. And this was a Yemenite transit camp, where the men and women had gone out at dawn to swoop upon the nearby towns and settlements as house workers, road menders, orange pickers, quarry workers. And here now they were back at the end of the day, and he could smell the bitter smoke of those who cooked their suppers outside their tents as they had in Yemen, and the fat, thick smell of those who had meat to cook, and the sweet bitterness of ancient herbs. And he heard the stirring of the children going to sleep, and it seemed to him that he could even hear the stirring of the stars in the sky as the mother of the dead Yaakov spoke about her son.
And I said, Yaakov, I'm going into town to work in the home of my mistress. You'll remember not to go out on the road, my son. And he said he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't.
And being a child, he went.
Being a little child.
It was the father of the dead Yaakov who spoke now. And somehow it seemed to Shalom ben Sadok that he could hear a heavy groaning, as if the dumb and silent earth itself, turning on its axle, had groaned with a human tongue.
I came from the orange grove, and they told me my wife was running from tent to tent looking for my son. I caught her, and I tried to hold her, but she broke away and started running again among the tents.
Then they led me to the hospital, but they wouldn't let me into the room where he lay.
They wanted to prepare him first. They let me in, but I could hear her outside shouting through the window.
And how could it happen? When I heard my own mother say, and her mother told her, and with my own ears I heard them promise that no one ever dies in Israel.
And Shalom ben Sadok, listening to the mother of Yaakov speaking, suddenly thought he heard the beating of giant wings. And a chill walked through his hair, and he felt on the back of his neck the angel of death. And then it seemed to him that it wasn't the angel of death, but another angel. And he remembered a dream he had dreamed one night before he had come into the land, when he was still in Yemen, and had dreamed this dream.
Shalom ben Sadok.
Who calls?
Shalom ben Sadok.
Here I am. Who calls?
Shalom ben Sadok, cobbler of El-Gagla. Prepare yourself. Redemption has come.
And with that he had opened his eyes as if he had never been asleep at all. This Shalom ben Sadok remembered, and he remembered how he had not dared to relate it to anyone lest it be interpreted badly, when a rumor started in the village, and Natan the glazier came to him with the whispered news.
The 12 tribes are returning into the land of Israel.
What's that you say?
They're gathering in the hills, and their banners are blowing, their trumpets are sounding, the banners of Issachar and Gad and Naphtali and Manasseh, and only our banners, the banners of the sons of Yehuda, aren't there. But our brothers are gathering with a mighty host, and they will descend upon Yemen, and they will free us. You may tell the news, but tell it quietly, because if they find out, they won't let us out of Yemen.
And he remembered how the rumor grew and went from village to village like the first faint rumblings of spring thunder, and how men and women and children were stopping each other in the street.
The kingdom of David is rebuilt.
The government has sent a messenger to the king of Yemen with a letter. The letter says, let the sons of Israel go up to Jerusalem, and the king has agreed.
And suddenly the earth split and lightning cut through the sky, and they were praying and crying in the synagogues. When Natan the glazier, drunk with joy, his coat in disorder, his eyes streaming tears...
Let us give thanks to the Almighty for this day. For the day has come. The day has come.
The day of our return!
I return to the land of our fathers, of Abraham, our father.
Of Jacob and of David.
And what will it be like for us in the land of Israel? It will be good for us in the land of Israel. For there is a government of the land of Israel, and the government is a good government. And the government has called us to come home, for we are their brothers.
They will take us in as brothers. We are going to the land.
A land broad and good, of figs and grapes and pomegranates. One pomegranate you will eat all day long from one pomegranate. One bunch of grapes the household will eat all week long from one bunch of grapes.
We are going to the land.
And we'll see the tomb of David. We'll see the temple of Solomon. We'll see the golden altar. We'll see the beams of cedar. We'll see the golden cherubim.
We'll be the sons of kings.
We'll sit on a golden chair.
And we'll study and we'll pray.
And we'll pray and we'll study.
We're going to the land
where the righteous never die. Where the righteous never die.
And this Shalom ben Isadok remembered as he listened to the mother of the dead boy Yaakov. But now it seemed to him that his memory was not memory at all, but was the father of Yaakov talking.
And so we sold what we could, and what we couldn't sell we left. But none of us left our books. Those books and scrolls which we could not carry with us, we buried in the cemetery. That we did on the final day when we started to Israel. On that day, the whole village got up and went down to the cemetery. We said goodbye to those who could not come with us to Jerusalem.
Forgive us for going.
Forgive us for leaving you. Mother, Father, forgive us.
But redemption has come, and we must go.
But you too will come.
Pray for us.
And Shalom ben Isadok listened as they talked, and he heard their sorrow and their confusion, that here in the land of Israel the youngest and most innocent should have died.
Being a little child.
That they had not found the pomegranates and the grapes, that they were not to be seen and not to be eaten. And then they had finished, and Shalom ben Isadok saw that they were waiting, and he realized that they were waiting for him to speak. He saw that they were waiting for him to give them an answer.
An answer to what? Shall I answer the death of your son? How am I to answer who am myself no more than your son? Was it I who gave life to dust? That I should know the answer to death? Yours is the question of Job. And to Job God gave answer, where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Who determined the measures thereof, or who stretched the line upon it?
Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days began? Doth the hawk soar by thy wisdom? Doth the vulture mount up at thy command, and make her nest on high? Shall he that reproveth contend with the Almighty? He that argueth with God, let him answer it.
And the parents wept when Shalom ben Sadok spoke. But Shalom ben Sadok saw that the mother wept no longer with the wild rage of madness, but with the tears of love. And Shalom ben Sadok said,
You've come into the land looking for the pomegranates and the grapes. And were we here to plant the seed that the pomegranate should be waiting for us? Did we cultivate the vines that we should eat of the grapes? Are grapes and figs and pomegranates grown in barren ground? Shall we enjoy the fruit without husbanding the garden?
And Shalom ben Sadok finished speaking, and he thought,
They suffer, and they seek understanding.
And he bowed his head before them, as before the sons of kings. And Shalom ben Sadok was 2 days closer to the book of life. And early on the 3rd day, Shalom ben Sadok thanked the father and mother of the dead boy Yaakov, and he started to retrace his footsteps when he saw that 3 old women were coming toward him, and he waited for them to reach him, and one of them spoke.
I have a granddaughter. There is a good man who would marry her, but she will not have him. Every day she must go into the town to work in other women's homes and for other women's children. Isn't it better for her to marry the man who would have her and work for her own home and her own children? But she won't listen to us. Stiff-necked and rebellious, with her head bare of covering, shameless and brazen. And the freedom is to blame. The freedom in the land.
And what would you have me do for her, sisters?
Oh, I am old and thrown in a corner without any help. Speak for me. Tell her to marry the man. Perhaps she will listen to you.
It was the 3rd day of Shalom ben Sadok's journey in search of the book of life, and once more he was turned away from the road to Jerusalem. And this night he was taken to a tent where he could hear a young girl singing. And Shalom ben Sadok stopped a moment and listened to the words the young girl sang. Mother, father, do not forsake me. My hope is with my mother, but she does not help me. And Shalom ben Sadok, who had come with the women out of compassion for the old, now felt the sorrow of the young. And he came near to the stiff-necked young girl, and he said,
Why do you sing so sad a song, my daughter?
Is it sad? I didn't know the song was sad.
Tell her to marry the man while he still wants to marry her.
Do you find it hard to work in another woman's home?
The lady is not unkind.
If she married, she would have her own home.
And do you sometimes think of Yemen and remember what the life was like?
No. Why should I? Life wasn't good in Yemen.
You would be married in Yemen by now.
I am not ready to marry.
And when you are ready, no one will be ready for you anymore. The freedom is to blame. They run about with bare heads and talk about school.
And what is wrong with the freedom? Was the darkness of Yemen better? You old man, tell them. Tell them this is Israel. And Israel is different. And the people who come here must be different.
How must they be different?
The life in Yemen was small, and we had to be small to fit inside of that life. But Israel is big. In Yemen, there were only 2 streets, 3 streets, and they didn't even need a name. But in Israel, there are hundreds of streets, thousands of streets, and they all have names. Everything has a name. And the buses have numbers, and I want to study to know the numbers and to write. And I say it to everybody who wants to hear. Long live the President of Israel! I will not marry!
Shalom ben Sadok stood and listened. Then he saw that the face of the old woman was filled with fear for the young girl, and he turned to the old woman and he said,
In the time of Moses, it was at the dividing of the land according to the tribes, there was a man, Zelophehad, who died and left 5 daughters but no sons. And the daughters went before Moses. They stood before him and they said, Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family because he had no son? Let us come into our inheritance. And Moses said, You speak right. And the inheritance of the father was passed on to the daughters of Zelophehad.
And as Shalom ben Zadok spoke, he saw that the face of the old woman had grown quiet with thought, and the face of the young girl had quieted with certainty. And 4 days and 4 nights had passed, and Shalom ben Zadok was 4 days closer to the book of life. Once more he turned toward Jerusalem, but he had not gone far when he heard a noise of people, and he saw that there were men and women waiting in a line. He went up to ask what they were waiting for.
I beg you, brother, can you tell me
It's no use you're pushing ahead, because the work they have is the same whether you come first or last. The groves and the quarry and the road. And that is the work there is if you come from Yemen.
And if you don't come from Yemen?
Oh, then you can be a clerk and sit in an office. Then you can be the director of the camp or the doctor and tell people what to do and where to stand and how to sit.
And have you studied to be a doctor?
Where will I study to be a doctor? All I know is what a donkey knows, to drag and to carry. Truly, they're right when they say we have no brains.
Who is it says we have no brains?
Who? I don't know who. Everybody. Even my own wife says I have no brains because I have to labor in the fields while others can stay in the schoolroom and teach. And if he teaches in the schoolroom and I work in the field, am I not in the shape of man the same as he is?
Of what are you ashamed, then?
Why do you say I'm ashamed, old man?
Are you not ashamed?
Yes.
Of what?
Because though I am a man, I think like an ox.
Would an ox know that there is the thought of the ox and the thought of man?
Like an ox that finds the hay too meager in its stall, I must wait for the master to lead me into the pasture at the end of a rope.
When Adam went out to toil in the world, God said to him, Thorns and thistles shall the earth bring forth to thee. And Adam's eyes ran with tears, and he complained before God, sovereign of the universe. Am I and my donkey to feed in the same manger? But God added, In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. And Adam was comforted.
Why, old man?
Because by his labor man raises himself above the animal. The ox labors and the donkey labors.
Well, how am I different from the ox and the donkey?
Because you labor for your purpose. The ox labors for his master's purpose.
And what is my purpose?
The purpose of man is to belong to himself, so that he can leave a portion for his children and their children after them. And this is why we came here, to possess this land as we were promised, so that it shall be a blessing in our generations.
And now Shalom ben Zadok was 5 days and nights closer to the book of life. And it was the beginning of the 6th. And Shalom ben Zadok thought about the corn he had left in front of his tent, and wondered whether his neighbor would remember to care for it. And he turned back, for living seed must not be allowed to die. And it was the 7th day, and Shalom ben Zadok rested. And when the first 3 stars appeared on the night of the 7th day, he took care of his plants, and he spoke to God.
Tomorrow I set out in search of the book of life. Guide my footsteps, O Lord, that I may not be lost. Preserve me from trouble. You are my shelter and my light. Amen.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in introducing Rabbi Jacob Agus, Rabbi of Congregation Beth El in Baltimore, and Chairman of the Rabbinical Assembly's Committee for the Revitalization of the Sabbath, which launches its national effort for the rededication to the Sabbath during this high holy day season. Rabbi Agus.
On the seventh day, Isadok found what he was looking for. All the bewildering incidents in his life fell into place like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The moment he sensed in his soul the sweet peace of the Sabbath. As the Spirit of holiness descends upon the ancient brooding hills of the Holy Land, the pious Yemenite suddenly beholds the same troubling perplexities against the transformed background, and the book of life is opened up unto him with fresh and vibrant meaning shining out from every page. For on the Sabbath, Isadok knows that it is not for man to ask, "What do I get out of life?" We are guests in the palace of the Almighty, laborers in his vineyard. It is not we but God who asks, "What do I get out of your life?" And it is for us to spell out the answer through deeds of sacrifice and dedication. The Sabbath brings to us that most coveted of all goals, peace of mind. When we put God in the center of things instead of ourselves, our life is blessed with purpose. Our labors are crowned with a golden aura of enduring significance, and even the tragedy of death is assuaged by the knowledge that underneath are the everlasting arms. On Yom Kippur, the unity of the Jewish people is demonstrated by the tremor of dedication that pulsates in hearts and minds scattered over the face of the globe. The barriers of space and the scales of matter fall from our eyes as we behold the destiny of our people and the dignity of all men under the aspect of eternity. Must this vision be a fleeting one, like the flash of lightning in a dark and stormy night? Why not enshrine the Sabbath in our lives, that we too might experience throughout the year the beauty of holiness and the peace that surpasses understanding?
Thank you, Rabbi Agus. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Search of Shalom ben Sadok, was written by Sylvia Berger and presented in observance of the High Holy Day season. This script was the second of 3 special festival programs presented under the joint auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and Kol Tzion Lagola, the broadcasting system of the World Zionist Organization in Israel. The original score by Morris Momorsky was conducted by Milton Catons. Roger de Koven was heard as Shalom ben Sadok and Alexander Scorby as the narrator. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Jewish Theological Seminary of America and Kol Tzion Lagola of Jerusalem, Israel, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, present Barud, a special program written by Miss Sylvia Berger. The material and recordings used on this program were prepared in Israel by Miss Berger. Death came to Benaiah the notions peddler on the road to Sodom in the Israel desert known as the Negev. Somewhere between the life he gave up in the Israel desert and the life his father gave his only son, Benaiah the peddler was born. On the dark side of a dead-end street in a city whose name doesn't matter, beside a cardboard suitcase containing...
Buttons, needles, combs, elastic. How much for the spectacle frames, Benaiah? You notice the earpiece is bent? 8 cigarettes. 2 cigarettes. 6 cigarettes. 2 cigarettes and the heel of this salami. Sold.
Benaiah the merchant prince. His dealings staggered the world of finance.
Bought a pair of shoes for a cuckoo clock once. Traded in the shoes for a sack of potatoes. Ate 4 potatoes. Traded in the rest for a second-hand camera. Received a tip that my name was on the list. Fled the city. Lost my shoes. Traded in the camera for a pair of used shoes. Made myself a profit of 4 potatoes. Not bad, huh?
There is a name for the Benaiahs of the dead-end streets of the nameless cities.
Benaiah the fox. He's quick. He's fluid. Pour him into this bottle, and he takes this shape. Pour him into that bottle, and he takes that shape. Benaiah's ready for any bottle. Unless, of course, they break the bottle. Break the bottle. And free Benaiah.
Benaiah. The fact of the matter is, they took Benaiah out of the bottle on the 6th of April this year in the immigration office of one of the cities whose names don't matter. That is Benaiah, first in line at the door marked, "Do not enter."
If they ask me, do I have any relatives over there, do I say yes?
Oh, do you have any relatives over there?
No.
Well, I think you say no.
Giladi, Benaiah. Benaiah Giladi.
Your papers?
My papers.
Your destiny?
Israel. Excuse me.
Yes. What property are you taking out of the country?
My cardboard suitcase. It has no value at all. It just, keeps me alive.
And now you know the kind of man Benaiah is. He is the kind of man who is fanatic about staying alive. He will hang on to his life no matter what kind it is. If it happens to be the life of a peddler, why, he'll hang on to peddling. All of which makes it very awkward when he gets to Israel, because the first thing he does is apply for a peddler's license.
Sell a few things in the street, not too many. A few buttons, a few needles, a few combs.
I've already told you, Mr. Benaiah.
Giladi. Benaiah Giladi.
Giladi, that we can't give you a license to sell in the street. Such licenses are limited to people who can't do anything else.
I can't do anything else.
I'm referring to people who are too old to go into a more productive form of labor, or too ill, people who are crippled.
Why do you want me to be crippled? Haven't I had enough without being crippled?
Mr. Benaiah.
Giladi, Benaiah Giladi.
Giladi, I've been trying to tell you that we think it would be better for you and the state of Israel if you would abandon peddling.
Peddling is all I know.
You can learn something new.
Why do you have the right to insult me?
Believe me, Mr. Benaiah, I'm not
Giladi.
trying.
Why? Because you're behind the desk and I'm in front of it? Don't try to deny it. I know how it is. I wasn't born yesterday. It's welcome, brother, until you ask for what you want.
I've been trying to tell you, Mr.
Giladi, Benaiah Giladi. A man comes into your office. He comes to ask you for a license. He wants to sell a few things. He wants to make a living. What do you tell him? Go back to school, you say. Go learn something new. A man my age. You know what you're doing to me? You're telling me to go out and starve. That's what you're doing to me. You're cutting off my hands and feet. That's what you're doing to me.
The people of Israel won't survive by selling each other toothbrushes and buying from each other needles.
Look.
We're a hungry people, Mr. Giladi. We're trying to feed close to 2 million people on what would be scarcely enough for 500,000. You want a license to go out in the street with your suitcase and sell? What would you sell? Meat, butter, eggs? We don't have enough. Needles, thimbles, we don't have the currency to bring in the metal. Ours is an economy of bare essentials, Mr. Giladi. We're fighting to stay alive. Israel is 7,900 square miles in size. 6,600 of those miles are arid, Mr. Giladi. 90% of our land, your land now, Mr. Giladi, is wasteland. What can a suitcase of needles and combs do for us, will you tell me? Tell me and I'll be glad to learn. There is a road being built in the Negev now, a road to Sodom, to the Dead Sea. We're building that highway there because there's potassium in the Dead Sea, and we want that potassium to fertilize our fields. Maybe with that potassium we'll have a chance. If you want a job on the road, there's transport going down tomorrow morning. The life is hard down there. The men down there are working in the hottest spot in the world, 1,200 feet below sea level. There's a job for you down there if you want it, Mr. Giladi. It's up to you. The choice is yours.
Why do you sit so confused, Benaiah? Why don't you answer the man? Don't just sit there rolling your crumpled handkerchief in your palms. Tell him what you think.
There is no choice.
Not even in Israel? Not even a choice for you in Israel? Then you're back in the bottle, Benaiah. The word for it in Israel is transport. Transport is anything that moves and can carry a load. A bicycle with a horn can transport ice, bread, lawyers with briefcases, rationed oranges, rationed eggs, frozen fish, and crying children, a good form of transport. A Jeep, with its windshield missing and its springs gone, can carry full-size committee meetings on lack of housing, lack of transport, lack of roads, lack of food. A valuable form of transport. A donkey carrying a man with a hat on his head is a recommended form of transport because the donkey consumes no tires or foreign exchange. Though a man carrying the donkey might be even a better form of transport because the man consumes no hay, agricultural produce. The transport carrying Benaiah to the Dead Sea is an old truck with its roof gone, its sides stove in, and its muffler missing. Sharing this estimable form of transport with Benaiah are some 35 men, yellow with dust, fighting off the sun with Haganah battle caps, Arab kafiyas, European felt hats, Moroccan fezzes, Yemenite turbans, British pith helmets, and women's kerchiefs. If his were the sort of mind to think in images, Benaiah would think of himself as a fish in a can. But the image would not be right because the fish in the can would be lying snugly on its side, while Benaiah and the men stand squarely on each other's feet.
Don't tell me about cutting rock, I said. I handled the drill on the road to Fallujah and the road of courage, under fire. You think the road bed isn't smooth enough? Talk to the roller.
Whom's he got on the roller?
Some ex-clerk from somewhere, some optician, who knows? If this was our normal country, you wanted to build a road, you asked for a gang of laborers, and you got a gang of laborers.
Excuse me.
You're expected to build your roads with watchmakers, fiddle players, rug salesmen.
Excuse me, please.
Huh? What's wrong, friend?
You're standing on my foot.
Oh, sorry. How's that? Got it out all right? Talk about unskilled labor.
Excuse me.
You have to teach these people which end of the shovel is up.
Excuse me.
Huh? What's up, friend? Didn't you get your foot out yet?
Oh, yes, I just don't have any place to put it down again.
How's that? You're standing on both your feet now, friend?
Yes. Thank you. Now I am.
Well, that's fine. You know what I think, Svi? I think the time has come for me to quit the road altogether.
Here we are.
All right, men. This is as far as we go.
And there goes old Nutsaw with the old tune for the new men.
This is Korngold. This is where you'll be camped until the road moves up.
Come to Korngold, the playground of Israel.
You'll sleep in those tents to your left there, down below. You'll get your meals in that wooden barracks on your right. You'll be on the work trucks, ready to get out on the road every morning at 6:30. We are not far from the border here. For that reason, no one will enter or leave the camp without a pass.
Hey, friend.
Are you planning to get down from the truck? You can hear just as well on the ground.
What? Oh, yes, certainly. I'm getting down.
Why are you still standing on the truck, Benaiah, with that stunned, bewildered look? Get down. Get down. Clumsy as a bear. Your bundle falls out of your hand. You pick it up, dust it off. You stand in an awkward huddle with the other new men until a tent is assigned to you. You shamble toward it, your bundle clutched against your chest, and with your hand on the tent flap, you stop. In the dull thud of your pulses, you're saying goodbye. To what, Benaiah? What sweet, sharp dream are you weeping for behind your dull, dusty face? Clumsy Benaiah, hapless as a wasted day, your pant legs drooping like a clown's, your mouth hanging open, your dull face turned upon the staring desert, the empty wasteland of Israel.
Are you coming in, friend, or staying out? You're letting in the mosquitoes.
Good night, Benaiah, notions peddler, merchant, prince. Here in the desert sand, Abraham, your father's hapless son, Ishmael, once slept. Good night, Benaiah. Sleep quietly.
Talking to me, Mr. Doctor. Didn't you see that marker over there? What did you go over that marker for? I didn't see any marker. Well, watch what you're doing, will you? It was right there on that rock beside you. Watch it this time, will you?
Excuse me.
Yeah. What's the matter, friend? What's wrong?
Is the water truck coming through anymore today?
I don't know. She's gone further up the road.
Do you have any water you can spare?
What's that?
Do you have any water?
Not a drop. You want to be sure and fill up when the water truck comes through. That truck has to haul that water 20 miles each way. She can't come around too often.
I'm thirsty.
Hey, you with the rake.
Me?
You're not raking the gravel right. It's me. Show 'em how to level off this gravel, will you?
Right. Look. First thing you want to do, friend, is grab the rake a little higher.
Higher, huh?
Yeah, the way you're holding it now, you'll break your back. And what Not-So doesn't like about the way you've been raking is that you've been leaving high spots.
Oh.
You want to level them out.
Yeah.
Yes, get them even. That's the way, that's it. That roadbed has to be smooth or the asphalt won't lay right. That's it, that's the way. Just keep smoothing, you'll get the hang of it.
Do you have any water?
What's that?
Can you spare any water?
Canteen's all dry, sorry.
I'm thirsty.
Now, the way they planned that highway to Sodom, the way they planned that road is they cut it to a vision. They cut it to a dream. And any worker who has tasted that dream finds the going easier, but the others find it tough. And you can pick out on the road the men who know the dream and the men who don't. And the men who don't aren't easy to look at, because suffering isn't easy to look at. Because with the hot sun blowing into your face all day, grinding in your eyes all day, grinding in your teeth, you have to know what you're doing. Because when the jackhammer, the bulldozer, the boiler, the mixer, the roller is roaring in your head, you have to know. Because when you measure the heat of the sun with your armpits, with your red-rimmed eyes, your swollen arms, with your back, you have to know.
Hey!
Or you crumple, the way the rug salesman just crumpled.
Anna, here's your man. Okay.
Or was it the optician, the fiddle player, the watchmaker, who know that they're working on the highway for their wages? But that knowledge isn't enough. It doesn't hold you up. And now they're loading him on a truck, and they're carrying him away from the highway to Sodom. And the bite of the sun and the brilliance of the desert spin themselves into one vast ball of darkness. And the darkness is spinning in your head, Benaiah, is blinding your eyes, dulling your ears. So that blind and deaf, you shuffle behind your gravel rake, smoothing the roadbed, leveling, glossing.
Hey, you! Hey, get back!
Raking the rough
Hey, you!
stone steadily, evenly, glossing the highway, leveling, glossing.
Hey, friend! Hey, stupid! Hey, get back!
What's the matter with you? You blind or deaf or something?
I didn't hear.
Well, you almost got yourself killed not hearing. The next time you hear Barood, friend, you duck. Because something's blowing up.
Thank you.
Why did you thank him, Benaiah? You don't know. All you know is the sun and the heat and the gravel rake.
Let's go!
And the whistle which says you may stop raking now. And the sand truck that carries you back to the camp. And the smoky hand of night stopping the lonely tents like a cork in a bottle.
All right, man. Now, the faster you answer to your names, the faster your stuff will be checked and the faster you get out of here. So, keep your passes in plain view and have your packages open.
Now, there is something you must know about this camp on the highway to Sodom. You can't get in and you can't get out if you haven't been checked. Now, some men know why it's being done and some men don't. And the men who don't feel angry and shamed. Because it shames a man to wait behind a barrier, waiting till he's told he can go. And as the waiting and the checking continues, even the other men get angry, even the men who know. Because the hours of the Sabbath are precious and few, and life in a camp is dull, and the thought of the family sweet and comforting. And the longing turns to anger. A frenzy of longing and anger sweeps over the men waiting behind the barrier, and suddenly they break and run for the one truck left standing on the road. And it is funny to see them run like dusty clowns, like comic thieves. Though why should weary desert lonely men be funny, no one can say. Yet the men checking them off laugh in their anger, and they themselves are laughing too, as they come back slowly to get behind the barrier and wait to be told they may go.
Well, I have to see 1 week yet when they check everybody out without some kind of incident. You'd think after all this time...
It's going to be good to spend 5 whole days with the family.
Lucky thing the Sukkot festival falls after Sabbath, isn't it? Gives us an extra holiday.
And now the men who work on the highway to Sodom turn their eyes toward the towns, and their hearts quicken at the thought of their wives and their children. And the sand and the heat and the loneliness of the desert tents vanish like smoke before the thought of the holiday.
I promised my son I'd start on the Sukkah with him as soon as I get back.
And the road to Sodom is now a two-way road, also a road home.
I heard Natso talking the other day. He said the road won't be finished for another year. Year and a half at the least.
You going to stay with it to the end?
May as well. I still find it hard to believe the Sodom we're building is the same Sodom from the Bible. Sodom and Gomorrah.
They say you can still see that column of salt down there that used to be Lot's wife.
And they speculate lightly on how it was that day when the fire fell and the brimstone came down from the sky.
And the world exploded upon Sodom.
Why do you feel cold, Benaiah?
I know her face.
And why does it chill you, Benaiah?
I see the shadow of a bottle in the sand.
Why does that chill you, Benaiah?
And I raise my eyes and I see that this is the last, the final bottle. The eternal bottle. The last bottle of all.
And why does it chill you, Benaiah?
And imprisoned in the bottle of death, I see it, glaring at the sun. A blind salt face.
And why does that chill you, Benaiah?
Because the face is the face of Benaiah, the notions peddler.
Many men working on the highway to Sodom find home in the desert town of Beersheba. Some find it in concrete huts with their families and some in immigrant tents, and there are many like Benaiah who find it in the Hotel Hanegev for 45 piastres a night. Now, for these men, it is not too bad when the cafes are open and the cars are moving and the shopping goes on for the household, and the children are about sharing their laughter with stranger and friend. But alone at night, it is bad, and on holidays it is bad. And on this holiday of Sukkot, Benaiah is wandering through the streets of Beersheba, and there is a sweet smell of citron in the air, a smell of eucalyptus, a smell of tamarisk. and the sweet smell is too strong for Benaiah wandering in the dark streets. It gets into his eyes. And there are sounds on Sukkot night in the desert town of Beersheba. And there is a quality to the sounds that is too sharp for the ears of Benaiah wandering in the dark streets, and they cut like a knife. And there are lights on Sukkot night in the desert town of Beersheba. And the lights come from the tents, the concrete huts, the hotel windows. But those are not as bright as the other lights which stab Benaiah wandering in the streets. The lights of the little Sukkot leaning against each tent, each concrete home. The palm leaf huts in which the children of Abraham sit each year to remind them that they had wandered with Moses in the desert for 40 years and had sheltered themselves against the desert sun in palm leaf huts.
Hey, you! Hey, friend!
Me?
Hey, what are you doing wandering around my street?
Is it your street?
Come on in. Ada, a friend, bring a glass of wine.
No, thank you.
Come on in. Siasuka. Ada!
Shalom. Come in, friend. Have a glass of wine with us. These grapes come from the north, but next year, maybe when the road is finished.
The road?
The road to Sodom. She means when they get the potassium up to Beersheba.
Then we will give you wine from grapes grown right here in the desert.
And the desert will bloom with apples and pomegranates.
When the road is finished. What do you do? Excuse me, friend, I didn't catch...
Benaiah Giladi. Labor on the road to Sodom.
L'chaim.
To the highway to Sodom.
There is a quality to the sound on Sukkot night of a desert town like Beersheba. There is sharpness to the smell of the citron and tamarisk and eucalyptus in the little huts of the desert town. There is a brilliance in the tiny lights that sparkle across the desert at night that make a man foolish, make a man drunk. Drunk with a feeling that's stronger than drink. Foolish with desire to shout what he knows, to sing and to shout. About what, Benaiah?
Benaiah, the peddler, is dead.
To shout and to cry and to tell what he knows.
And the bottle is broken.
How will you tell it, Benaiah? What will you say? How will you tell them the bottle is broken, the peddler is dead?
Benaiah is living.
How will you tell them, Benaiah? What will you say?
Baron! Baron!
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in introducing the Honorable James G. McDonald, first U.S. Ambassador to Israel. Mr. McDonald.
Israel's obvious need today, in addition to the funds from the United Jewish Appeal and other interested agencies, is to secure the means, through the current $500 million bond drive, to undergird the economic life of the country so as to make possible the integration of the hundreds of thousands of ingathered exiles. The sooner the whole amount of the bonds is sold, the more rapidly will Israel become economically self-reliant. But beyond these immediate and desperate financial needs, Israel's cultural and spiritual future is still unshaped. As I emphasized in my book, My Mission in Israel, I believe firmly that Israel must incorporate the best of Jewish traditions and be ready and worthy to represent these traditions before the world. This means first that Israelis must hold on to, or regain where they have lost it, pride in Jewishness. Israelis also must regain the Catholicity of the Jewish tradition, the willingness to learn and profit from whatever is good in the world in order to deepen and broaden their own path
In every field of endeavor, theology aside, Jews have contributed to the world, transmuted in substance and form what they have learned from the world. In purely cultural terms, this means that Israel should be willing to import whatever is good to serve as a stimulus to its native talent. It is no accident that the Israel Orchestra and the Weizmann Institute of Science, both of which bring in top talent from abroad, are the two most distinguished and productive cultural institutions in Israel. In political terms, this means that Israel must continue to take a forthright, moral stand on each issue that comes up in the world, let the chips fall where they may. It means that Israel ought constantly to be pioneering in a creative way. It is only by following a creative and moral path, a path whose direction and stimulus Israel can draw from its Jewish past, that Israel can be something new in the world. The future of Israel as a land of refuge is, thanks primarily to the courage of its inhabitants and the devotion of Jews throughout the world, substantially assured. The future of Israel as a spiritual force is not without danger, but it is pregnant with splendid hope. After 2.5 rewarding years, I closed my mission confident that Israel will triumphantly vindicate the faith of its builders.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Our Eternal Light drama today, Barud, was written by Sylvia Berger and presented in observance of the Sukkot festival season. This script was the last of 3 special festival programs presented under the joint auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and Kol Zion Lagala of Israel. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katams. Cantor Robert Siegel was the vocal soloist. Featured in the cast were Peter Capell as Benaiah and Alexander Scorby as the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, In the Silent House, was written by Morton Wishengrad.
I will lift up mine eyes unto the mountains. From whence shall my help come? My help cometh from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Early in the morning of July 25th, 1837, a visitor from Boston came to the New Hampshire farmhouse of Daniel and Harmony Bridgman.
Please come in, Dr. Howe. Laura is waiting.
My name is Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe, Boston. I was he who came. She who was waiting was the child, Laura Bridgman. She was waiting in the silent house of her 7 dark years. For Laura was blind, deaf, dumb, without a sense of smell, with only the barest sense of taste.
Dr. Howe, this is Laura.
Please sit down, sir.
Thank you, but I prefer to stand. When did all this happen, Mrs. Bridgman?
She was 2 years old, the scarlet fever.
Dr. Howe, I do not speak against Providence, but it would have been better had she not lived.
She's a lovely child, Mr. Bridgman.
Lovely blind, lovely deaf, lovely dumb. You call that...
Daniel, you promised.
Mrs. Bridgman, does the child never make a sound?
A speaking sound?
Yes.
Never, Dr. Howe. But if I pat her head and bend to her cheek and kiss her, she laughs.
Sometimes, if she's hungry, she may cry. The laugh or the cry, nothing else.
Mr. Bridgman, how much time are you able to devote to Laura?
I'm a farmer, Dr. Howe.
And you, Mrs. Bridgman?
I'm a farmer's wife. I cook, I clean, I spin and weave, I churn butter and tend the poultry, I make the soap and the candles. There is not much time left for Laura.
May I say something to you both?
Aye, you may.
Laura needs someone's constant attention. I could give her that attention. Would you give it to me?
You mean you want her?
Very much, Mr. Bridgman. In Boston, I have started a little school for blind children. I've had some success with them. Perhaps I will have success with Laura.
I'm not a rich man.
I have not asked you for money.
Aye, but you will.
No, Mr. Bridgman, I will not.
Then why do you do this?
Perhaps because I want to. Perhaps because I can't help myself. Perhaps because I have theories of education which I want to see tested. Mrs. Bridgman, I will be good to her.
You really want my baby?
Yes, I do.
All right. Give us a few months. We'll bring her to you.
In October 1837, Daniel and Harmony Bridgman brought Laura to Boston and left her with me. She was then 8 years old. She lacked all senses but one, the sense of touch. Yet I found that she had become familiar with much in the world about her. She knew the form, weight, density, and temperature of things in the house. It was something with which my teachers and I could begin.
Laura's here, Dr. Howe.
She was brought to me for a first lesson. A small human presence, alone and lost in the seeing, hearing, speaking world.
Laura and I are ready, sir.
Thank you, Miss Drew. And the things I asked for?
Yes, a latchkey, a spoon, and a knife. Mrs. Smith gave them to me.
Have you brought the paper labels I made last night?
It's all here, Dr. Howe.
Miss Drew, what do you think of her?
Well, she's a beautiful child, sir. Is that what you mean?
Perhaps. I have an unusual request. Could I ask you to stroke the child's head?
I'll be glad to. How soft her hair is.
And would you mind if I asked you to kiss her cheek?
I do not mind. But why, Dr. Howe?
I believe Laura Bridgman has the capacity for becoming a gentle, docile woman. But she has the liability also of becoming a ferocious and unmanageable creature. Perhaps if we begin with an act of love.
Say no more, Dr. Howe. I will kiss her. That's the first sound I've heard her make. A very good sound for the beginning of learning.
Where sight alone is cut off, the blind can yet speak words,
where hearing and speech are cut off. The deaf-mute may talk by signs. Laura had nothing, except perhaps a disposition to communicate with her fellow humans. And upon the faith of this desire being active in her, our hopes of teaching her to use language were founded.
Laura and I are ready, Dr. Howe. Sit, Laura. Why, Dr. Howe, she sits down. She hears me.
She hears nothing, Miss Drew.
But she sat...
You pressed her shoulder down. That was her cue to sit.
She is intelligent. How good.
An intelligent response should always be rewarded with a pat. Laura? Good morning, Laura. Good morning, my dear.
Look, she is smiling.
A smile with a pat on the head. A laugh for a kiss. We have communicated affection. Now we must begin to try to communicate language. Miss Drew, will you place the key on the table? The knife, please. And the spoon. Thank you. The labels?
Here you are, Doctor. I'm afraid, sir, this experiment is not clear to me.
These labels spell out the words key, spoon, knife.
Yes,
Do they not?
Well, the child can't read.
She can touch. Miss Drew, touch these labels.
Why, the letters are raised.
So they are. Perhaps she will perceive the analogy between these words and the objects for which they stand. Take her hand now and show her fingers the letters which spell out the word key. Good. Now let her feel the actual key itself. Good. Again, please.
I shall shut my eyes, Dr. Howe. I shall also be blind. Laura and I shall be learning together. Come, Laura. Touch, 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 touch.
So quick was her perception that in a short time, Laura was able to place the label with the word key upon the key, the label spoon upon the spoon, the label book upon the book. Miss Drew kissed her. After continuing this exercise for several days, the label for the word book was cut into 4 parts.
B-O-O-K.
Now mix the letters.
Yes, easily done, sir. There.
Now guide her fingers to them.
Well, Laura, why are you pouting? Child, don't pout so. It spoils your features. Laura.
She's confused, Miss Drew.
But why, sir?
Her nice, neat, orderly letters are all mixed up.
Sit down, child.
Don't restrain her. Let her express her agitation.
Laura, darling, we don't want to trouble. We don't want to hurt you. It's only a little game we're playing.
Take her arm. Gently.
Yes, sir.
Stroke her hair.
Yes, sir.
Like that, Miss Drew. Like that. Good. Very good. Very good, Miss Drew. You may resume the lesson.
Nothing to fear, Laura. No need to draw away. Now come, follow my hand. I will guide you. See? B-O-O-K. Touch B-O-O-K.
Again, Miss Drew. Don't stop.
B-O-O-K. B-O-O-K. I am learning too, Doctor. Soon, Laura, both of us will be able to see through our fingers. B-O-O-K. Book.
Slowly, patiently, day after day.
B-O-O-K.
Week after week.
Again now. B-O-O-K.
Month after month. Exercises like these went on. It was not very encouraging. There was not much more success than in teaching a very intelligent dog a variety of tricks. And then, without knowing it, we approached the moment when the thought flashed upon Laura Bridgman that all these were effects to establish a means of communication between her thoughts and ours.
Dr. Howe, watch her fingers. Laura, not so fast. Not so fast, child. You're doing it too fast.
Laura's intellect had begun to work. She had finally perceived that here was a way she could make up a sign of anything that was in her mind and show it to another mind. She sprang to her feet, expressing her pleasure through her feet in a kind of jig.
Dr. Howe, she understands. She knows she's no longer a trained dog or a trained parrot. She is no longer imitating. She is thinking. Oh, Dr. Howe, I am very happy.
Yes, Miss Drew. It is a good day.
Oh, if I may be permitted, sir, today I should like to stay longer.
If you wish, of course.
And I want to do something special for her.
Anything you desire.
Laura. Today I shall wash your head and brush your hair. I shall brush your soul, Laura Bridgman, and your immortal spirit.
It was as though everything to this point had been prologue. Now there commenced the real education of Laura Bridgman.
A, B, C, D, E.
We taught her the letters of the alphabet with perforated metal strips.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
And the
7.
first 10 numerals.
Comma, question mark, exclamation point.
We taught her to express the names of things, every thought, every feeling, every shade of mood. And we taught her how to spell out her words upon her tiny, sensitive, expressive fingers.
Dr. Howe, she is talking. Laura is talking with her fingers.
Listen. Can you hear? Laura Bridgman is talking. Can you hear the words? Try. Try harder. Out of space and loneliness and darkness, she is talking. Listen. Listen to her fingers communicating. The immortal human spirit communicating. Listen to her fingers. These are her fingers speaking her first sentences.
Laura. Bread. Give. Water. Drink.
Laura.
I conducted a small school in Boston where blind children could play together in safety. And in the year 1838, a little girl named Lorena, who was only blind, began to play happily with a little girl named Laura Bridgman, who was blind and deaf and dumb, without a sense of smell, with only the barest sense of taste.
Lorena?
Yes, Miss Drew?
Laura's talking to you.
Laura doesn't talk.
Oh, yes, dear. She talks with her fingers. Reach out and touch her fingers.
They're flying every which way. What is she saying, Miss Drew?
Now, let's see. L-A-U-R-A.
Laura.
N-O-T.
Laura not.
A-L-O-N-E.
I know. She means Laura isn't alone. That's because I'm her playmate. That's because
She hasn't finished.
What does she say?
L-A-U-R-A.
Laura.
N-O-W.
Laura is now.
A-L-T-W-O.
Laura is now all too. Oh, I love her, Miss Drew. She's so smart.
She can never see a ray of light, but she has the sight of understanding. She can never hear a single sound, but she has the capacity to know. Her mind dwells in the silent house of darkness, but she lives. For when she is alone, she amuses herself by spelling out for herself whatever she has recently learned. The names of things, numbers, places. And in this lonely communion, she reasons, reflects, and creates. Would you know what Laura Bridgman creates? Her fingers spell it out. You cannot read the language of her fingers? Very well. You shall be able to hear her fingers. This is my entry for August 9th, 1841. You shall hear the sound of Laura's fingers.
What are you saying, Laura?
It rains.
How can you tell, dear?
Wet on face. Why does it rain? Tell, Laura.
Rain comes from clouds, my dear. Clouds are full of water, and rain is cloud water falling to the ground.
No. You're wrong.
Oh, child, how do you know I'm wrong?
Rain is when God is very full.
Laura, who told you about God?
No one.
Child, tell me more about God.
Not now. Link is tired. Not now.
She learned to write. Yes, Laura Bridgman. She wrote crudely at first, then better. She wrote letters to her mother in New Hampshire. She wrote little notes for me. She kept a diary, recording all the things her little fingers saw and heard and spoke.
Laura did go ride in carriage. Ride did make Laura's side ache. Horse was wrong. Did not go softly.
Horse was wrong. There was right and there was wrong. There was in her a compulsion toward morality, a preoccupation with good and evil.
I envy you, Dr. Howe,
Why should you envy me, Miss Drew?
to be so loved by another human being as you are by that child. Sir, it is not my place to ask. I am presumptuous, but I find...
But what, Miss Drew?
Well, why do you give your life to this work? You're esteemed throughout Boston and all of Massachusetts. You could be senator, governor, whatever you wished. Why do you spend your life here?
This interests me, Miss Drew. Other things do not.
You are very good. A very benevolent man.
I'm a very selfish man. I do what I please. My benevolence, as you call it, is only a mask for self-indulgence. I think it is time for Laura's geography lesson. You might show her the position of New Hampshire and the village of Hanover, where she was born. I've not written to her parents in some time. You see how thoughtless and self-centered I really am? Dear Mr. and Mrs. Bridgman, Laura has had almost uninterrupted good health and has grown in stature and strength. She is now tall for her age, well-proportioned, and very active. The acuteness of her touch and of the sense of feeling generally have increased sensibly
during the last year. She recognizes her friend by the slightest touch of their hands. She never fails to notice when I have changed my coat. Like a bee, she has the power of going straight toward a given point directly and confidently, not groping or feeling her way.
Why have you stopped?
He writes that she talks of God.
Is that to be wondered at?
Isn't it? Listen, she talks of God, and she asks such questions. How did the masons pile up bricks before a floor was made to stand on? Read on. Read on what Dr. Howe writes.
I shall attempt to give her a faint idea of the power and love of that being whose praise she is every day so clearly proclaiming by her glad enjoyment of the existence which she has given her. Harmony, have you papers for writing?
You know I have. Why?
Write to Dr. Howe. I want to see my little girl. Write and ask if she can come home for a visit.
And so, with Miss Drew to accompany her, Laura returned for a visit to the New Hampshire farmhouse where she had been born into the world.
She goes from room to room, Miss Drew, touching everything.
She is remembering through her fingers.
Well, why does she stop?
Mrs. Bridgman, could you come in for a moment? Laura wants you.
Of course. I have baked her the little cookie cake she loved when she was a baby. Won't you taste one, Miss Drew?
Why, Mrs. Bridgman, how thoughtful of you. You've baked letters of the alphabet.
My husband helped me to cut the dough for it. The first time I've ever known Daniel to work in the kitchen.
Give them to her. Laura, your mother has baked some cookies for you to eat.
Take them, child. All for you.
I'll tell her.
Come here and take them. Daughter, these letters of the alphabet are good to eat. Taste one, darling. Taste one.
Wait. She's spelling out a word. M-O-T-H-E-R. You see the word she spelled out for you?
Oh, I do see the word, Daniel Bridgman. I have baked my cakes, and I am very full.
Miss Drew wrote to me how during this visit, on an evening when Mrs. Bridgman sat weary but happy before the fire, how Laura took her mother's hand.
She's teaching me the finger alphabet. She's teaching me.
And each evening thereafter, during the next 3 weeks, the mother sat and was instructed by the child with whom she had never thought to exchange a word, bending toil-worn fingers to these new forms, signs which were to be the means of bringing these two nearer together than ever before. And when the 3 weeks had expired, and Laura and Miss Drew stood at the door ready to return to Boston, Harmony Bridgman spoke to her daughter through her fingers.
Come here, girl. You will come again?
And Laura replied,
I will.
And you will teach me new things?
I teach you.
Do you laugh? You have taught me a very great deal. Laura, I give you a message to take back to Boston.
Yes, Mother.
It is a message from Daniel and Harmony Bridgman to Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe.
I listen.
The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee.
And so Laura Bridgman returned to us in Boston. She did not know it. She could not know it. But she was returning to become the most famous woman of her generation. She was returning to inspire all mankind with the gladness of her life. And one day out of that gladness, she wrote a poem. Yes, Laura Bridgman, blind, mute, deaf, out of her immortal spirit, Laura Bridgman wrote a poem. Listen clearly to the words her fingers spoke.
Don't be shy, Laura. Say your poem for Dr. Howe.
Child, never before have you been shy with me.
Laura, go and take the doctor's hand.
Come to me, Laura. Now say your poem.
By the finger of God, my eyes and my ears shall be open. The string of my tongue will be loosed.
Let me tell you something. During Laura Bridgman's lifetime, she was a cry in the ear of God. And because she was alive and did not despair, no man, no woman, no child could abandon hope. From nation to nation, the word passed that a spirit like Laura Bridgman was abroad in the world. And she became a great truth, the truth that hope and love are strong enough to work any miracle on this earth. Out of this child, there went forth a lesson of the gladness of life, even to those who are born in darkness and wait in the silent house.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Mr. Frank Goldman, president of B'nai B'rith, speaking from Boston. Mr. Goldman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moving story of Laura Bridgman we have just heard, a strong testament of faith and love, also reflects the basic principle upon which B'nai B'rith was founded, the simple desire to help one's fellow man. This principle is the embodiment of our great Jewish heritage and of our rich American tradition. It has become a cornerstone of American Jewish life, a foundation upon which has been built an ever-growing structure of service to all people, regardless of race, creed, or color. We in B'nai B'rith have good cause to celebrate. Saturday, October 13th, marked our 108th anniversary. B'nai B'rith has come a long way in these years, We have seen our programs of service extend and grow until today. We are the largest Jewish membership body in the world, embracing the villages, hamlets, towns, and cities of our own country, and reaching out as well into Canada and foreign shores. Everywhere, our lodges and chapters, our men and women, are carrying forth our basic principles of benevolence, brotherly love, and harmony. These principles are not mere words. The B'nai B'rith programs have translated the constructive aspirations of our people into concrete community projects and into departments which are giants of service on the American Jewish scene. Who of us has not been affected, directly or indirectly, by the mammoth work of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith as it fights bigotry and strengthens our democracy? Or of the B'nai B'rith Hillel foundations, which are giving new meaning to Jewish values on hundreds of college campuses? Or of the widespread programs of the B'nai B'rith Youth Organization working with the leaders of tomorrow? Who of us is unfamiliar with countless other B'nai B'rith services in aiding young people find appropriate careers, in serving the members of the armed forces and disabled veterans, in promoting Americanism programs, and in aiding Israel and cooperating with the United Nations? With these programs, B'nai B'rith moves forward, not content to rest on its past traditions, but eager to carve newer and even greater accomplishments in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Our Eternal Light drama today was written by Morton Wishengrad. Sandus Ortega was heard as Dr. Howe, Joan Alexander as Miss Drew, and Denise Alexander was Laura Bridgman. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. We dedicate today's program to the new House of Living Judaism, Berg Memorial of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. Isaac Meyer Wise, written by Morton Wishengrad, is the story of the founder of Reform Judaism in America.
The year is 1899. Sir Moses Ezekiel, the internationally celebrated sculptor, has come to a Cincinnati suburb to carve a likeness of a great rabbi, the stormy petrel of American Judaism. It is spring, and in the distance someone is singing. But for Isaac Mayer Wise, it is winter, the 80th year of his turbulent life.
This shouldn't take much longer, Rabbi Wise. You're not tired, are you?
Don't be so all-fired solicitous, young man. I'm not used to it.
So I gathered. A bit more to the left, please. Hold it, please.
Young man, you're a nuisance.
Am I? Would you mind wearing your spectacles?
I certainly would. Besides, I lost them.
No, they're in the same place, Rabbi Wise, on your forehead.
That's where they belong. Now, you sculpt me just as I am, young man. Don't try to make me venerable. Nothing venerable about me.
You're rather pleased with yourself, aren't you?
If you can reach 80 and make as much trouble as I did, you'd be pleased yourself.
I dare say. Tell me if the pose tires you. Are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Just thinking. You go right ahead and fiddle with your play. Being old, it's like a state of suspended convalescence. Just sitting. The satisfaction with small things. A little bird singing. The sun on your cheek. The feel of your own pulse. It's good. Just sitting and being pleased with the smell of April. Not worrying about December. That is good. And thinking... A little town in Bohemia, such a long time ago. 1845. 1845, in the Bohemian town of Radnitz, and the Burgermeister saying...
Sit down, Rabbi.
Thank you, Herr Burgermeister. I'll stand.
As you prefer. Your name is Isaac Mayor Wise, isn't it?
Yes, Herr Burgermeister.
I understand that last week one Joseph Dorfman and one Abigail Steinschneider came to you.
They did.
You married them?
I did.
Let me refresh your memory, Rabbi. No rabbi in Bohemia may perform marriages without our permission.
My apologies, Herr Burgermeister.
Sir, I object to your tone.
Oh, that makes it equal, Your Excellency. I object to your law.
Nevertheless, you will obey the law.
Some laws are a crime, Your Excellency. Their execution is a felony.
Careful, Rabbi. I didn't make the law, but I carry it out. Impress that little fact on your mind. The Jewish population is going to remain stationary. You hear? No one marries until there is a vacancy. And a vacancy occurs when someone dies, and I certify that the vacancy exists.
Is that all, Herr Burgermeister?
Yes, that's all for now. We've got our eye on you, Rabbi, for a lot of things. No more marriage services, my friend. That's a warning.
Place the ring on her forefinger. No, the right hand. Yes. Now say after me, Behold...
Behold,
thou art consecrated unto me by this ring.
Thou art consecrated unto me by this ring.
According to the law of Moses and of Israel.
According to the law of Moses and of Israel.
Don't be alarmed. Apparently we're to have uninvited guests. There's a door in the back.
Are we married, Rabbi?
Yes, the ceremony's over. Don't hurry as you leave. Don't be afraid. They are the criminals, not we. Now go and God bless you. Come in, Herr Burgermeister.
Where are they? Rabbi, I said, where are they?
You're too late, Herr Burgermeister.
That's a pity.
Yes, a pity that it's true, and very true that it's a pity.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me their names.
No, Your Excellency.
You refuse?
I do.
I'm not going to arrest you. Oh, no, Rabbi, not for this. When I get you, it's going to be for something good.
I appreciate the compliment.
Not at all, Rabbi, not at all. Oh, wait a minute. I've forgotten something. Yes, tomorrow is the Emperor Ferdinand's birthday. You will preach the customary sermon of congratulations?
Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Why not come yourself?
A very good idea.
Then I shall take special pains with the sermon.
No doubt, Rabbi. No doubt.
My text is Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 17. Thus saith the Lord, Ye have not hearkened unto me to proclaim liberty, every man to his brother, and every man to his neighbor,
Behold, I proclaim for you a liberty, saith the Lord, unto the sword, unto the pestilence, and unto the famine. And I will make you a horror unto all the kingdoms of the earth. Members of the congregation, the gown is getting threadbare. The gilding wears off from the wooden idol. The priests desert the altar. Add shame to blasphemy, add folly to falsehood, contradict humanity, and praise the Emperor Ferdinand on his birthday. Europe is an aching sore, a bleeding wound, a blasting stigma. The nations are a flock of sheep, a herd of cattle belonging to the tyrant. Let us pray for our noble and virtuous Emperor Ferdinand. Put a man in a chair, set a cap on his head, place a scepter in his hand, worship him, slaughter one another at his command.
Eloquent sermon, Rabbi.
Glad you like it, Your Excellency. I'm not quite finished.
No, I think that will do. Don't you?
Perhaps you're right.
Let's not keep the governor waiting.
The governor?
Yes, of course, Rabbi. He's most anxious to speak with you.
I see, Herr Burgermeister. By all means, we mustn't keep the governor waiting.
Just what I think. All right, Rabbi. Let's go.
You admit these charges?
I do, Governor.
Also that you have performed marriages against our expressed injunction?
I have.
And that you have been heard to say that republicanism is preferable to monarchy?
I did.
Why?
I happen to believe it.
Is that in your religion?
That's the way I interpret my religion.
Ah, so you're also an interpreter, eh? I'm accustomed to having my questions answered.
Why not come to the point, Governor?
My dear Rabbi, I generally conduct my interviews in my own fashion. So you don't like monarchies, eh?
Men who take care of themselves are free. When they let others take care of them and make their laws, they're slaves.
Why not save that for your pulpit, my dear man?
Because I have more than a pulpit conscience.
My dear man, I suggest a change of atmosphere for you. The climate of Bohemia may become rather, shall we say, suffocating?
If Your Excellency has no objection, my family and I will migrate to America.
Do that, my dear Rabbi. Do it quickly. Yes, in your case, the quicker the better.
The timeless pattern, pilgrimage to freedom, the ocean luminous with the wet footprints of exiles who had gone before. Wind steering westward to the American earth, where no man gnaws the dead bones of past centuries. A place for new beginnings, where men can write their names upon the stars and not upon tombstones. A place to learn new words and a new language, and to stand in a free pulpit and open an American Constitution and see in every line the law of Moses, the code of Israel. So many years ago, my first American pulpit, the call to the Albany congregation.
Rabbi Wise, before we decide to engage you, we'd like you to make something clear.
I want him to make a lot of things clear.
I'll come to it, Schmidt.
If you don't, I will.
Don't you trust me, Schmidt?
Go ahead. Don't talk so much.
Now, as I was saying, Rabbi Wise, we want you to clear up something.
What is it?
We hear you believe in some kind of reform.
That's what we heard.
I do.
Is that so? What kind of reform, Rabbi?
Well, I'll try to state it simply. That portion of Judaism which will and must become the common good of all men is religion to me.
Is that so? Go on. We're listening.
Want a speech?
No. Just tell us what you believe.
All right, Mr. Schmidt. I believe that Judaism does not insist on dogmas.
Yes? What makes a religious Jew?
His deeds, not his creed.
Schmidt, what do you think?
I'm still listening.
Well, that's not only my doctrine, Mr. Schmidt. You'll find it in the Talmud.
I'm still listening.
There's a section in the Talmud where God is imagined to exclaim, I would rather they had forgotten me and had observed my law.
Schmidt, what can we lose? He quotes Talmud.
That's a fact. Well, Rabbi Wise, you've got a congregation. Rabbi Wise, this is too much.
Schmidt, take it easy.
I will not take it easy.
Schmidt, calm down. Let me do the talking.
Oh, won't you be seated, gentlemen?
Huh?
Now, what's the trouble? But sit down first.
Now, Rabbi Wise, I want to know if this is true.
So do I.
Is what true?
My wife tells me you're preparing my daughter, a girl, for confirmation.
Yes, I am, Mr. Schmidt. She's a bright girl. She's going to be confirmed on Pentecost.
In our synagogue?
Yes. You see anything wrong?
Anything wrong? It's not done. It never has been done. Bar mitzvahs are for boys, not for girls.
It's absolutely unheard of.
Is it?
Absolutely. Rabbi Wise, you're not going to disgrace this synagogue with these crazy innovations.
Tell me, when Moses brought the women of Israel to Mount Sinai, were you disgraced?
You can't justify this thing.
I think America justifies it. Women are not second-class citizens. Go back and read your Bible. Chochmas Noshim, Bonso Baiso. It is the wisdom of the woman builds the home.
Schmidt, what do you say?
I don't know.
I believe in a living Judaism. Legalism isn't religion. Mysticism isn't religion.
No?
No. Religion, Judaism, for me, it's the fear of the Lord and the love of man. I've tried to introduce reform in other places. I've been mocked and scorned and reviled, but I have faith in America. Someday the mockers and the scorners and revilers will admit they're wrong. They will accept the confirmation of girls. This is a small thing, perhaps. It's part of a much greater idea. They will come to it.
Well, all right. Can't hurt.
Good. Let us enter the palace of the Lord, not waste our time scratching our names on the bricks outside.
Schmidt, what do you think?
I don't know. Life used to be so peaceful before he came. Rabbi Wise, you ought to go out and found a college of rabbis.
Would it surprise you, Mr. Schmidt, if I say that I've been thinking of nothing else?
Rabbi Wise, nothing you can say surprises me.
Perhaps the desire to reform the world is a sickness. It's hard to say. Some men do no more than they must. Traditions can be accepted, but they must also be made. That was a hard lesson to learn, a harder lesson to teach. Then the time came to teach it elsewhere. A call from Congregation B'nai Jeshurun in Cincinnati. A call from the American West, the place of new beginning.
Rabbi Wise, that's a fine little magazine you publish.
Thank you, Blackman.
You can do a powerful lot of good with it. Don't spoil it.
Mr. Blackman, if you want to tell me something, why not tell me?
All right, this editorial. Did you write it?
You know I did.
This country has disavowed every connection with any church. Nothing is more disgusting than the combination of religion and politics.
Come to the point, Mr. Blackman. I wrote that. What's objectionable about it?
Why did you write it?
You know why. It's an attack against the Know-Nothing Party.
That's what I thought. Rabbi, take some advice. Leave the Know-Nothing Party strictly alone.
I can't, Mr. Blackman.
Why can't you?
Because they're attacking Catholics and Negroes.
Well, you're a Jew. It's no skin off your back.
Mr. Blackman, I'm an American.
Rabbi, you're being mighty tactless.
I've got a good theological word for tact.
You're making a mistake, Rabbi. Keep out of this. It won't do your people any good.
Mr. Blackman, for 18 centuries, Israel was at fault for too great love of God, and perhaps the enemies of Israel were at fault for too little love of their neighbor. But this is America. The foundations are different here. They must be defended.
It's not your job to defend them.
What kind of an American do you think I am? You see a Chinese wall around the Constitution? When the Constitution is attacked, I'm going to retaliate.
What are you going to do?
I'm calling a special meeting of the congregation. I'm asking every Christian and Jew in Cincinnati to come. You might also, Mr. Blackman. Might do you some good. The old sickness, bigotry, and sectarianism, and in America. It hurts so much in other places. In America, so much more. For this is the beacon light of nations. And yet every generation must fight its own evil and build against it. And every man must build in his own way.
Rabbi, can I drive you somewhere?
Why, thank you, Father Riley. I'm going to station.
Well, then, get in. It's only a bit out of my way. Come on. Well, that was a good talk the other day, Rabbi Wise.
Oh, thank you, Father Riley.
Rabbi, let's make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You convert Jews to Judaism, and I'll see if I can convert Christians to Christianity.
Well, I'm going to keep my part of the bargain, and that's why I'm going to the station. Father Riley, maybe I'm crazy, but there's room for a Hebrew college in this city.
Oh?
You can't build synagogues without rabbis. I think it's time to start training.
Well, good luck to you. You can tell them Father Riley's on your side.
If you gentlemen have no objections, I'll turn the meeting over to Rabbi Wise. The floor is yours, Rabbi.
Oh, you gentlemen look rather pained.
Yeah, we're wondering how much you expect from us.
You think I like doing this?
From what we've heard, you do it mighty well, whether you like it or not.
Well, I hate it. I live on a railroad. I go from city to city. I beg. I come here. Why? I'm getting old and weary and almost tired of life, yet I must come here and speak. A man can't rebel against his conscience any more than he can rebel against God. You and I cannot separate ourselves from our people. We cannot be faithless to our religion. I'm here to plead for a holy cause. I'm asking you to help me build a college for the training of rabbis. I think a portion of the history of America depends on your answer.
It isn't much, Rabbi Wise, but it's all we can afford.
Oh, thank you, Jonas. That's enough for 6 classrooms.
Will you accept this, Rabbi Wise?
With all my heart. You've just given us half of a library.
I'd like to enroll as a rabbinical student.
Glad to have you.
Nervous, Rabbi?
But for the first commencement of the Hebrew Union College, I've never been happier in my life. The mouth of the Lord hath spoken. Let no good man despair of human nature and human destiny, for the Lord is at your right hand, and you cannot fail. His promises are your banner of light. The time must come when all the fortresses and the castles and the bastions will lie in ruins, and a newer generation will say, our forefathers needed these damnable structures, but we do not. The time is fast approaching when men will recognize in man his fellow creature, the image of his God, the object of his love, the brother of his heart. God bless this country. Let it be a beacon light of nations. Let all free men raise their temples to the Most High and praise his glorious name forever and ever.
Rabbi, you can rest now.
What's that?
I said you can rest. Remember me? I'm the sculptor.
Oh.
Have you been thinking?
Yes, remembering.
Why don't you come in now, Rabbi Wise? Come in and lie down.
No, you go in, young man. I'll sit here. When a man's 80, sitting is good enough. Time enough to sleep.
Don't stay too long.
As long as I'm allowed, young man.
I'll bring you a blanket.
No, young man, don't bother. I'm warm enough. It's spring. There's a good smell from the ground. The birds are back. And someone's singing. I'm warm enough.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Samuel S. Hollander, Chairman of the Executive Board of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. Dr. Hollander.
The dedication of our House of Living Judaism in New York last week was an event of historic significance for all American Judaism. For we all take equal pride in the growth and progress which this magnificent symbol represents. Located at the corner of 5th Avenue and 65th Street, opposite Temple Emmanuel in New York, this fine building will serve as the national headquarters of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations and its affiliated organizations. For our reform movement, it climaxes a period of unprecedented resurgence, consolidation, and growth. In the last 5 years, nearly 100 congregations have been added to our reform family. Most of these congregations are new. Their members heads of young families, and a large proportion of them are veterans. Tens of thousands of these young people have added their vigor and strength to the movement. We take pride, too, in the joining together of our Hebrew Union College, founded by Rabbi Isaac Mayer Wise, and the Jewish Institute of Religion, founded by the late Rabbi Stephen Samuel Wise. With schools in Cincinnati and New York, our college institute is one of the foremost citadels of Jewish learning in the world today. And together with the schools and seminaries of other branches of Judaism, it is going forward to ever greater service to American Judaism. For the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, the House of Living Judaism is a mandate as well as a name. We have called ours a House of Living Judaism because it is dedicated to growth, to progress, to building an ever more meaningful American Judaism, fusing the principles and teachings of our faith with the ideals and traditions of America. Together with all other sections of American Judaism, we build for a stronger, richer Judaism here in America, for ourselves, our children, and our children's children, for generations to come.
Thank you, Dr. Hollander. Our Eternal Light drama today was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Roger de Koven was featured as Rabbi Isaac M. Wise. Ralph Bell was the burgomaster, and Stephen Schnabel the governor. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is a dramatization by Morton Wishengrad of Isaac Loeb Peretz's Sabbath fantasy, The Treasure, and is presented in observance of the centennial of the birth of I.L. Peretz.
ישמחו במלכותך שומרי שבוס וקוראי עונג
ישמחו במלכותך שומרי שבוס וקוראי עונג. Those who sanctify the Sabbath shall rejoice in thy sovereignty, and they shall enjoy thy goodly bounty. Thou didst call the seventh day the grace of days, in memory of the work of the Creator. The Sabbath is the crown of the week. When the sun shines on the Sabbath day, the sun is blessed. And when the rain falls on the Sabbath day, the rain is blessed. And when the good man keeps the Sabbath day and performs no manual labor, and rests and renews himself and his family with the good songs and the tender prayers and the inner delight that comes of faith and serenity, then the man is blessed and his family is blessed. And even if the man is poor, even if the man is very poor, like Chaim the woodcutter, and must share a room 4 yards square with a wife, with 8 children, with the baking heat of summertime, I've changed my mind. To sleep in summertime in a room 4 yards square together with a wife and 8 children is anything but a pleasure, even on the Sabbath. They're all asleep. Hush. Quiet. Make no sound. Sleeping is a poor man's pleasure, sometimes the only one. So, don't wake them. Chaim the woodcutter can't sleep. 10 people in a room 4 yards square in the summertime. That's too much. There are too many. Air. A man has to breathe. Chaim the woodcutter rises hot and gasping from his bed. The night is half through, but he is entirely through with the night. Hastily, he pours some water over his fingertips. He mumbles the prayer. And Chaim the woodcutter flings on his tattered bathrobe, and he escapes barefoot from the parched Gehenna of his dwelling. And Chaim the woodcutter steps barefoot into the street. V'taher libenu, Lov dochol be'emes. Purify our hearts that we may serve thee in truth. Chaim the woodcutter walks soundlessly down the street. All is quiet. All the shutters are closed. Oh, it is still, so still. And over the sleeping town stretches a distant, serene, and starry sky. Of all the 24 hours, this is the stillest hour. No cricket sings, no bird calls, no leaf rustles. Silence and vastness and sleep are upon the earth. And Chaim the woodcutter looks up in the night, and he feels as if he were alone with God, blessed be the name. And looking up at the sky, Chaim says,
Lord of the universe, do you hear me? It is I, Chaim the woodcutter. Now is the time to hear me. We're alone. You and I, we are together. Oh, Lord, I'm so poor. Bless me with a treasure out of thy treasure house.
How many times has Chaim spoken these words in his heart? But now he has dared to say them openly.
Bless me with a treasure out of thy treasure.
He wants to say more, but he stops. His mouth is open for speech, but no word comes. For there in the night, he sees something.
It's coming toward me.
It was.
It gives off a light.
So it did.
It's a little flame. A flame that moves.
It moved rapidly.
Well, it must be a treasure.
A treasure. Indeed, it was a treasure, disguised as a flame and making a sound. A rolling, clinking, beckoning sound.
I am the woodcutter. I am yours. Come, take me.
Chaim is about to pursue the flame when he remembers.
No. There's the Sabbath. One must not run. I will walk toward it.
So he walks toward it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. And does the little flame wait? Oh, no. The little flame moves further away.
I am the woodcutter. Here I am. Catch me.
The distance between them does not increase, but neither does it decrease. The distance between them remains the same. If Chaim takes a walking step, the little flame takes a rolling step.
I am the woodcutter.
Chaim, don't be a fool. No one's looking. Take off your bathrobe. Take it off and jump and throw it over the flame.
Why doesn't he do it? It's a simple thing. Why doesn't Chaim the woodcutter do it?
No, it's the evil inclination speaking in me. It wants me to run on the Sabbath. It wants me to jump.
Chaim refuses to be tempted. He will not jump. He will not run. He throws his tattered bathrobe over his arm and walks very slowly with unhurried dignity. This is the proper way to walk on the Sabbath, and this is the way Chaim the woodcutter walked in his bare feet after the rolling flame. Of a sudden, all the crickets woke up and began to talk about it. Well, you could hardly blame them. The leaves on the trees were interested. They began to rustle, even though there was no wind. And first a night bird sang. And then a morning bird answered, although it was not yet morning. And Chaim kept walking. And the little flame kept rolling, allowing the distance never to increase and never to decrease. And it seemed as though the night bird was singing, Ba'olam haba, Shabbat menucha, Chevlei Moshiach ben David ba. In the world to come, a restful Sabbath awaits you. Heed not the pains, for the Son of David comes. And of what is Chaim the woodcutter thinking?
If the flame would only stop.
And why is he thinking this?
Treasure, little treasure. I asked God for you. I need you. It's hard to be a woodcutter when you're no longer young, when the muscles are stiff and the bone is dry and brittle, when the oil is gone from the marrow and the step is no longer brisk. Treasure, please stop. I need you.
Now, mind you, Chaim only thought this. Well, actually, he only half thought this, for it was rather self-pitying and a rather self-righteous speech, and Chaim wasn't really like that.
It must be the excitement.
It was exactly that, the excitement. And the thought of his wife.
8 children. Especially when you're poor, 8 children take something out of a woman.
Well, it was a sound observation.
She deserves a new dress.
He was a generous man.
A string of pearls. That's what she deserves.
And would you or I say no to that?
And the children. They ought to be sent to a better school. There's the eldest, a fine girl. But even a fine girl needs a dowry.
Yes, she was an excellent girl. A girl with long, long plaited hair and eyes like a fawn. The thought of his undowried daughter became unendurable.
I'm trying to think this through. God, oh Lord, my God, forgive me if I'm wrong. But don't you think it would be, knowing me as you do, and knowing my circumstances so well? Because after all, how did such circumstances come about, if not because of you? In short, don't you think it would be a meritorious act if I should pounce upon the treasure once and for all?
There was no answer.
God, you heard what I just said, didn't you? I understand. It must have been the evil inclination in me. It's always putting words into my mouth.
And so Chaim did not jump. Chaim did not pounce. Chaim did not run. Chaim the woodcutter merely kept his tattered bathrobe over his arm and walked. Walking with the dignity that becomes a man who honors the Sabbath and will allow no temptation to interfere with his delight and his devotion. And the little flame led him on and on followed and following, the flame and the man. They twisted with the road and crossed the fields and skirted the meadows, and the little flame laughed. And Chaim the woodcutter saw the distance grew no longer between them and grew no shorter. And so Chaim stopped.
Lord of the universe, of whom are you making trial? My name is not Job. I'm not a saint. Why do you try me? Why do you tempt me? If you mean to give me the treasure, give it to me.
He looked toward the flame. He did not walk. He merely raised his leg as if to take a half step, and the flame did not move. So Chaim took a long, vigorous step forward. And the flame, the little flame, barely moved.
All right, Chaim. All right.
The treasure was only a little way off. He took the robe from his arm. The treasure was in his grasp. He had only to go a few steps further. Only a few...
I know that sound.
He certainly did, and the dog who made it.
It is the dog of the village of Isadok.
Sure enough, there were the cottages of the peasants of Isadok. That dog was not barking for nothing.
No. It is a sign. Perhaps a sign from God that I've gone a Sabbath day's journey and may go no further.
It is a transgression to walk more than a day's journey on the Sabbath.
For the Sabbath was ordained for rest.
Exactly, and to walk more than a day's journey...
You'd hardly call that resting, would you? I've gone a full Sabbath day's journey. Not one step further from this point, I turn back.
The white patches were twinkling in the dew of the morning, but they did not make a sound. Chaim was being tested.
Evil inclination! Do you hear me, evil inclination? You won't lead me astray. God didn't send this treasure, you did. The treasure's not a godsend. God does not make sport of us. It is the work of a demon.
He was angry with himself and angry with the little flame, even though he knew it was a treasure. He turned on his heel and walked briskly back to his town. And Chaim the woodcutter made up his mind to say nothing about it.
In the first place, they won't believe me.
Which was true.
In the second place, if they believe me, they'll laugh.
But he knew they wouldn't really laugh. Were they pagans?
But what have I done to be proud of? The Creator knows how it was, and that is enough for me. Besides...
Besides? What was there besides?
My wife.
Oh, certainly. No one to be overlooked.
She might be angry with me.
With good reason, of course.
The children are certainly naked.
Yes, it was a terrible shame.
And barefoot, poor things.
8 pairs of barefoot feet.
Not a real problem in the summertime.
But quite another thing in winter.
8 pairs of new shoes. They'll feel badly because they'll feel cheated. No, I can't tell them what happened. They'll hold it against me, and children should not be made to transgress the commandment to honor one's father.
It was a subtle piece of reasoning.
I won't say a word about what's happened.
He made an even greater decision.
I won't even remind the Almighty of it. If I've really been good, the Almighty will remember without being told.
And thinking this, Chaim was conscious suddenly of a strange inward calm, of a delicious sensation in his limbs.
What is money, after all? Money is dross.
And being a little prejudiced, he said,
Riches may even lead a man from the right way.
Oh, Chaim the woodcutter, Chaim, my good, sweet simpleton. Doesn't poverty also lead a man from the right way?
I feel like praising God.
Oh, the simpleton. The praise was already spoken in his shining face, in the lift of his hands, in the way he walked and the way he talked, and the way he thought and breathed. And all this on the good Sabbath. Behold, I am prepared to sanctify the Sabbath. as is written in the Torah. And Chaim returned townward, and the little flame followed him and returned townward, and the distance neither diminished nor increased. It was as though the flame were taking a walk and he were taking a walk, just taking a little walk in honor of the Sabbath. Oh, he was glad, so glad in his heart. The sky pales, the stars begin to fade, the east flushes, a narrow pink stream flows over his head. And then, the little flame. It was flickering down the street. There was his house. There was the door he had left open.
The treasure is running into my own house. But I must not run. It is unseemly to run on the Sabbath. I refuse to run. I will walk with Sabbath dignity.
So he walked with barefoot dignity down his street, to his house, through the open door, into the room 4 yards square where his wife and 8 children were fast asleep. And he peeked under his bed.
It's under the bed.
Spinning like a top.
Round and round. Round and round.
Spinning like a top.
But it stays under the bed. It stays in one place.
His heart was beating fast. He took his robe, his tattered robe, and he threw it under the bed over the spinning flame, and he covered it. Hush. They mustn't be disturbed. He sat down on his bed. He laid his head on the pillow, and he made a vow.
I won't say a word about this. Not a single solitary word, or even half a word, lest it cause a desecration of the Sabbath.
Now, it was a mighty decision, but it had to be taken, because, well, he looked at his wife.
How could it be possible for her to hold her tongue?
And if she could not, how could it be expected of the children?
He'd want to count the treasure.
Why not? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't I? Wouldn't anyone?
The secret would be out of the house, into the street, into the house of study, and the house of prayer. No one would do anything but talk about the treasure. No one would pray. No one would even wash his hands or say grace. I and my household would have led half the town into transgression and sin. I am not going to breathe a word about it until after the Sabbath is over.
And so he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Miyagur be'achalecha, who will dwell in thy tents and on thy holy mount? He who is righteous and merciful, and whose words are truth. And this was the reward of Chaim the woodcutter. He waited the whole Sabbath day, and when the Sabbath had departed and evening had come, he stooped down and lifted his tattered bathrobe, and there lay a sack.
Coins. Dozens of gold coins.
And he lived happily ever after, only his wife kept throwing it up to him.
Lord of the world, how could a man have such a heart of stone as to sit a whole summer day and not say a word? Not to his own wife. Not a single word. And there I was, crying over my prayer, as I said, God of Abraham, crying so. But there wasn't a penny left in the house. Not one single word.
Then Chaim, the retired woodcutter, Chaim, who was now the great philanthropist and public benefactor, Chaim, whose children wore shoes in the winter, and whose eldest daughter, the one with the long braids and the fawn's eyes, the one who had made such a fine match, then this same Chaim would smile to his wife.
Who knows? Perhaps it all went off so well because of the prayer you said. Who knows?
And, that's something to consider. Because after all, who really knows?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Maurice Samuel, distinguished author and lecturer. Mr. Samuel.
Of the three giants who dominate Yiddish literature, Mendele Moches Sforim, Shalom Aleichem, and Yitzhak Leibush Peretz, the most fascinating is the last mentioned. They were all geniuses of the first order, but Mendele and Shalom Aleichem played their roles straight. Mendele was a satirist and Shalom Aleichem was a humorist, and they knew it. But Peretz did not know what he was, and this makes him a peculiarly enigmatic and fascinating figure. Primarily, he took himself to be an askan, a public worker, an awakener of the Jewish people, a modernizer of its life, an educator. 9/10 of his literary activity he devoted to these roles. He produced in Yiddish textbooks in mathematics, sociology, history, politics, physics, everything in a high school curriculum. He wrote exhortations to the Jewish masses to leave the ghetto, to join modern movements, to become part of the contemporaneous world. And the remaining 10th of his energies he gave to pure literature, to drama, poetry, and folk tales. Of that remaining 10th, 1/3 is immortal. So that if you wanted to be quite mathematical, you might say that Peretz achieved immortality with 3 1/3% of his activities. No one today reads his textbooks, his exhortations, and his anti-Zionist editorials. His belief that Polish Jewry had a future has been tragically disproved by events he could not have foreseen. But very few read even his dramas and his poetry. What he is remembered for, and will always be remembered for, is his restatement of the old Hasidic folklore. There is the paradox of it. While he wanted the Jews to modernize, he himself was achieving immortality absent-mindedly by his occasional pieces on the orthodox and the traditional. He pleaded with the Jews to Europeanize, to westernize. But the most attractive of all his works sprang from his love of that which he considered outlived, parochial, and almost an archaeological curiosity. In short, one might hold up Peretz as a curious instance of the popular tag, man proposes, God disposes. Peretz aimed at one thing, Providence destined him for another. And, as it happens, Providence knew best.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Treasure, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was presented in observance of the centennial of the birth of Isaac Loeb Peretz. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Roger de Koven was featured as Chaim, and Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Fred Way. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Children of Strangers, was written by Virginia Mazer and is presented in observance of the Thanksgiving season.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, King of the universe. We thank thee for the produce of the field, for this desirable, good, and ample land, which thou wast pleased to give as an heritage unto our fathers, that they might eat of its fruits and be satisfied.
Recited every morning from the Jewish prayer book. Recited now for the season of Thanksgiving. For this desirable, good, and ample land. Of many faiths and many nations, as we join in giving thanks, let it be a time for remembering that our harvest is of the Spirit, too. That our riches are in our people, in our differences as well as in our likeness. Walt Whitman said it. This is not a nation, but a teeming nation of nations.
Mary Adams? Here. Joe Barranco? Here. Ann Cabot? Here. David Cohen? Here.
What is America to its Barancos and Cohens?
George Kabulian?
It's the Solas and Kabulians and O'Malleys. What are they to America? Have we given them a feeling of belonging, a full participation in our democracy? Or do they remain on the outer rim of American life, still to us, the children of strangers?
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whew. I said inalienable right that time, didn't I, Teach?
The preamble to the Constitution of the United States. Words that every schoolboy knows today. Words grown shop-worn with usage. But once they flashed across the world like a new comet in the sky.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
This was the promise. This was what we offered to the Barancos and the Cohens, the DeSolias, Kabulians, and the O'Malleys. To all the people of the old world, worn thin by poverty, ground down by racial and religious strife. Often they translated the promise into more simple terms.
In America, a man can get ahead.
In America, nobody is afraid of anybody.
In America, everybody has ice cream every day.
Whatever personal meaning he gave to the promise, every newcomer who streamed through the portals of Ellis Island felt a sense of something new beginning.
Where is America, Father?
Don't push. Await your turn.
I want to see America.
Step aside. Your papers are not in order.
What is the man saying,
Stand back.
Father?
Don't push. Await your turn.
Father, when will America begin?
What did you do in the old country?
I was a teacher of the Talmud.
Okay, you can sew pants. What did you do in the old country?
Well, I was a farmer in the old country.
Good, you can dig ditches.
Is this where we're going to live, Mother? Don't any trees grow in America anywhere? Hey, look at the great horn. You can tell him a mile off. Hey, look at those clothes, will you?
Well, say something. Don't you know nothing? Don't you even know your own name?
Mama, I won't go back. Not ever again. I hate school.
What kind of talk is that? The school is free to everybody, free. How will you learn to be an American if you don't go to school?
Hey, wait, Teacher!
Yes, Joseph?
You are saying that uptown in the park, they have put up for this man a statue?
That's right, Joseph.
And this man, you say, he is a Pole?
Yes, he is.
A Pole just like me?
Yes, just like you.
And they have put up for him a statue.
The public school, one step forward in the long, long process of Americanization. The settlement house, another step. Designed to meet the social and welfare needs of poor people in city slums, it made a special appeal to the immigrant population.
H-O-U-S-E is house.
Good, Mr. Finelli. Now, give me the plural of house.
The plural is highs.
No, Mr. Finelli, that's wrong. The plural is houses.
Wait, I do not understand. The last night you teach 2 mouse is mice. Why tonight is not 2 house highs? English I will never learn.
Cheer up, Giuseppe. Last year I was an ignoramus like you. Now I'm the best speller in the class. Listen. I-N-V-I-N-C-I-B-L-E. Invincible. It means don't give up.
Besides night classes in English, the settlement offered help with citizenship papers. Its mothers' clubs taught child care and hygiene. But more important, the settlement, in a world of brick and concrete, offered something for the spirit. Lectures, recitals, concerts.
The music, Sarah, it is beautiful.
I thought you were asleep, Benjamin. Benjamin, put back on your shoes.
Huh?
Here you should have more respect.
The public school, the settlement, both expanded the world of the immigrant beyond the narrow confines of the island in which he lived. But only a relative few of the first generation did they reach. The struggle for survival, to get ahead, for many was all-consuming. In most families, only the youngest children could be released from the burden of earning a living. Upon arrival, the factory swallowed them up, sometimes even the 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. At a party at Hull House, a little Italian girl pushed away a candy cane.
Take it away. I hate candy.
Why, Marie? Tell me, why don't you like candy?
Because, Miss Adams, I work in a candy factory.
Oh.
I wrap caramels. I wrap caramels all day long. I never want to see any more candy as long as I live.
How old are you, Marie?
I'm 9 years old.
And you work 12 hours a day in a candy factory.
Yes, ma'am. I stand on a box.
Because of this child who hated candy, the residents of Hull House began to investigate sweatshop conditions in Chicago. They helped push through the state legislature a child labor bill for Illinois and by their agitation gave impetus to the whole child welfare movement. Today, every state in the Union has a minimum age work law of 14 years or over for most occupations.
Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness.
The wheels of democracy moved slowly, but with each advance in human happiness, the child benefited. The immigrant child as well. Laws alone, however, were not the whole answer to the exploitation of the child. As long as the child's income was needed to buy meat and bread and shoes, the parents evaded the law.
I ain't going to school no more. I got a job.
Yeah, you ain't big enough to have a job. You ain't as big as me.
I'm going on 10. My father says I can pass for 12.
Yeah, but suppose the boss finds out.
Ah, the boss won't tell. You can hire me cheaper than you could hire a man.
And this, of course, led to hardships of a different sort.
Mike, you're home already. What's happened?
I'm 10 minutes early, so it means something's happened.
Mike, now tell me the truth. You were fired.
I quit.
You quit? What do you mean?
I had to quit. They tried to cut our wages again.
Couldn't you talk to the boss?
We tried talk. Joe Chico talked for all of us. Boss fired him, so we all quit.
You quit your job. Your family will starve, all because of an Italian that couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Rose, you stop it. That kind of talk is for the old country. Italian, Pole, Litvak, Jew, what does it matter? We're all tailors. We can't pay the rent. Can't buy shoes for our children. We've got to stand together.
7 nobodies against the boss. Where'll it get you?
We're not just 7 nobodies. We're going to organize our shop and join the union.
At one time, the immigrant had been accused of lowering our standard of living by accepting sweatshop wages. Now a new charge was leveled against him.
These foreigners are nothing but agitators and troublemakers. We ought to put them on a boat and send them back where they come from.
No, shoot them down.
Amidst violence and bloodshed, the rights of the American worker to a living wage were established. Today, federal law sets a minimum wage and a maximum work week, and the rights of the worker to organize and strike are fully protected by law. In this struggle for human welfare, the immigrant made one of his first great contributions to American life.
For the most part, though, we first-generation Americans remained outside the mainstream of American life. Just to survive in a new and sometimes hostile world, this was our chief concern. To our children, we passed on the struggle for something more.
Joseph, my son, I'm an old man now. When I was young man, to come to America, that was the big thing. Now I'm an old man. I sit in my rocking chair and I dream about the old country. It is now for you, Joseph. It is now for you.
In America today, there are 23 million persons whose parents, one or both, were born in the old country. 1/6 of our population is second-generation Americans. What has America meant to these children of strangers?
The second-generation American lives in 2 worlds. We're caught between the old world of our parents and the world into which we were born. And in neither do we fully belong.
We have learned this from the past. Assimilation is a slow and painful process. Even under favorable circumstances, several generations may be required for its completion. In the old days, when America opened its doors to mass immigration, the melting pot idea was popular. Drop the immigrant down into America like a piece of metal into a furnace, and presto, he was fused into an American. The immigrant, however, was not a piece of metal, but a living, breathing human being. Even in the second generation, we found old ties and allegiances persisted. We often demanded that these be denied.
The physical hardships endured by immigrants have often been pictured. But the mental agonies undergone by the children of immigrants are 10 times more poignant.
In the secret places of his heart, the second-generation American was in some ways ashamed of his parents.
I wish my mother would wear a hat instead of a shawl, like other children's mothers.
I wish my father wouldn't eat with his knife.
In adolescence, the conflict between the old ways and the new, repressed in childhood, often raged into the open.
Madre mia, what have I done that God should punish me with such a child? You're nothing but a bum.
A bum, you call me? A bum because I get a bad report card. Look at you. You've been in this country 20 years and you can't even write your name. Every time I take my report card back signed with an X, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
Sure, it's 12 o'clock. I've been sitting in the park with Harry. That's where I've been.
And what's wrong with bringing your Harry home to sit?
What's wrong? I'll tell you. You sit over us like an old hen, never a minute alone.
Oh.
We're not going to do anything bad. We just want a little freedom. This is America.
This isn't the old country. It's America. The battle cry of the second generation. And this generation was to see its children fulfill its own desperate longing to become real Americans.
By the third generation, the process of assimilation has been more or less completed. Few of the third generation have any interest in the land of their forebears. Few know any language but English. They dress American, talk American, eat American. However, many have discarded the religion, the moral standards, the values of their forebears.
And what has America offered to take the place of what has been cast off? Too often we've given only the threadbare slogan, success.
Be rich, enroll in our correspondence school.
Be popular, learn to dance in 5 easy lessons.
Be a good hostess, use our silver plate.
Be a good mother, use our talcum powder.
It is our failure, not theirs, that the third generation too often today finds its heroes, not in its forebears, but in the cardboard men of the ads, the celluloid people of the cheap movie house.
Okay, Two-Gun, you got away from me this time, but you won't again. Remember this, nobody gets away from Smiling Sam but once.
Okay, Two-Gun. You got away from me this time, but you won't again. Remember this. Nobody gets
Joseph.
away from Smiling Sam but once.
Joseph.
Huh?
I'm speaking to you.
Oh. Oh, was you talking to me, Miss Phillips?
I certainly was. For the third time, what is the Monroe Doctrine?
By the third generation, sociologists tell us, assimilation has been more or less completed. The third generation, insofar as it is able, has become American. But in many cases, there is still a wall between these children and other Americans, a wall of our making.
Dad, there's something I have to tell you. You're not going to like it, but...
What is it, Joseph?
I want to change my name. Dad, I've been turned down by 3 colleges already. I'll never get to be a doctor with a name like ours. Dad, don't look like that. Try to understand. I'm not ashamed of you. I'm not ashamed.
In America today, for all our progress, it is still more comfortable to be light than dark, more comfortable to be Protestant than Catholic or Jewish, more comfortable to be called Smith than Ivanovich or Giordano.
So I don't get the job.
I'm sorry. It's not me. It's just a policy of the management. Your qualifications are excellent,
But you don't like my face.
I'm sorry, all our apartments are taken.
Oh, but the sign said...
I'm sorry.
I get it. You're restricted.
This is not the whole picture. There are colleges in America that have taken a stand against discrimination. There are employers, too. And there are newspapers that refuse to print discriminatory ads. 8 of our states have passed fair employment practice legislation, which makes it a crime to discriminate in hiring, job tenure, or conditions of employment because of race, color, creed, or national origin. In some of our public schools, too, where classes are not too big, teachers not too overworked, Americanism is being taught in a new way.
I'm a 100% American. My father told me so.
Oh, and just what is a 100% American, Bobby?
Why, it's...
Yes, go on.
Well, it's people like me.
Mm-hmm.
People who aren't foreigners. Well, isn't it?
You know, Bobby, you sound to me as though you think America is a little plot of ground with a fence around it and a no trespassing sign. Why, we're a great big giant of a country. And in the past, we've been big enough to make room for people from every other country in the world.
Well, that's the trouble, my father says. He says we've been too big-hearted, letting just, everybody in.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, Bobby, but there's another. All these people that you call foreigners and turn up your nose at, they've helped to make America what it is.
Why, it was even a foreigner that discovered America. What about that, Bobby?
And what about the things we eat here? Spaghetti and frankfurters and chop suey.
And what about Irish potatoes?
I bet Bobby's such a good American, he wouldn't even eat them.
Much has been done, but much remains to do. Since World War II, we've opened our doors to new thousands of displaced persons, refugees from totalitarianism. What will America mean to them? What will democracy mean?
Democracy is not just a word, a catchphrase. A child must experience democracy to believe in it.
Yes, a child must experience democracy to believe in it.
Acca-bacca, soda cracker, acca-bacca-boo. If your father chews tobacco, out goes you. You're it, Irene, you're it.
Hey, Mary, I want to play. Let me play, too.
You can't, Josephine. We've got too many already.
Okay. Will you come to my house after school? Will you?
I guess not.
Why not?
My mother said, she said I wasn't to play with you.
Oh, I know why she said it. Because we live over our store, and my grandmother can't talk good.
My mother said your folks are foreigners.
I don't care if they are. I'm an American. Everybody came from somewhere in the beginning. Even George Washington's folks, I bet.
Everybody came from somewhere in the beginning. Mary's people landed at Plymouth Rock, Josephine's at Castle Garden. We are not a nation, but a teeming nation of nations.
Mary Adams?
Here.
Joe Barranco?
Here.
Ann Cabot?
Here.
David Cohen?
The season of Thanksgiving is a time for remembering our heritage,
George Kabulian?
for remembering that our abundance is in our peoples, too, in our differences as well as our likeness. For only when we can educate our children to take full pride in the rich and varied threads that make American life the tapestry that it is, only then will the promise be fulfilled. Only then will all our children have a feeling of belonging, and none the children of strangers.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Herman T. Stitchman, New York State Commissioner of Housing.
As we give thanks for democracy's blessings, for strength gained in youth from our fertile land, for knowledge later acquired in halls of higher learning that must open to all, for initiative fostered by a country where ideas and religions freely flourish, let us each ask ourselves what we are doing in action, not merely in conversation, to show our gratitude. Too often, as those who come from abroad can sadly testify, some in foreign lands have regarded the strength derived from the Almighty's gifts as the means selfishly to better their own lives and not those of their fellow men. So the weak, the aged, the persons whose thinking deviated from the majority have been neglected and trampled upon under totalitarianism. Even here, because of the understandable wish of children to live apart as they marry, the passing of large homes in favor of more compact housing, and the desire of the elderly to live their own lives, the old custom of having aging parents live with one of the married children is necessarily disappearing. The old man in the inspiring drama just presented might well be heard to say, "I'm an old man now. When I was young, to work for something better for my children. That was my life. I struggled. I fed them. I brought them up to have better than I had. They have their own struggles now for their own children. That is good. I'm feeble. I have my rocking chair. But where can I put it? With just a little comfort and privacy. Not, surely not, in an institution in my declining years." So I'm happy to tell you that in our democracy, our state of New York is doing something to point the way toward housing the aged, where they can rock out their declining years in comfort. We're going to build apartments just for them in state-aided, low-rent public housing projects with special facilities to prevent accidents, to bring them comfort and sunshine as they quietly rock out their declining years with their memories. Let's hope others will follow our example and not merely talk about the problem. One measure of the quality of a civilization is its care of the aged. Let us give thanks that we live in a democracy where the elderly will never be forgotten and where our measure will ever be high.
Thank you, Mr. Stitchman. Our Eternal Light drama today, Children of Strangers, was written by Virginia Mazer. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Mamarsky. Cantor David Potterman sang the liturgical introduction. The narrator was Norman Rose. The production was under the direction of Fred Way. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program was written by Sylvia Berger. This summer, Rebecca Koheleth, social worker, educator, and writer, died at the age of 87. This story, The Woman Rich in Time, is dedicated to her memory. A short time ago, around the corner, there lived a little girl who was loved by her mother. Now, everybody else found her as welcome as a mosquito bite, because she asked too many questions. Marilla asked so many questions, in fact, that even her own mother sometimes wished she were a little puppy instead.
Mother?
Yes, Marilla?
Mother, why is rain wet?
Because it's made of water.
Well, where does the rain get the water?
It gets it from the clouds.
Where do the clouds get the water?
They get them from the ocean.
Well, where does the ocean get the water?
From the rain.
But, Mother!
What is it, Marilla?
Well, if the ocean gets the water from the rain, and the rain gets the water from the clouds, and the clouds get the water from the ocean, and the ocean gets the water from the rain, then why, Mother?
Why, Mother? Why, Mother? I don't know why, Mother. I never asked, and I was never told. Now pick up a towel and dry the silver spoons before you get a slap that you'll remember.
But as Marilla picked up a towel to dry the silver spoon, she said,
Mother?
Yes, Marilla?
Mother, why will I remember this slap more than the slap you gave me yesterday?
Now, anyone smart enough to have two ears can tell you that a man who asks too many questions is like a dog with fleas. You don't dare get too close to him, lest some come off on you. But no one had told that to Marilla, so she went on asking questions. She asked long questions, short questions, sharp questions, dull questions, questions with an answer, questions without an answer.
How deep is the blink of an eye?
Clever questions, useless questions.
Who has seen tomorrow come?
And just plain silly questions. But sometimes, when she had asked a question from the very marrow of her very heart, it seemed to Marilla that she heard the whisper of golden wings. And then she knew that she was about to be given an answer. But at that very moment, a leaf might fall or a clock would tick, and she wouldn't hear the answer after all. And so the years grew, and Marilla grew with them, until the time came when she herself had become a mother, and it was her turn to answer questions.
Why, Mother?
Because all good little children go to bed at this time. Now kiss Mother goodnight.
Sing the song.
David, I've already sung it 3 times.
Just once more.
All right. Just once more and then goodnight. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T,
U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
X, Y, Z. Oh, dear me, how shall I learn my ABC? Up to the ceiling, down to the
floor,
right to the
window,
left to the
door. Just once more, Mother, just once more.
No more now, David. We'll sing more tomorrow. Now you have to go to sleep, darling. Good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Mother?
What is it, David?
I want to ask a question.
What question do you want to ask?
Does it hurt a tomato when you bite it?
No, darling. It does not hurt a tomato when you bite it. Good night, David.
Good night, Mother.
What words are there to describe the love of a mother for her child? A mother sweetens with the love of her child as the warm earth sweetens with the summer sun. Her days are like days in a flowering orchard. Her nights are honeyed with contentment. Such were the days and nights of Marilla. And then one blackened hour a visitor came into her home,
And the visitor's name was Death.
Isadok ve'Iskadosh Shemei Rabo.
And Death took the son of Merileh.
Be'olemot iverach irusei.
And the sun in the sky burned black, and the black of the night burned with fires as Merileh wandered in search of Death. But Death would not be found, and Merileh prayed for her time to end. And one night, when she was not so young anymore that she had not seen the leaves fall from the trees, Merileh woke up with the biggest question she had ever asked. Merileh sat up in bed and she cried,
"What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it now in my life? Why won't time end for me?"
And then it seemed to Merileh that she heard the whisper of golden wings. But at that very moment, the ears of night turned deaf, the mouth of night turned dumb, and she heard the thunder of her empty heart. Merileh was persuaded to go to a doctor, and the doctor said, "You must try to eat more, Merileh. Rest, good food."
Is there a food, Doctor, that cannot be eaten by death?
And she went to another doctor, and he said, "You must try to get some rest, Merileh. Rest, sleep."
Is there a sleep longer than the sleep of death?
There was no doctor who could answer Merileh's questions. And then they told her of a woman rich in time, and they said that surely she would have the answers to Merileh's questions. And Merileh came to Rebecca Koheleth.
Sit down, Merileh.
Merileh sat down.
Forgive me for asking you to come to my bed, Merileh, but I've not been able to leave it for a few years.
Merileh raised her eyes.
One gets a little tired at 86.
Merileh looked at the frosted hair, the head lowered with time.
Tell me how I can help you, Merileh.
And Merileh was ashamed. But still she had to ask, and she asked her question.
What is stronger than death?
And she waited until Rebecca Koheleth spoke.
When we were children, we played beside our mother's knee. But when I was 7, my mother died, and every afternoon my brother Felix and I would go to her grave on Shockoe Hill to play our games.
Pepper, salt, mustard, cider. How many bullets killed a tiger? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. You missed. I did not. You did too. You said 30, 60, 50. I did not. I said 30, 40, 50.
I guess I don't want to play numbers anymore.
Why not?
I guess I want to play something else.
You want to climb the walnut tree?
No.
Do you want to play store?
Let's play store.
All right. Now, these leaves must be a dozen eggs. And this stick is a yard of calico. Now, you must come into my store and ask for a yard of calico, and I must tell you
I want to ask you for a saddle.
Oh, all right. This little bit of grass must be a saddle. Now, you come in and ask... Ma'am?
Hello, Miss Schwartz.
Rebecca Bettelheim, what are you doing? And you, Felix?
We're playing, ma'am.
We're playing, Miss Schwartz.
Playing in the cemetery?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Playing right beside your mother's grave?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Miss Schwartz.
Aren't you ashamed, Rebecca?
Well, no, ma'am.
No, Miss Schwartz.
We always play near our mother, Miss Schwartz.
We like to play near our mother, Miss Schwartz.
And this time Rebecca Koheleth waited to see whether Merileh had found her answer. But all Merileh said was,
What happened to you then?
I grew up. Oh, not the way a songbird grows, Merileh. Not the way a lily grows in the field. My father, you know, was a rabbi. I'm afraid that I sometimes found it rather a trial to be a rabbi's daughter, especially at meal times.
Rebecca.
Yes, Father.
Mrs. Schwartz is ready for more potatoes, Rebecca.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Schwartz. Will you have more potatoes?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Felix,
Yes, Father?
I think Mrs. Schwartz would care for a little more pie.
But there isn't. Would you care for more pie, Miss Schwartz?
Yeah, thank you.
My brother Felix and I used to grumble sometimes that we had to share the little food we had with outright strangers. But I know now that they weren't strangers at all. They were old friends. Hadn't they been introduced to us by our old friend, Hunger?
Rebecca Koheleth smiled into Marilla's eyes, but Marilla's eyes were turned on herself with grief, and she didn't see her. And like a mother coaxing an ailing child back to health, Rebecca Koheleth picked up her story.
I made up my mind, Marilla, when I was young, that I would never be poor again. And above all, I would never marry a rabbi, because rabbis had little money, and what little they had, they gave away. Then, I was 24 at the time, I remember it well. I went to visit my cousins in New York, and I met a man called Alexander Koheleth. I must have sounded very light-minded because I fell in love with him at once.
I am very charmed to know you, Miss Bettelheim. Are you staying in New York long?
Oh, I'm here on a short visit, Dr. Koheleth.
I have not been here very long either.
Oh, it's only an accident that I'm here at all.
An accident?
I mean, I would never be here if it weren't for the rate war.
Please?
The railroads are fighting for each other's customers, Dr. Koheleth. They've both reduced their rates so low now that it costs almost nothing to travel. Our whole family's taking trips this summer.
Of course.
I've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Koheleth.
A great deal that is nice.
Oh, yes, indeed. My father told me all about the work you've been doing on the Talmud and ancient literature.
I have heard about you, too, Miss Bettelheim.
You have?
You forgot. Your father also came to visit because of the rate war.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course, you're here with your family, Dr. Koheleth?
My 3 sons.
3 sons? How nice.
And 5 daughters.
Oh? How nice. When you're young, you bargain with tomorrow. This I will have. This I won't have. This is not for me. Oh, but tomorrow's treasures are hidden from the eyes of today. At 17, I knew I would never marry a poor man, a rabbi, especially a widowed rabbi without money and with 8 children. And that which I had wanted least is what I loved most. My family's need of me. Each night, 8 children had to be tutored in English.
Thank you.
No, children, not thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, that's very good. Well, now let's get back to the presidents of the United States. Who was the first president?
George Washington.
Oh, Washington.
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 And 8 children had to be tutored in American customs.
Never, never, never. I will never go there again, never.
Oh, Margaret, darling, don't be so upset. It's not as bad as all that.
As long as I live, never, never.
Oh, but Margaret, dear, I've already told you they didn't mean to hurt you. They liked you. Couldn't you see that they liked you?
I don't believe it. Even if all the family is invited there, even if George and Louis and Elizabeth and Helen and Valerie and Eugene and Gazelle and you and Father, even if you are all invited and you all go to visit them, I won't. I will send word that I've had.
Oh, really, Margaret? Darling, you wouldn't want to be unkind to 2 lonely old people who never meant you any harm, would you? Mr. and Mrs. Handler are so lonely, Margaret, and they do so enjoy visitors.
I don't care. They laughed at me.
Oh, no, they didn't, dear. They weren't laughing at you. They were laughing.
No, you are laughing at me.
No, I'm not, dear. Not at you. I was just laughing at the look that came over Mrs. Handler's face when she saw you bowing from the waist.
Many people bow from the waist. Father and... thousands of people.
Oh, I know, dear, many people do it, but they're mostly men. And, well, I don't think Mrs. Handler was quite accustomed to seeing a little girl bow from the waist when she was introduced to her.
I only wanted to be polite.
Of course, darling, and I'm very glad you were. I wouldn't want you to be impolite ever, but you know, Margaret, manners are different in every country, and what might have been perfectly correct in Hungary might seem just a little strange here in America. Anyway, let's forget all about it and have some fun. Let's go out for a nice long walk in the park. I can finish dinner later. How would you like that?
I don't know.
Oh, we'll have a perfectly wonderful time, Margaret. Ah, you see, isn't it beautiful out? Hurry, dear.
I'm coming, Mother. Oh, it is beautiful out, Mother.
Of course it is. Oh, there's Officer O'Reilly. Good afternoon, Officer O'Reilly. Say good afternoon to Officer O'Reilly, darling.
Good afternoon, Officer O'Reilly. Mother, he's laughing at me.
Margaret, dear.
Yes, Mother?
Margaret, dear, it is not the custom in this particular neighborhood to bow to the ground when you meet Officer O'Reilly on the street. You merely say, good afternoon, and you continue calmly on your way. And 8 children tutored in American fashions.
Mother. Psst. Hey, Mother.
What? Oh, my goodness, George, you startled me.
Shh. Is Father around?
Well, your father's upstairs, George, working on his book. Would you like me to get him?
No. That would be terrible.
Terrible? Well, what's happened, George? Is there something serious?
Yes.
Well, I'd better call Father.
No, that would just make it worse. He had better not know until it's done.
Until it's done?
I'll need your help, Mother.
My help? All right, George. What do you want me to do?
Buy a derby.
What?
For my bar mitzvah. Mother, I'm not going to stand up to the ceremony without a derby.
Oh, yes, of course, George, but if you want a derby, George, I don't see why your father can't come with us.
Have you forgotten the coat he bought me?
The coat?
It had a fur collar.
Well, it was warm.
He said it made me look like a prince.
It was quite beautiful, George.
He wanted me to wear it to school.
It would have been lovely for school.
Except that it was green.
Yes, I will go with you, George, to buy your derby.
At Bloomingdale's.
What's that, George?
Well, I went into the subject of derby hats with my colleagues at school, Mother. The American-type derby can be had only at Bloomingdale's.
Alexander Koheleth knew Hebrew, Hungarian, German, French, Italian, Latin, and Arabic. But his lectures had to be given in English. Alexander?
Yes, Rebecca?
What is this word here? I can't quite make it out.
Where, dear? Oh, yes. My handwriting is atrocious. It is wünschen. That means, how shall I say?
Oh, I know what it means, dear. I just couldn't make out the writing. I'll have the translation finished in a few minutes now.
You're very kind to us, my dear.
Oh, no. No, I'm not. I love working with you on your lectures, Alexander.
You have done a great deal for us, Rebecca. You have given the children understanding and love. And as for me, without you, Rebecca, I think I should have been lost completely.
Oh, no, Alexander. It was I who was lost until you found me. I never knew that until I could give myself to another's happiness, I could never be happy at all.
In the room where Marilla sat listening to Rebecca Koheleth, twilight gathered in the corners and spilled like smoke upon the pictures on the walls. Marilla raised her eyes, and then she pointed to one.
That is my father.
And Marilla pointed to another.
That is my brother Felix.
And Marilla said,
They're dead. They died.
And Marilla pointed to the picture of a tall and dark-eyed man.
That is my husband.
And Marilla cried,
But he, too, is dead. My husband died when I was 32. Then what was there left for you? I had no time to ask. I had my children to work for.
And where are your children now?
No child can stay forever with his mother.
But when your children left you alone, what did you do then?
I worked for other mothers' children. There were some who were lonely and needed a friend, and some who were hungry.
Excuse me. Can you please tell me where I can find Mrs. Koheleth? Mrs. Rebecca Koheleth.
I am Mrs. Koheleth. Oh, won't you sit down, my dear?
Thank you. Mrs. Koheleth.
Yes, child.
Mrs. Koheleth, I'm here because I came here because...
Come, child. Tell me how I can help you.
I would never have come here, Mrs. Koheleth. I would never have come here to bother you. And I know you must have troubles of your own, and everybody's been coming to you, but the other girls, you helped them, Mrs. Koheleth. You found jobs for them. I looked, Mrs. Koheleth. Don't think I haven't looked.
I know you have, child.
I stood in line 6 hours this morning outside a restaurant. And signs said waitresses. Till a man came out and said for us to go home, the job was taken. He kept coming out and telling us to go home, the job was taken, but nobody would move, nobody. And I stayed too. Until they sent for the cops.
I know.
Oh, please, Mrs. Koheleth.
Child, there isn't a factory in town now which doesn't throw me out when they see me at their door.
You found jobs for the others. I heard about it.
Yes, I know, but now they leave orders with the office boy. When Rebecca Koheleth comes around, get her out. She's a pest. She wants jobs.
Mrs. Koheleth, I gotta have work.
I'll try, child. There must be some place that hasn't thrown me out yet. I know. I think I'll try the mayor's office.
Rebecca Koheleth remembered and smiled. But Marilla said,
That was long ago. That particular girl, I think she came to see me in 1904. Perhaps it was 1903. There have been so many things to do, so many people I don't always remember exactly.
But all those people are dead now. All the people you knew are gone, and you're all alone. What is there for you now? What is stronger than death?
I heard about a young girl the other day. She wants to get married, but there are difficulties. I shall have to help her.
Have to help her?
Yes, child. I shall have to help her to find herself.
Marilla looked at the frosted hair, the head lowered with time. And then it seemed to Marilla that she heard the whisper of golden wings. Marilla had heard the answer.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Professor Shalom Spiegel, Secretary of the Alexander Koheleth Memorial Foundation and William Prager Professor of the Medieval Hebrew Literature at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Professor Spiegel.
In a sequel to her autobiography, published but a year before her death, Rebecca Koheleth cheerfully recommended meddling in other people's affairs. Meddling, for instance, in the life of an unemployed person to find him or her a job. I always try to get jobs for people, and I hope someone gives me a job in the hereafter. She wrote 4 books of memoirs, heartwarming human documents, chronicles of a dedicated worker in the front ranks of American Jewish womanhood. Zestfully, she pioneered in education and social work and communal service, by her example, discovering for countless women new roads to civic usefulness. A rebel she was, by necessity rather than inclination, to repair old wrongs and restore to new dignity the 2 victims of long prejudice, the woman and the Jew. But strife was not her element. She rejoiced most as a willing link in the chain of an ancient tradition, the basic inspiration of her life remaining reverence for Jewish scholarship. She readily admitted Alexander Kohut, while he was alive, had been her great calling, and she always felt proud that in the 7 years before he died, it was she who served Jacob, and not Jacob who served her. For a scar belongs not to his family alone, but to his people, to all people. How lovingly she wrote about the filial piety of George, the son of Alexander Kohut, and eagerly she helped him to establish a foundation bearing his father's name and devoted to the furtherance of original research and publications of notable books in Hebrew lore and literature. To the very end, she was the heart and soul of the Alexander Kohut Memorial Foundation and made provision that its work should go on, even when she is gone. And wherever and as long as Jewish learning is cherished, the name of the Koheleth, Rebecca's included, will be a benediction.
Thank you, Professor Spiegel. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Woman Rich in Time, was written by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Bryna Rayburn was featured as Mrs. Kohut. Joan Alexander was Medela, and Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Legend of the Mountain, was written by Morton Wishengrad and stars Raymond Massey as Walt Whitman.
I see something of God each hour of the 24. In the faces of men and women I see God, and in my own face in the glass I find letters from God dropped in the street, and every one is signed by God's name. And I leave them where they are, for I know that wheresoe'er I go, others will punctually come forever and ever.
His name is Walt Whitman, and up beyond Lake Nineveh in the country this side of Sinai Mountain, They have a legend about him. I should tell you that people here, like people in Vermont, look with favor on names like Sinai and Nineveh. They're not like people you know. Perhaps it's because the country is different, with a lost, wistful look about it, and sunshine that's sad, and nights that are lonelier than most. How many times did Walt Whitman come? And was he dead when he came, or still alive, or not even born? No one seems to know, but he did come, and I'll tell you the story the way it's been told to me. There were two brothers. One was named Adam and one was called Ephraim. And each had a farm high up on Sinai Mountain, which could have been Vermont. Every year they farmed the land, and every year each harvested for himself 100 bushels of grain. Maybe Walt Whitman heard about the 100 bushels that never failed. Or maybe he heard that Adam didn't have a wife. And so he walked all the way from the island of Manhattan to where Adam was plowing in the field.
Hello, Adam.
Whoa.
I know your name.
All right.
Leave the plow for a minute. Come here and sit down.
Who are you?
It doesn't matter. I came a long way, and I want to talk to you.
Well, you can talk. I'll stand here.
Very well, Adam. Then I'll stand, too.
Well, suit yourself.
Adam, why are you plowing?
Break the ground for the seed.
Why?
I fight the ground. You have to fight to live.
An animal fights for life, too. Adam, are you better than an animal?
I don't know. I hadn't thought of it.
If you had a wife, she might help you think.
My brother Ephraim has a wife.
There is someone, Adam, isn't there?
Well, look at me. Look at my face. Look at my hair, my hands, my great big clumsy feet.
Her name is Esther, isn't it?
Quit. It's not your affair. Go away and let me be.
Adam. Man, that's what your name means. Adam, listen to me. What have you thought of yourself? Is it that you thought the president greater than you? Or the rich better off than you? Or the educated wiser than you? Because you were greasy and pimpled, or were once drunk or a thief? Or that you are no scholar and never saw your name in print? Do you give in that you are any less immortal?
Why have you come here? Who are you? What do you want from me?
I find you animal. I want you human.
What concern is it of yours?
Every man is my concern. Every man created in a greater image.
I'm not like that. I'm nothing but a farmer. I plant seed and I harvest grain.
The sum of all known reverence I add up in you. Laws, courts, the forming of states, the charters of cities, the going and coming of commerce and mails are all for you. Sculpture and monuments and anything inscribed anywhere are tallied in you. If you were not breathing and walking here, where would they all be? Adam, all music is what awakens from you when you are reminded by the instruments.
They stood there on Sinai Mountain, which could have been Vermont, not saying any more words. And then Walt Whitman went away, leaving Adam alone in the field. That night, Adam took some ashes, for he had no soap, and he scrubbed his face and his arms and his neck and washed himself clean with rainwater. He scraped the dirt from his shoes, and he walked down the mountain to speak to Esther.
I've been living like an animal, but I'm a human man. Esther, could you find it in your heart to marry me?
Adam, why did it take you such a long time to ask?
At the foot of Sinai Mountain, you'll find a little clapboard and shingle house. Actually, it isn't more than a one-room hut. But it's a house of worship, meeting hall, burying parlor, and place to get born in. Adam's brother Ephraim came for the wedding, and Jenny, his wife, and the people who lived near Lake Nineveh.
Adam, do you think the stranger will come?
I don't know. But you'll be able to tell him by his signs. A rain-proof coat, good shoes, and the staff cut from the woods.
There was no merrymaking, for they waited for the stranger to reappear.
Well, I guess...
Then the guests began to leave.
Before I go, I'll lift a glass of elderberry wine to your happiness.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
A toast. Fertile land and fertile wives. That's what I always say.
The last guest departed, and only the two brothers and their wives remained. They waited. Esther saw him first.
On the road from Nineveh. He has the look of a man who tramps a perpetual journey.
He came right up to them, a stranger. They didn't even know his name. And he bent down without a single word, and he kissed the bride.
Thank you. We've waited for you.
I'm sorry. I've walked from Manhattan to Sinai Mountain. It's a long way, yet much closer than you think.
But you've come too late to celebrate.
No, Esther. I celebrate myself and sing myself, and what I assume you shall assume. For every atom belonging to me, as good belongs to you.
Then Walt Whitman did a strange thing. He held out his hands, the fingers spread. The fingers spread the way Aaron had once spread his own fingers in the Egyptian desert. And the two brothers and their two wives bent their heads toward him for a blessing.
You shall possess the good of the earth and sun. There are millions of suns left. You shall no longer take things at second or third hand, nor look through the eyes of the dead, nor feed on the specters in books. You shall not look through my eyes either, nor take things from me. You shall listen from all sides and filter them from yourself.
Raise your head, Adam. The blessing has finished. Sir, I do not know you, but you came to me and kissed my lips.
I came to kiss a bride. I will come a second time when you are again a bride.
The brothers and their wives went up the mountain to work their separate land. Ephraim broke the ground on the south slope, Adam on the west slope. They put in the seed and they waited for the rain. Two brothers separated by land. The rain came, watering the seed, and the sun followed, warming the wet earth and quickening the seed to life. And by a similarity of design, there was within Esther a quickening of life also.
Adam, are you curious to know why I've asked you to walk into the field on the Sabbath?
I'm satisfied to walk with you, Esther.
But you should be curious.
You brought me here so that we could both see how the seed planted has ripened into grain.
Adam, I brought you here
You're
to...
tired, Esther. There's sweat on your lip. I'll wipe it off.
I have something to tell you,
I have
Adam.
something to tell you. Oh, you were fine to look at before when you were a girl. But not like now.
Adam, I've listened to you. Now you listen to me.
You're very grave. Gravity is becoming with gray eyes, Esther. Oh, I embarrass you. I think a husband should speak such things when he has a mind for it. But if you're displeased, we shall talk about the grain.
Adam, all I want to tell you
We
is...
shall have a fine harvest. At least 100 bushels of good grain.
Adam, you're a stick. A clod who can talk about nothing but grain ripening in the field and harvest.
Why not? The planting, the ripening, and the harvest. That's all there is for all things living.
And for me. Did you know that, Adam?
I knew. Esther, even if I were blind, I would have known. Only to be near you, and I would have known. May I bring my harvest home. And Esther, may you bring home yours.
The season changed. On the south slope, Ephraim brought home 100 bushels of grain. He had always done this. 100 bushels, but no more, for he and his wife were barren. On the west slope, Adam brought home 100 bushels, and Esther brought home a son. It was a double harvest. And Walt Whitman came again as he had promised, and he kissed her lips.
I know why. I have a son. I am a bride again.
I promised you.
Adam married well, and I married well. And our son will marry well, all our sons.
Esther, why do you exult? This is the time for contrition. Be humble now.
I am better than my sister-in-law. She is barren, and I have given my husband a perfect son. Look in his cradle.
I don't have to look, Esther.
Look for yourself. You don't have to believe me.
Shall I tell you what I believe? Your son is perfect. But so are all men, so are all things. I believe that a leaf of grass is no less than the journey work of the stars, and the pismire is equally perfect in a grain of sand in the egg of the wren, and the running blackberry would adorn the parlors of heaven, and the narrowest hinge in my hands put to scorn all machinery, and the cow crunching with depressed head surpasses any statue, and the mouse is miracle enough to stagger sextillions of infidels.
Why do you say this to me?
I came once and I found Adam an animal, and I come now and find you human. And perhaps I want more.
There is nothing more than human. What is there?
I cannot tell you. It is something that you and Adam must distill from yourselves.
You reproach me because I said my sister-in-law has no children.
Yes.
And because I exulted that I have a child.
Yes.
But she's bitter against me. Why shouldn't I exult?
Esther, this is why I came to Adam and why I kissed your lips. I came to say, whoever walks a furlong without sympathy walks to his own funeral dressed in his shroud. These are really the thoughts of all men in all ages and lands. They are not original with me. If they are not yours as much as mine, they are nothing, or next to nothing. If they are not the riddle and the untying of the riddle, they are nothing. This is the grass that grows wherever the land is and the water is. This is the common air that bathes the globe. Whoever walks a furlong without sympathy walks to his own funeral dressed in his shroud.
I'm telling you the legend as I heard it. You will find some of the words written down, but not all. And Walt Whitman went to Adam's brother on Sinai Mountain, which could have been Vermont. And he found Ephraim bitter against the world and his brother.
He is your brother.
Yes, he's my brother, but I am also a man. My name is Ephraim, the name that comes from the word poro, the word that means fruitful. I am misnamed.
No man is ever misnamed. Ephraim, your name is true. You are fruitful.
I have no son.
Your brother's son is your son, Ephraim.
More words. My brother's son belongs to my brother.
And to you, Ephraim. Listen to me. You are your brother, and your brother is you. You are the son of every father, living or dead, and every child born is born to you. So long as a child is born anywhere, no man or woman anywhere is barren.
I don't know who you are. I don't know why you came to Sinai Mountain.
I could have gone anywhere. Truth is true anywhere.
But I'm Ephraim. I'm a man born to die. And I want to leave something, someone, a part of my name and myself. That's what I was born for. Now I'm only half-born.
Ephraim, do you think you are unfulfilled? Every life is its own fulfillment. It is not the earth which is great. It is you. The whole theory of the universe is dedicated unerringly to one single individual, namely to you.
Ephraim thought this through. He took his hand from the plow and spread his own calloused fingers, the 10 calloused fingers of a sovereign individual.
If the universe is for me, because I am an individual,
Yes, Ephraim.
then it is also for my brother, isn't it? And my brother's brother. We are each absolute, and yet each a part of each other. Is that what you mean?
But Walt Whitman had disappeared. It was as though Ephraim had distilled the thought from himself. And perhaps he had. That day, Adam and Ephraim left their plows in the field and went home to speak to their wives. And each said,
I have been selfish.
They were separated by land, but the words were the same.
I have forgotten my brother.
And Adam said,
Esther, we shall have children to provide for our old age. But Ephraim won't.
And Ephraim said,
My brother has more mouths to feed than I.
There was coincidence here. Two brothers, each producing 100 bushels of grain, each fighting the soil for existence, even as animals fight for existence. Each human with jealousy, human with bitterness, human with exultation. And now, each rising. Rising toward what?
Esther, help me pack 10 bushels with grain. Tonight, when it is dark, I shall carry them to Ephraim's farm. He'll be provided for his old age.
Why, if we can spare 10 bushels of grain, I'll bring them to Adam's farm when it's dark. He doesn't have to know.
And together, although they were separated by land, they said,
Let him think the Lord has provided.
It's dark enough, Adam. Now, don't lose the grain in the night.
I won't, Esther. Stay with the child. I'll be home as quickly as I can.
And on the other side of the mountain, Ephraim lifted 10 bushels and said to his wife,
Shouldn't take very long, but I'll have to be careful. Adam's a proud man.
And so in the night, while the crickets draped the mountain and the darkness hung like a black lantern, Adam and Ephraim, carrying 10 bushels of grain, passed each other in the night. Immortal man, the individual, thinking of his brother. Where was Walt Whitman during this night? I don't know. Was he alive or dead or not even born? I don't know. And did he laugh when in the morning the brothers each awoke and went to his storage bin and found it full?
Esther!
Jenny!
I swear I took out 10 bushels.
It is a rational world. 10 is a rational number preceded by 9 digits. It is a useful measure of weight. 10 is 10. It must have been an error, a delusion. The previous night's journey was only a dream. And so they tried again that night.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bushels of grain. Wife, you're a witness. I must be losing my mind. The storage bin is full.
They tried a third night. I don't know whether it is true, but they say that Walt Whitman came to Sinai Mountain, which could have been Vermont, to watch immortal man straining toward divinity. It was a night blacker than a wolf's mouth, and not a cricket sang, not a leaf stirred. The only sound in the night was the sound of Adam, a name which means man, and the sound of Ephraim, a name which derives from a word meaning fruitful. 2 men carrying 10 bushels of grain, laden with individual sovereignty. And in the blackness of the night, they stumbled on the same path and came toward each other. They could not see one another. They could not hear one another. And so they collided. And instantly they knew.
Brother.
It was the whole meaning. Brother. They held one another in the dark. It was all plain to them.
The planting, the ripening, and the harvest.
For this, Walt Whitman came to Sinai Mountain, for he had foreseen this. And Adam knew then what Walt Whitman has told me and what I will tell my children. That never since the beginning of time was the earth so close to heaven as it was on that night.
The child said, "What is the grass?" Fetching it to me with full hands, how could I answer the child? I do not know what it is any more than he. I guess it is the handkerchief of the Lord. And I know that the hand of God is the elder hand of my own. And I know that the Spirit of God is the eldest brother of my own. And that all the men ever born are also my brothers.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Daniel G. Ross, Chairman of the National Planning and Campaign Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Ross.
In these days of international tension and conflict, there is no message more suited to the times than these great lines of Walt Whitman. Camarado, I give you my hand. Shall we stick by each other as long as we live? Throughout the ages, Jews lived under conditions which necessarily focused all their efforts on mere survival. Adherence to both the ritual and moral law afforded to many personal salvation or self-fulfillment. But neither such survival nor such personal salvation is enough. Judaism calls upon all peoples to accept the moral law as it applies to all mankind everywhere. This universal aspect of Judaism must be emphasized and expanded if we are to achieve that which Walt Whitman so eagerly sought, a spiritual democracy throughout the world. This world brotherhood can be achieved only by the fundamental affirmation by all faiths of their highest ethical principles. These religious teachings, once learned, must not be merely an intellectual exercise, but rather the very foundation of living. We cannot safely tamper with human institutions and habits unless we know how they came to be. We cannot cope with the reluctance and refusal of some nations and some groups to submerge their own self-centered aims unless we begin with a historical approach. We cannot understand how this universal aspect of Judaism as a world faith can help all nations attain an enduring world peace unless we as Jews understand what Judaism really is. We should not be permitted to grow up in ignorance of our people's great ethical tradition and history. Opportunities are available for ministers, priests, and rabbis to study the common goals of their respective faiths and the way that they may together contribute to the betterment of mankind. It is now essential that all the members of all faiths engage in intensive study of their own past and their own religious civilization as a firm foundation upon which world brotherhood can be built. To this end, our institutions of higher learning should dedicate themselves and for that purpose develop appropriate forums. The next step beyond that will be the creation of universal schools, where all faiths will generate the kind of goodwill relations that will be deep and abiding. There they may learn to respect themselves, and at the same time respect the differences of conviction and belief as part of the essential pattern of a true democracy. We shall then be grateful for the brotherhood that springs from common studies, common enthusiasms, and a common heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Legend of the Mountain, was written by Morton Wishengrad and starred Raymond Massey as Walt Whitman. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
הנרות הללו אנחנו מדליקים על הניסים ועל התשועות.
Today, in observance of Hanukkah, we bring you Candles in the Jungle by Helen Candell Hyman.
A lot of you know that song, don't you? The Hanukkah song I know best. Whenever I heard it after I grew up, I used to remember Hanukkah in my parents' home, standing with my family around the menorah, the 8-branch candlestick, lighting a new candle each night. I'd remember how someone would retell the story of Judah Maccabeus, who won freedom for the Jews, how everyone would sing and eat and play games and have fun. But now when I hear that song, I think of a Hanukkah party not with my family, but with a bunch of boys in uniform. Not in my home, but in the jungles of Assam in 1944. I was stationed in India for most of the war, sergeant in public relations. But all of a sudden, in 1944, I'm made assistant to one of the Jewish chaplains. I can't describe my job exactly. I do anything from setting up transportation and crossing Army red tape to actually helping with the services. Well, this Hanukkah I'm talking about, the chaplain had an idea.
Si, I'm going to need travel orders.
Travel orders? Who's going anywhere? Aren't we staying at the base for Hanukkah?
We were, but just this week I began to think about some of those isolated outposts in Assam. There must be a handful of Jewish boys in every one of those camps. They haven't much hope of celebrating Hanukkah unless we do something about it.
Oh, there's only 2 of us, Chaplain, and a whole string of little isolated camps.
When we're at home on Hanukkah, Si, we add a new candle to the candelabra every night for 8 nights. What I'm going to do is light each new candle in a different camp. Draw me up a list of 8 posts we can reach in half-day hops.
Okay. What else?
Nothing else.
I have a candelabra and the candles.
But, Chaplain...
That's all I need to give the boys a simple Hanukkah service.
So all of a sudden, I'm setting up a jungle tour. And we're on our way to celebrate Hanukkah in the wilderness. We hit our first post 2 days before the festival began. And what a place. Right in the middle of nowhere. And some of the men had been stuck there for 17 months. When you've been 17 months in a place like that, you don't expect much. Not even from holidays and festivals. But the first night, quite a crowd came to talk to us. Maybe it's because Hanukkah is such a gay, happy festival and so important to the whole family. Or maybe it was just a good opportunity to talk about home. Because pretty soon that's all they were talking about. Home. Hanukkah at home.
Oh, and what a time we had. The whole family would get together at our house the first night and give presents.
Just the first night? Well, we had a new present every night for 8 nights. First we'd light the candles, then open the presents, and then sing until...
Singing? You talk about singing, Stone. My grandmother, well, she knew more songs for Hanukkah than you've ever even heard of.
My grandfather was the guy. He's dead now, but I remember we'd go to his house, and every year he'd make us a different kind of dreidel. Dreidel? Yeah, you know, Stevens, the Hanukkah tops the kids play with.
Well, fellas, right now, you are looking at the champion dreidel spinner of South Chicago. Why, I bet if I was home right now...
Right now, we'd all be getting ready for the fun.
Yeah, just about now. This minute, maybe. My mother's getting down the big brass candlestick and polishing it.
Yeah. The kids are making tops at Sunday school.
My pop's getting the piano tuned.
Right now? Right this minute, all I think about are latkes. Oh, Hanukkah pancakes.
And my sister Bet's brother... Pancakes. Hanukkah latkes.
Oh, how'd I forget them? I can taste them now.
Crisp, golden, light, bubbly pancakes. Good shower.
But with sugar on top.
No, not with sugar. Sour cream.
Sour cream? Who'd ever want sour cream? Hey, wait a second. Stevens, where do you come in on this? You're not Jewish.
Well, maybe I'm not, but I grew up next door to a Jewish family, and every year they gave us a pancake feast. I bet I'm the best pancake appreciator in the whole room.
Oh, that crunchy part on the outside and that soft, wonderful middle.
Oh. Hey, fellas, you remember the pancake song?
Kemach, kemach min hasak, shemen, shemen min hakad, Chanukah hayom, Chag na'im nachmod, la 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 la.
Chaplain, a miracle happened on Hanukkah, didn't it?
Yes. After the Maccabean victory, the Jews found they had only enough oil to keep the eternal light burning in the temple for 1 day. But a miracle happened, and the light burned for 8 days until new oil could be found. That's why we light the candles for 8 days.
Oh, sure, I remember. Then how about working a miracle for us right here? How about getting us pancakes for Hanukkah?
All right, boys, all right. If you really want it, I'll see if a miracle can be arranged.
Well, that started the whole thing. By the time I hit the sack that night, the whole post had latkes fever. The Jewish boys caught it first, and they passed it on to the others. They all had 17 months of boredom in that jungle. Same faces, same talk, same chow. And then suddenly, they all felt the Hanukkah pancakes would make their lives bearable. I told the chaplain the spot we were in the next morning.
But I still don't see why you're worried.
Chaplain, you don't know mess sergeants. Some of them are good guys, and they'll break their necks fixing holiday chow, turkey, and trimmings. If you ask them to make something they never even seen or never heard of...
It's not impossible, Si. This pancake fever is so understandable. It's given these boys something to think about and look forward to, a change, a break.
But what I'm saying, Chaplain, is we probably can't do it for them. So let's get out of this thing before it builds up much more. Give them the service you planned. You can have a perfectly fine Hanukkah without pancakes.
Of course you can. But you know yourself, Si, how many customs have grown up around our festivals. How much there is that's gay and fun for grown-ups as well as children. For every serious and solemn part, there's a chance for gaiety and fun. My children know the serious part of Hanukkah, but they also know that it's time for fun, that they can sing and play games, and that lots of good food will be cooking in the kitchen.
Pancakes, I know.
Yes, pancakes. You know, Si, there's wisdom in a tradition that recognizes how people are made, that they need this balancing of the serious and the gay. We drink wine on Friday night and sing on Saturday night. That's the balance for a quiet, contemplative Sabbath. Listen, Si, If having Hanukkah pancakes is going to break the monotony of a jungle post in Assam, even for a few hours, there'll be pancakes.
So the next thing to do was to break the news to the mess sergeant. He came over to see the chaplain. Some of the boys who had become sort of an official pancake committee asked to come, too.
I came along, too, Chaplain. Is it okay?
Well, sure, Stevens.
I figured since I was the best latke authority around.
Get him, will you? The latke.
Yeah, listen, Stevens, what you don't know about pancakes... All right now, boys. I've asked the mess sergeant about this, and he's perfectly willing to make the pancakes. Aren't you, Sergeant?
Sure, I'll make them, Chaplain.
Hear that, fellas? We got pancakes coming up. Wait till I tell all the other
Just don't do any telling yet, Corporal. I said I'd make these pancakes if someone tells me how.
Oh. Well, Chaplain, how would you say?
You take... I don't know exactly, Lester. My mother always made them at home.
Oh. Well, all you do is take potatoes.
Not potatoes. Flour.
Flour. Whoever heard of flour? You take potatoes, raw potatoes, and grate them.
Raw potatoes? You're crazy, Lester. Look, Sarge, all you do is take mashed potatoes.
All right, Stevens, will you keep out of this?
I can see it now, I tell you. Mrs. Canner took mashed potatoes.
Okay, I got my raw potatoes, and I got my mashed potatoes, and my flour. Now what do I do?
Now, listen to me, Sarge. You got your raw grated potatoes.
Yeah, grated potatoes.
Yeah, then you throw in some chopped up onions.
Onions? You'll ruin it.
Sarge, look, I'll give it to you straight.
And I'm giving it to you straight. I'll make anything the chaplain here wants out of potatoes or out of flour. But until someone tells me how, you'll all eat French fried, mashed, and bread.
You'd have thought we had a major setback at the front, or that all leaves were canceled. The news that pancakes were not coming up spread in no time. Talk about morale. It was low. Real low. But by midday, the tide turned again.
We're saved, Chaplain.
What's happened?
Well, Chaplain, look, this is Corporal Peterson. He's a radio operator. Well, go ahead. You tell him, Peterson.
Well, sir, it's like this. There's a new unit just moved up. They're stationed down the river about 35 miles. Well, I was sending some messages for the captain this morning, and before I signed off, I told their radio operator about our pancake situation here.
Yeah, you sure thought Peterson was nuts at first.
Boy, I'll say. Then I sort of explained, and he got real helpful. He told me they got a mess sergeant with their unit, a swell guy.
Yeah, his name's Boris.
Yeah, and he used to be a chef at a big Jewish restaurant in Chicago.
Yeah, and he's breaking his neck right this minute to get over here and make us pancakes.
Sergeant Borisoff, you're an answer to our prayers.
And you are to mine, Chaplain. 2.5 years in the Army, and what's the routine? Meat, potatoes, and vegetables. Meat, potatoes, and vegetables. Month in, month out. What'll I do when I get out of here? I keep asking myself. I, Borisoff, will have lost my art. My technique. Latkes, blintzes, kreplach, knishes. I've forgotten what they are. And then you come along and give me the chance.
Just latkes, Sergeant. Just pancakes. Now, you just talk it over with our mess sergeant. Tell him what you'll need, and he'll give you all the help he can.
Thanks, Chaplain. But I won't need much. All you do is take your raw potatoes, you grate them.
Okay, Stevens, you heard the man. Raw potatoes.
Grate in onions, a little salt, pepper, and then a few little secrets of my own, of course. Finally, a little flour, raw eggs, and...
Raw eggs?
Of course, raw whole eggs, unbeaten.
Raw eggs? Is he kidding? You couldn't use powdered eggs?
I couldn't consider it. The raw whole egg is one of the secrets of a good pancake.
Ah, you're new out here, ain't you? Last time I saw an egg was 8 months ago in Calcutta. It was real pretty.
Yeah, we know what eggs look like, Sarge.
Yeah, but we've forgotten what they taste like.
Just a minute, boys. You couldn't possibly make your pancakes without eggs, Sergeant?
Don't ask me, Chaplain. Don't ask me. Meat, potatoes, and vegetables, I can force myself to make them every day. But latkes without eggs? No.
Well, there we were again, back where we started. Even the men knew they were licked. Somehow or other, they could expect the impossible, but eggs were something out of the question. I did my best, I really did, because by this time I'd caught the fever, too. And if there was a way to get eggs into that jungle, I was going to do it. Peterson, how far away is the biggest post in the area?
Oh, about 150 miles south, Sarge.
Well, radio them, see if they have an egg we could borrow.
Sorry, Sarge. They haven't seen an egg in 6 months.
Lester, is there a routine flight from one of the cities expected in today or tomorrow?
I don't know, Sarge. Why?
Maybe we could radio them before they take off. Get them to bring a crate of eggs along. Find out, will you?
Sorry, Sarge. No flights expected in before Tuesday.
Stevens, what do you suppose would happen if we requested permission to fly a special plane down to Calcutta to bring back some eggs?
I have a pretty good idea, Sarge, but I'll check for sure. I checked to see what would happen, Sarge.
Well?
Permission would be denied.
Well, that really did it. By this time, the pancake problem had worried itself right up to the top. And pretty soon the chaplain was up at headquarters explaining things to the major.
I'll admit that things have got a bit out of hand, Major.
Out of hand? I heard about this pancake idea the other night when it first started, and I thought it was fine. But when it comes to asking for special planes, extra flights, well, it's just impossible.
I know, Major, and I think the boys do, too, by now.
Chaplain, why are these pancakes so important to your festival? I've been wondering all along, and then this morning I even looked up your Hanukkah service in Lesser's prayer book. Can't find a mention of pancakes.
You won't find them in the service, mate. You won't find them in the service, mate. You won't find them in the service, mate. You won't find them...
Be surprised, Dibbles, I know something about.
Well, I think I know why, too. Because of Judah Maccabeus.
Yes. He appealed to me when I was young because he was such a great soldier. But this morning, when I looked in your prayer book, I didn't find him mentioned either.
It seems strange, doesn't it? This festival does celebrate a great soldier, Judah, and a great military victory, which won the most important thing for the Jews, the right to worship God in their own way. But in our service, you'll find no mention of the soldier or the victory.
But why? You admit they're important.
Well, according to our faith, no individual is important enough to be set on too high a pedestal. After all, the individual is only carrying out the will and the work of God. The individual is only a tool.
Well, if the individual isn't important, how about the victory itself? Why isn't that mentioned?
Because a military victory is not all important. Both sides pay a tremendous price. We can see this right now in 1944, with this war we're fighting. The important thing is how that victory is used, what it brings after it. Whether the price paid for a victory is repaid by a good peace.
Yes.
Now, in the case of Hanukkah, the military victory of the Maccabees was not the great thing. The most important feature of that victory is that the Jews won back their freedom to lead their own life.
But it does seem that your services pass over some of the very important parts of the festival.
Well, put it this way, Major. There are many parts to every religious festival. There are the deepest, most spiritual meanings. These you'll find in our prayers and services. Then there's the history, the stories of the events that took place and the men and women who took part in them. These are written up elsewhere and told and retold every year. Finally, there are the trimmings.
Trimmings?
The way we celebrate our festival, the way we enjoy them and pass on our enjoyment from generation to generation, the songs we sing, the games we play, the food we eat.
Which leads us back again to the pancakes, doesn't it?
I'm afraid it does. It's a very unfortunate...
Oh, excuse me, Chaplain. Come in.
Sergeant Wall requests permission to speak to Chaplain Millman, sir.
At ease, Sergeant. Go ahead.
What is it, Si?
Things are picking up, Chaplain. Peterson just had a message from Mess Sergeant Borisov. He says that on his way back to his unit, they passed a native Naga village, and all the men in the jeep swear they saw chickens there.
Chickens?
And we feel that there's a possibility that if they're chickens, there might also be...
eggs!
Well, it's worth investigating. Isn't it, sir?
I think it is. All right, Sergeant. Permission granted before you ask for it. Take my jeep and a native interpreter and go and investigate those eggs.
That was the roughest jeep ride ever. Most of the time, you couldn't see the road, and when you could, it wasn't much better. If anyone had told me I'd spend any part of that war on an egg hunt in the jungle, I'd have said he was nuts. But the boys in the jeep acted like the whole thing was a picnic. Al gave us every Hanukkah song he could remember, even some he'd forgotten.
Around and around, oh, spin past bush and pit and mound, past the vineyard, brook and rill, past the valley and the hill, on to Kishon, my dear, where you meet a pioneer. Greet him, bring him cheer, miracles have...
Hold it out. You guys hear anything?
Not anymore. Al's deafened me.
Listen. Oh, so help me it is. It's a chicken. Let's go.
Come on, step on it. Come on. Oh. See, there's the village ahead through the clearing. Come on, step on it, Stevens. One chicken's not enough for me. I want the whole barnyard.
There's your barnyard, Sarge. Al's been giving us a concert for 2 hours, but now we're hearing real music.
Stevens handled the Jeep back to camp like he was carrying a load of dynamite, not eggs. After all, he said, it was the most precious cargo he'd hauled in the war. And by the time we'd been back in camp an hour, the whole place knew that Operation Egg Basket had been successful. Borisov arrived the next day loaded with smiles and new pots and pans that he'd borrowed from his unit for the great occasion. When he got to the kitchen, he found a crowd of men waiting for him.
Let's go. Come on.
Okay, boys, break it up. Come on, Scotta, get lost. There's no use hanging around my kitchen. Hey, Stevens, no one's getting a taste of pancakes till Hanukkah begins, and that's
Okay, fellas. Let them have it.
Corporal Letzel reporting, Sergeant. Private McDonald will report in 5 minutes, Sergeant.
Sergeant Finale reporting.
Reporting? For what? What's going on?
Reporting to peel potatoes. We're volunteers for KP. We ordered this miracle, see? And we're here now to see it served on time.
I have a little dreidel, I made it out of clay, and when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. Oh, dreidel, 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 now dreidel I shall play.
How we doing, Sarge?
Fine, boys. Just another 5 bushels to go.
I'd posted a notice that the Hanukkah service would begin at 17 hours that evening in the recreation hall, and that the pancake feast would follow. I just said everyone welcome, but I wasn't surprised to see most of the posts lined up and waiting when I opened the doors of the hall at 17 hours. I hadn't done anything fancy in the hall. I just set up a little platform at one end. As the men filed in, they could see the chaplain waiting for them, and the candelabra with its first Hanukkah candle standing beside him. The chaplain didn't give him any kind of a long talk either.
I know there's been a lot of talk on the post about Hanukkah. But I do have the impression that some of you have come to think that the translation of Hanukkah is pancakes. Well, pancakes are a part of Hanukkah and a very important part to us here in this room. But another significance of Hanukkah is equally important to every one of us here. This festival celebrates a fight against tyranny. It celebrates a time when the Jewish people won freedom to worship God in their own way, to reconsecrate their own temple, and to live their lives according to their own beliefs. We are celebrating Hanukkah here in the jungle in 1944 because we are taking part in a similar fight for freedom of thought and life. Yesterday I told one of you that the Jewish faith does not emphasize a military victory. We commemorate instead the good that can come from it. So at this Hanukkah season, in a time of war, we might try to look beyond the victory we're fighting for and begin to think of how we can best make use of the peace we hope to win.
That was all. The room was very quiet when the chaplain began the first blessing.
Baruch atah Adonai,
Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe,
asher kitshanu b'mitzvosov,
who has sanctified us by thy commandments
lahadlik ner shel Chanukah.
and commanded us to kindle the light of Hanukkah.
Baruch atah Adonai,
Blessed art thou, Lord our God, King of the universe, who wroughtest miracles for our fathers in days of old at this season.
Bazman hazeh.
I remember how still the room was as the first candle was lit. As it flickered up, another Hanukkah festival began. Hanukkah in a jungle outpost
in the year 1944. Then the chaplain sang the famous Hanukkah song, Rock of Ages. I remember how his voice rang out alone at first in the hall, but then other voices joined him. And the sound of the last verse must have carried far out of the hall, way off into the jungle.
He may be scattered. You're the message hearing that the time is nearing, which will see all men free, tyrant still appearing, which will see all men free, tyrant still appearing.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Louis Sachs of Congregation Beth Hamidrash Haggadol of Denver, Colorado. Rabbi Sachs.
Hanukkah, the Feast of the Lights, Israel's youngest festival, is the radiant embodiment of the prophetic truth that not by strength and not by might, but by the Spirit of God doth man prevail. It was 2,100 years ago, in the tiny hamlet of Modin, that an old unknown priest of lowly origin, by the name of Matisyo, struck the first blow for religious liberty. His clarion call, Milad Hashem Eli, he who is for the Lord, let him follow me, has reverberated through the corridors of time and of history. His magnificent defiance of the ruthless brutality of Syria was inspired by his deep conviction that passive resistance to evil would not bring about the establishment of God's kingdom on earth. The Maccabean victory has been the catalytic agent which has galvanized devotees of religious liberty through the ages. Without religious liberty, the living are dead, leaving behind the heritage of religious liberty. The dead live. May the world eschew death and darkness. May we choose life and light.
Thank you, Rabbi Sachs. Our Eternal Light drama today, Candles in the Jungle, was written by Helen Candell Hyman and was presented in observance of the festival of Hanukkah. This program was based upon a story in the Hanukkah Bulletin, published by the National Jewish Welfare Board. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katins. Cantor David Putterman was the soloist. Featured in the cast were Joseph Julian as Cy and Roger DeKoven as the chaplain. The production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Without Frontiers, was written by Helen Candell Hyman and stars Arnold Moss and Edwin Jerome. Today's program was inspired by an item appearing in a newspaper column, but for purposes of dramatization, all names of persons and places are purely fictional.
Kindness knows no frontiers. It's as wide as the need is wide.
Iskadal ve'iskadash shemei rabo v'olemo divrach irusei v'yamelich malchusei.
It was late morning in the little synagogue of Nailersville. As the Sabbath service drew to a close, the rabbi spoke the opening words of the Kaddish, the traditional prayer for the dead. Here and there, a man or woman rose to repeat the prayer and commemorate the death of a father, a mother, a child. With the mourners stood a tall man in a white clerical collar, and with the mourners he spoke the well-known words. The congregation knew this man well. They knew his name. He was the minister of the town's Episcopal Church. They were not surprised to see a minister with them, because they knew his story, a story which he himself had told them many times. It began more than 20 years ago in a town not so far away. It began after dark, when 3 boys stood at the back entrance of a general store.
There. I knew that window would open easy. Okay, you and I will go inside and look for the money. Jerry will stand watch. You go first. We'll give you a boost.
Why me first, Tom?
See, Tom, he's scared. Jack, for the last time, nothing's going to happen, even if you get caught. I know old Weinstein. He's a pushover. If he catches you breaking into a store, all you have to do is give him a sob story. Tell him your ma's sick or your pop beat you. Tell him you're hungry. He'd never call a cop in a million years. Come on now, will you?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I'm in.
I'm coming now. Here, I'll just give you a boost. Get down, Tom, quick! Must be Johnson. If he gets me this time, I'm cooked.
Hey, get me out of here. Tom, Jerry.
Come on, Jerry, run.
Please, fellas, wait for me. Help me out of here. Wait.
That was the beginning of the story, the very beginning. It continued later that night when Jack sat in Berish Weinstein's house. Jack's hands and knees were trembling as he sat there. Even his voice trembled as he tried to talk, and he knew he must talk if he was ever to get out of that room alone without Patrolman Johnson.
I didn't want to come with him, honest, I didn't.
But you said you had nothing to eat for dinner, and you were tired of being hungry.
Yes, that's it.
But I thought you said your father beat you and sent you to bed without a supper.
Well, that's right, he did. But there wasn't anything for supper anyhow.
Your father beat you? The father who is so sick he cannot move?
No. I mean, it was my ma. She beat me,
Mr. Weinstein, I got work to do. I can't stick around here all night and listen to this.
Please, officer, the boy has not finished yet.
Finished? He doesn't need to. You don't believe a word of it, Mr. Weinstein. You know you don't.
Of this story, perhaps not. But there must be some good reason why a boy starts stealing at this age.
Mr. Weinstein, why do you always side with these boys when they break the law? Why don't you take some advice from me? These boys start out bad and they get worse.
I think we look at these boys through different eyes, officer. Your eyes see the crimes that they have committed, and it is your job to do that. But our writings tell us that just because a man or a boy has committed a crime, he has not forfeited his whole worth as an individual. I know that man is made in God's image, and my eyes look to find something of God in each one of these boys.
You always talk circles around me, Mr. Weinstein. You always talk me out of doing the things I should do. I know what's going to happen now. I'm going to walk out of here and let you refuse to press charges against this boy.
You are a wise man, my friend. That is just what you are going to do.
There wasn't much talk after Johnson left. No lecture, no threats, no questions. Berish just told the boy to go home and sleep. He said he'd come round in the morning and visit the family. But there wasn't much sleep for Jack that night. He lay and waited and dreaded the moment in the morning when his mother would learn what had happened. But when Berish came, there was no talk of stealing, no talk of police. Mrs. Morton simply found him a kind man who happened to take an interest in her son. Berish stayed only long enough to learn the story of poverty and hardship in the household, and then to ask one last question.
You would not object then, Mrs. Morton, if Jack did some work for me?
No.
Good.
It's about time Jack helped out a bit. He's the oldest, isn't he? Here I've been supporting 3 boys since their father died 6 years ago, doing laundry all day long, me with a bad back. Jack can work honestly and bring me home money at night. I guess that's all I want. I don't care who he works for.
So here, at least, Berish met no opposition. He was free to help the boy, to try to bring out in him that divine quality he believed existed in everyone. It was in his own home with Sarah, his housekeeper, that Berish did meet opposition.
Now, Mr. Weinstein, I have enough. I've kept your house and worked in your store for 30 years, and I've always done what you asked. But when it comes to taking in a boy who tried to rob you less than 24 hours ago, that's too much.
He seems like a good boy, Sarah. He has had a hard time, that is all. If we help him a little, I don't think
That's
he will
what
do that.
you always say, with a little help. That's what you've done all your life, helped others and made me help them with you. You're a good man, I know that, but you spend most of your time now in the synagogue or in your study with your books. I'm the one that's going to have to watch this boy, keep him from stealing things from under our noses. And I'm just too old to start that now.
You won't give this boy a chance to prove he is more than a thief? Oh, Sarah, remember what it says in the Talmud. He who destroys one person has dealt a blow at the whole universe. And similarly, he who makes life livable for one person has sustained the whole world.
I'm too old and busy to sustain the world, Mr. Weinstein. Besides, this boy is a total stranger to us.
The Talmud tells us we must offer our help to everyone in our community, whether he is a friend or a stranger.
Oh.
Whether he is of our faith or another. Kindness knows no frontiers, Sarah. It is as wide as the need is wide. Have I never told you this before?
Have you never told me? I know these words of the Talmud by heart. You've said them to me so often. We are obligated to feed all men residing among us, even as we feed Jews. We are obligated to visit all sick, even as we visit the Jewish sick.
Very good, Sarah. I didn't realize you had been listening to me so carefully all these years.
Sometimes I seem to hear against my will and act against it, too.
Well, then do it again, Sarah. Do it again. Suppose this was your
Now,
time.
don't stop that, Mr. Weinstein. Neither of us has families, I know, but I don't go looking for one. You've made the town your family. You've made every child in trouble your child.
Well, there is a weakness in me, is there not? Yes. But it helps me to forget how incomplete my life is. I cannot forget the place in the Talmud where it says, "He who is without a wife lives without joy, without blessing, without peace." I am getting old, you know, and I will die soon, and I will leave no one to say Kaddish for me. Oh, I am rich, yes. I will never have what the poorest father has. So while I live, at least, let me have some of the pleasures of a family. Don't take that from me.
No, Mr. Weinstein, I won't. This boy can come, and I'll give him work. He'll take the money from your store and the spoons from your house. But I can't take anything away from you that you want.
And so a new life began for Jack. At first, the difference wasn't so great. It was just working for Sarah, helping out in the store, delivering packages, taking stock, running errands here, there, anywhere she sent him. But soon, through Beresh's influence, there was more work.
I've been watching that boy of yours, Mr. Weinstein. He seems to be working out nicely. Oh, I know I said he wouldn't at first, but I think I'll take a chance with him after all. Tell him I can use him 3 afternoons a week working in my garden.
I know Jack's busy, Barish, but do you think he could help me out a few mornings a week at the bakery just until the holidays are over?
The Blackwell boy who was working in the synagogue has left, Mr. Weinstein. You know the job he did, cleaning the synagogue every Friday afternoon and then fixing it up after services on Saturday. The rabbi wondered if you think Jack Morton could take over.
And so the work continued. More and more of it and more money to bring home at night. But still, it was just work. Jack came across town every night to his own family, to the places and the people he'd always known.
Hi, Jack. How are your friends across town?
What do you mean, my friends?
Well, aren't they?
They give me work. I do jobs for them, and they pay me, that's all. If I have any friends, they're right here where they always were. Well, see you later, Tom.
It was just work during those early months, just jobs to do. And soon the whole community knew that Jack was always available to help if extra hands were needed. But soon, there began to be more than just work in his life.
David was 13 last month, Jack, and that's a very important birthday for our boys. So next week we're having a big party for him. We call it a bar mitzvah. Could you stay over that night and help out with the dishes?
Sure.
Oh, and Jack, if you'd like to come to the party first, I know we'd all love to have you.
Mother fixed this package for you, Jack. You told her you'd never tasted any Passover cakes, so she baked some specially for you to take home.
I'm making your favorite soup for Saturday, Jack. Want to come over and have dinner with us after you're finished at the synagogue?
Berish watched as his friends opened up their homes and their lives to this boy who had been a stranger to them. And he was happy because the boy still came to him often, sometimes just to talk and sometimes to ask questions about Jewish customs or ways of living which confused him. But Berish never let the boy lose himself completely in the new community. He noticed that Jack now came to the Sabbath services and slowly began to follow the prayers in English and join in the songs. And so after service was over each week, he would ask the same question.
Well, Jack, did you listen to the sermon today?
Sort of, Mr. Weinstein. I got lost in a couple of places, but I caught some of it.
Good. Now, don't forget to go to your church tomorrow. Stop in on Monday, eh? Let me know what your minister had to say in his sermon.
And so it became a custom then for Jack to meet Berish every Monday. And while Sarah gave them lunch, they'd talk together about sermons and other things. Jack learned many things from Berish just from these talks, but he learned from the others, too. He learned the pattern of the Sabbath because he shared in it. He went to funerals, and came to know the words of the Kaddish. He learned the meaning of the festival, shared in their excitement, the preparations, and then, finally, in the celebrations. He was happy except, and there was an exception, except when he was with his own friends and felt himself an outsider.
Hey, Jack.
Hi, Tom.
You coming to the picnic on Saturday?
Can't. I've got to work.
Got to or want to?
I've got to. It's my job, isn't it?
Yeah. At least that's the reason you give.
It was after an incident like this that the unhappiness came. And then for a few days the work would seem dull and the jobs tiring. But then it would be forgotten until the next time, except that with each next time he seemed to feel more trapped, more rebellious, until one day...
Jack! Hey, Jack, wait up, will you?
I can't, Tom. I'm late.
Oh, you can wait for this. Listen, I got a job.
What?
A real one. You know that new box factory that just opened?
The one over at Claremont Street. What about it?
Well, they started hiring today, and they have some jobs for fellas our age. They hired me this morning at $15 a week.
$15 a week?
That's what I said. That's more than you make, isn't it? All that work you do. They've still got some jobs open over there. Why don't you go try for one?
Well, I don't know.
Don't know if they'll let you?
What do you mean, let me? They can't stop me.
And why don't you go down to the factory? Show this Weinstein you're not a kid anymore for him to order around. Listen, Jack, you've been working for them for 2 years, and what are you doing? The same old thing. Run here, run there. Help me out tomorrow. Give me a couple of hours next Monday. Look, kid, get yourself a real job.
I'll go tomorrow. Today I've...
Ah, you'll never go. You'll be stuck with them for the rest of your life.
Jack called for Barish at the synagogue, as he did every Monday, and they walked home together in silence. But the silence was broken as soon as they reached Barish's study.
Mr. Weinstein, I've got something to tell you.
Oh?
I'm leaving.
Why?
I'm going to take a real job now. I'm old enough.
Oh, you are? I know. What is the job?
I'm going to work at the new box factory at $15 a week.
This is a real job?
I know. You don't think much of working in a factory, do you? You look down on that kind of job. Well, I can tell you it's better than running errands.
Have I ever shown you I look down on any work? You know how I began when I came to this country. A junk dealer. A junk dealer. Well, who am I to look down on another man's work? And doesn't the Talmud tell me I am a creature of God, and my neighbor is also his creature? My work is in the city. His is in the field. As he cannot excel in my work, I cannot excel in his. But you may be tempted to say, I do great things, and he does small things. We have learned that it matters not whether one does much or little, if only he directs his heart to serve the divine purpose. So
don't lecture me now. You can't stop me from doing this.
Stop you? I wouldn't try. How could I? But I see now I have made a mistake. I had let myself make plans for you, and I should have consulted you before I made them. You see, my son...
I'm not your son. You're not my father. You have no right to lecture me and tell me what to do. I can decide what's good for me.
I know you can. And this is another mistake that I have made. Often during my life, and so often in recent years, I have been conscious of the fact that I am alone. Other men have less than I, but they have a family, wives, children. I have no one. So sometimes I let myself think of you as a son. I made plans for you as I might have planned for my own child. But I was wrong. And when I thought of sending you to college, I should have talked to...
Why, I never even finished high school.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. I know the ability you have. I have seen how quickly you can learn. I had planned to engage tutors for you to prepare for the entrance examination.
Oh, but it's too late for that. I'm too old to start studying again now. Anyway, my mother needs the money I earned.
Yeah. I have thought of that, and I had planned to give you an allowance so you would be free to study. You're not so old. You're just at the age when you can make the great decision whether you will be a man or a nothing.
There you go again, trying to tell me I'll be a nothing if I take this job. Tom told me you'd never let me go. Even this college business is just another way to keep me tied to you. Another way for you to tell me what to do. You said I can make a decision. And I'm making it right now. I'm starting that job tomorrow.
Word got around pretty soon that Jack had left his work. And people wondered what had happened, but no one liked to ask Berish, and Berish said nothing. On Friday evening, there was no one to open the synagogue, so Berish did it himself. Set everything in order for the service and waited until the others joined him. Afterwards, he walked home alone in the dark. But just as he reached his house, he felt a hand on his arm.
Oh, hello, Jack.
You've been waiting for me to come back, Mr. Weinstein.
No. No, I learned not to wait a long time ago.
I didn't take that job.
No?
Are you happy I didn't?
Are you?
I don't know. All I know is... Well, I want to go to college. Are you still willing to send me?
Yes, Jack. I am still willing.
But I want you to know something. I'm doing this because I want to do it. Not because you're making me. I decided it for myself.
Then the work began. Hard work of a different kind. Long hours of studying with different teachers. History, literature, science, geometry, Latin, German. Whole school years compressed into a few months. And Berish never discussed college, careers, futures.
Just study, Jack. Keep on learning. Talk to your tutors. And when you think you are ready and you know what you want to do with what you have learned, just tell me.
It took a long time. For a while, Jack did as Berish said, just studied. One tutor left, another came. One subject was finished, another begun. For a while, it seemed as if the work had no direction, no goal, except a passing mark on an examination. But one day, almost without knowing it, Jack knew where the work was taking him. He knew it one evening while he was talking to his mother.
Jack, how much longer is this going on?
What, Mother?
This studying, these books. I can't manage forever on the allowance your friend gives us, you know. The other boys are getting older. They need more, and I'm getting older, too.
I know, Mother, but it won't be very long now before I can help more.
I hope I live to see it. Mr. Weinstein made me a lot of fine promises about the great man you'd become after all this studying. Well, what are you going to be, anyhow? A doctor? A lawyer? Or is Mr. Weinstein going to take you into his business?
No, I'm sure I wouldn't want that. I don't think he'd want it for me either. I don't think I'd make a very good doctor or a lawyer either.
Then what will you be? Is all this studying going to make you too good for ordinary work? Do you think you're better than everyone else now?
Oh, Mother, no. It's just that while I've been studying, I feel as if I've been looking for something. I didn't know what it was. I think now I've been looking for something Berish Weinstein has.
But you said you wouldn't want to work in his business.
I didn't mean that. I mean something about the way he lives. He seems to have found a way to live which makes him happy. But makes hundreds of other people happy or better, too. Not by giving them money, but by helping them to have more in their lives. A kind of peace and understanding of themselves and everyone else, too. Maybe that's what I want. To get to know the world, and yet to be able to live in it in peace. I guess I want something else, too. I want to be able to help other people find the same thing.
It wasn't long afterwards that Jack felt he could come to Berish and tell him he knew what he wanted to do.
I think I know now, Mr. Weinstein.
What have you decided, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure you'll be...
I have told you before, Jack. This is your decision.
Then I think I'd like to be a minister.
A minister?
I'd like to go to theological school.
Are you sure this is your decision? You haven't made one you thought would please me?
Please you? I've been afraid to tell you. I mean, you're a devout Jew, and if I become a minister,
Did you think that as a religious man I would ever prevent another man from serving God? You are not of my faith. But I have never wanted you to forget your own church, your own people. We could never serve God in the same way, you and I. But somehow, I feel sure that we both will be directing our lives toward the same ultimate goal.
Berish was happy at the decision. He lived now only for the day when Jack would be finished with his studies and be ordained as a minister. And when that day came, he left the synagogue and traveled many miles to see the ceremony. And then, quite soon afterwards, as if he had only been waiting until Jack's studies were over, Berish died quietly in the synagogue where he had spent most of his last years. As the Reverend Dr. John Morton stood at the funeral, he looked around at the group of mourners, and he felt himself waiting for the family to come forward to say the Kaddish for the dead man. But he knew that there was no family to come forward for Berish Weinstein.
The unmarried person lives without joy, without blessing, without peace. I was wrong, Jack. I let myself think of you as a son, but I was wrong. I have no son. I leave no one to say Kaddish for me. I will die alone as I have lived, alone.
Rabbi, would I be permitted to say the Kaddish with you?
Yes, Jack. I think you're the person who should say it.
Iskadal ve'iskadash nei rabo Yolemo divro chirusei ve'yamelich malchusei
And that's why it happens that once a year, on the anniversary of this death, the minister of the little church in Naylersville comes to the synagogue on the other side of the town, and a Kaddish is said for a father who was not a father, by a son who was not a son.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, Without Frontiers, was written by Helen Candell Hyman. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were Arnold Moss as the narrator, Edwin Jerome as Berish Weinstein, and Larry Robinson as Jack. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Matter of Life and Death, was written by Joseph Mindell.
In the 14th chapter of the book of Isaiah are the words, "Thou saidst in thy heart, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. Above the stars of God will I exalt my throne. And I will sit upon the mount of meeting, and I will be like the Most High." I have a story to tell. A story about a doctor named Enoch. You may think of it as a legend, if you like, but then you must remember that a legend is no less true than another story. And besides, it happened not so long ago. Now, if I say that Enoch was a good doctor, you will understand that there are many such. But in his relation to his calling, there was a special quality.
This is what I believe. There is no disease that cannot, sooner or later, be cured.
Enoch, are you talking as a doctor or as a philosopher?
I am not a philosopher, Dr. Abrams.
Well, that's too bad. I think a doctor should be a bit of a philosopher. It gives him a kind of perspective.
No. There are too many sick people waiting.
And between you and me, Enoch, most of them will get better without our help.
Maybe, but some will not. What about them?
Well, Enoch,
Excuse me, Doctor. Here are the results of the tests you asked for.
Thank you, nurse. Dr. Abrams,
They're all here, I think. Basal metabolism, blood cholesterol, sedimentation rate, throat x-ray.
Good. Just put them down.
Will you see him now? He's waiting outside.
Who?
Why, the patient on whom the tests were made.
Oh, tell him to go home. I've already seen him.
But that was last week, before the test.
You're new here in the hospital, aren't you, nurse?
Yes, but... Very well, Doctor.
No, nurse. Nurse, I didn't mean to be short with you.
It was my fault, Doctor. I should have waited for your instructions. Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Oh, the girl meant well, Enoch.
She had no right to interfere. Dr. Abrams, there's so little time.
But you've taken only a few minutes to see the patient.
What for? In the name of heaven, what for? I've examined him. I have all the test results. There's nothing more he can tell me.
Maybe not, but you might relieve his anxiety.
Oh, that's not my job.
A man wants to help in any way he can.
We're not like other men.
Oh, aren't we?
We are doctors. There isn't time enough for anything else. What good will it do to relieve the patient's anxiety if I don't cure his body?
Enoch, with all your tests, what makes you so sure that you can cure his body?
Well, Dr. Abrams, you've had more experience than I, and I've had my share of failures.
Failures? That's a strange word. As if you had to prove something.
But it doesn't matter what word you use. I have no illusions. But there is one thing I believe, I must believe.
I think I know.
There is no illness, no human infirmity that cannot be cured if only someone will devote every cell of his brain, every breath in his body to effecting that cure.
Enoch, maybe you are a philosopher after all.
Every man must choose the meaning by which he will live and work. To say that Enoch made his choice is perhaps not the whole truth, for his way grew out of his being. But there was a promise in him that shone from his eyes, a promise that others could see.
Oh, come in, Enoch. Come in, sit down. You doubtless know that the Medical Institute is looking for a new director of research.
Yes, Dr. Abrams.
And I've been asked to recommend someone for the job. My recommendation will carry considerable weight.
You're not sure, are you?
Well, what do you mean?
You're not sure that you should recommend me.
Well, should I?
Are the research facilities good?
Of course. Fine laboratories, a clinic, research assistants. The salary's not very much.
That doesn't matter.
You'd have to give up your practice and your work here at the hospital.
I understand. Dr. Abrams, I would be very pleased if you recommend me. Well, Doctor?
Enoch, if you wanted the job because you were ambitious, I could understand. Or if what drives you well, call it unquenchable curiosity. Why are you a doctor, Enoch?
Isn't it enough that I am a doctor? A good doctor? Does there have to be a reason?
No, it's for myself. I want to understand.
How do I know? Maybe it's because sickness and death are a challenge. Does that explain anything?
I'm not sure. However, if you want the job...
I want it, Dr.
Then I
Abrams.
recommend you. Only, Enoch, if you're looking for a challenge, you'll find it anywhere, right here in the hospital.
I don't look for
There's
it.
a man in B ward. He's been lying for a week, motionless. One would say he was in a coma, except that his eyes are open and he's conscious.
Paralysis?
Almost complete. We've examined him, made all the tests we can think of, but there he lies, unable to move.
You said Ward B.
Wait, Enoch, I didn't mean for you to see him.
I know, but I want to look at him. As you said, Dr. Abrams, he's a challenge. Is this the case of paralysis, nurse?
I'm not the... Yes, Doctor?
Where is his chart?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, there it is on the table.
You might stop straightening the bed while I'm talking to you. Dr. Milton is handling this case, isn't he? Where is he now?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, you're not very helpful. Why aren't you in uniform?
Maybe it's because I'm not the nurse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Doctor.
I came to look at the paralysis case. Who are you?
Me? I'm the wife of the paralysis case.
Her name was Ruth. She came every morning to the hospital bed where her husband, Jonah, lay still and like the dead with open eyes. But in his eyes, life burned strongly, and with them he spoke, having no other voice.
I've closed the window. Is that better, Jonah? Oh, now, don't look at me like that, Jonah. I won't leave. This is where I want to be. Besides, I have a tradition to follow, don't you remember? Entreat me not to leave thee, nor to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. You see, Jonah? Now, don't ask me again.
It's getting dark. Why don't you turn on the light?
Do I have to go now, nurse?
Not yet. You've been standing all day.
If I sit down, I can't see Jonah's eyes. Nurse, that doctor who was here yesterday, he's a very good doctor, isn't he?
You know him?
No. No, but I've seen so many doctors, and he was different.
They say he's the best doctor on the staff.
I watched him examine Jonah. His hands were so swift and knowing. I want him to take care of my husband.
He can't. He's leaving the hospital.
I'll talk to him.
It's no use.
Still, I'll talk to him. Maybe he'll stay. Don't go to the medical institute, Doctor.
You say it so simply. Do you realize what you're asking?
Sickness simplifies many things.
There are other doctors.
Yes. They observe Jonah and make their tests. Try not to frighten me. They're very kind and very helpless.
Maybe there isn't much that anyone can do.
Even you?
I don't know.
I stand at his bed and talk and watch his eyes because if they close, what's left? Maybe you can't help him either, but will you try?
I'm sorry, it's out of the question. My work at the Institute won't leave enough time.
Don't go to the Institute.
Stop it. Be reasonable. I have other responsibilities. There are other sick people.
I can't be reasonable or objective or considerate. My husband is sick. I want you to take care of him.
Your husband is dying. You want me to bring him back to life.
No. Jonah is alive, Doctor. I'm asking you to try and help him live. I'm not asking for a miracle.
The Medical Institute wants you now, Enoch, or not at all.
But all I want is 1 month, Dr. Abrams, even just 3 weeks.
I'm sorry, but it's not my decision.
That's too bad.
You haven't asked my advice, Enoch.
You don't have to tell me.
The man's hardly alive. We've tried everything we can, and we don't even know what's wrong with him.
Yes, I know.
Well, what will you prove with another failure?
I've been through all this myself, Dr. Abrams.
And you won't change your mind?
No.
Then you're a fool. And he's a lucky man.
Who?
Your patient, of course.
Oh. Do you know what I was thinking, Dr. Abrams? Maybe it won't be a failure. Maybe I can make the dead alive.
Now, Ruth was not alone at Jonah's bedside. For hours each day, Enoch was there, probing, searching, asking silent questions. And Ruth held Jonah's hand and watched and listened.
The hypodermic, please, nurse. There. Now, nurse, I want the test results as soon as they're ready.
Yes, Doctor. Maybe I can get them to your downtown office.
Oh, I'll bring them down.
There's no need for that.
But I want to. There's so little I can do.
The reports can be sent here. I'm living at the hospital for the time being.
Thank you.
Please, don't. That isn't necessary.
You're doing more than a doctor can be expected to do.
You don't understand. I'm not doing anything for Jonah or you. I'd do the same if it were another man with a different, obscure illness.
You make it very impersonal.
And that's the way I want it. I'm a doctor. I don't want gratitude for doing my job.
Maybe not, Doctor. But Jonah and I, we need to feel grateful.
All that a man hath will he give for his life. Jonah lay still, only his eyes alive. And sometimes when they dropped in weariness, Ruth raised her voice and spoke more quickly as if to nourish him with words. Other times she sat quietly and looked at Enoch. One day she brought a visitor.
Please, Ruth.
I tried to persuade him not to come, Doctor.
Please, Ruth. I know the doctor is busy.
It's not that, Samuel.
The others are waiting outside, and I won't take much time.
You don't belong here. You're not part of his job.
What is it you want?
Just to give you this from Jonah's friends, Doctor. It isn't much.
I never asked for money.
I know, but we'd like you to have it.
The doctor doesn't want gratitude, Samuel.
Hush, Ruth. Please take it, Doctor. Jonah is our friend, and we want to help, too. Well, I know you understand.
Oh, no, Samuel, he doesn't. Do you, Doctor? They're doing this for Jonah, and I can accept the gift and say thank you. But he doesn't understand that, Samuel.
You mustn't talk like that, Ruth.
Why not? It's true.
No, he's a good man.
He's a good doctor. That seems to leave no room for anything else.
Oh, you're tired and upset.
We even talked before him as if he weren't here. He's not here. There's only a microscope and a brain.
You need a sedative.
How do you know what I need, Doctor? You've never even called me by name.
We've managed to communicate.
Yes. I'm the wife of the paralysis case. And Jonah's a number that you'll mark in your notebook.
And suppose it's true. It's still Jonah that I'm treating.
It's not enough.
Ruth, what do you want?
You don't have to ask. I want Jonah to be well again.
If I can cure him, does it matter how I do it? Or why?
I don't know anymore, Enoch. Maybe you're right. I want Jonah to walk again. I want to hear him call my name.
And it came to pass that as they watched, Jonah's lips moved, and he spoke, and his first word was,
Ruth.
And then, slowly, he turned his head on the pillow and looked at Enoch and said,
Thank you, Doctor.
And Enoch smiled.
You're smiling, Enoch. Your patient will get well.
If everything goes as I expect, Dr. Abrams.
And you're proud, aren't you?
Shouldn't I be? I brought life to inanimate matter.
Enoch, are you sure that you deserve the credit?
What do you mean?
Maybe he just recovered.
I don't want to argue, Dr. Abrams. You can say that about almost any case.
Yes, and that's how I like to feel about almost any case.
It's not what I want. It's not enough.
It's a good deal. It takes knowledge and skill and imagination to encourage a sick person to get well.
If you don't believe that you can cure, then what is the use of being a doctor?
I've delivered many babies, Enoch, but that doesn't make me believe that I ever gave birth to one.
I don't have to tell you. You saw him lying like the dead.
Yes, I saw him.
Maybe you don't want to admit that you could not do what I did.
I'm not sure you know what you did.
You're wrong, Dr. Abrams. I know. And I want you to know.
You don't have to tell me, Enoch. I am beginning to understand what makes you the kind of doctor that you are.
This is what I did. I brought Jonah back to life.
In records of the hospital, you may find Enoch's diagnosis and an account of his treatment. But that is not what we're talking about. The important thing is that one day, Jonah was able to leave the hospital. On that day, Enoch walked with him and Ruth to the outer door. They stood on the doorstep and looked at the bustle of life and smelled the exhaust of automobiles, and it was good. And then, because there would be no other time, Jonah knew that he had to say what he had not yet said.
Doctor, there's no way... Well, Doctor, I don't know the words for what I want to say.
Let me, Jonah. Enoch, maybe you'll tell me again that we don't have to say anything.
I never wanted anything from you, Ruth.
I know. But you did what few men would do.
No. What no other man could do.
Then how can we not be grateful, Jonah and I?
It has nothing to do with your gratitude. I had my reasons.
All right, Enoch. Let it be as you want it. Come, Jonah.
No, wait, Ruth. I can speak again, and therefore I must say it too.
It's no use, Jonah. You heard.
Still, there's something I have to say.
It isn't necessary. Enoch did what he had to do. Tell him, Enoch. Tell him it isn't necessary.
Let him speak, Ruth.
But why? You didn't want gratitude from me. Why do you insist on it from Jonah?
How can you know what I want?
What else have we to give? I think I know. You want confirmation. Jonah, please, let's go.
Not yet, Ruth. You don't understand, but he does. Doctor.
Don't say it, Jonah.
Doctor, I was dead, and you gave me life.
No, Jonah, no!
And Jonah stepped into the street and turned again to wave to Enoch, not seeing the truck that came too quickly to a stop.
I'm leaving, Dr. Abrams.
A rest will do you good, Enoch. You'll feel better when you come back.
I'm not coming back.
That's foolish. You won't find another hospital as good as this.
I'm through with hospitals.
You won't be happy in private practice. You'll miss the excitement of research.
Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm finished with being a doctor.
You're upset, as we all are, when we lose a patient.
I didn't lose a patient.
What are you trying to say, Enoch?
I've lost the reason for being a doctor. There's nothing to talk about, Ruth. It is all ended.
For me, I know what has ended. But you, Enoch, what about you?
I don't want to talk anymore, I tell you.
Then listen. They say you've decided not to be a doctor any longer.
It's not your business, Ruth.
It is, because Jonah was my husband, and you were his doctor. It could have been a wonderful thing that you did, Enoch.
Who are you to judge my work?
Jonah's wife. Don't you remember? Who has a better right?
That's enough, Ruth. You're overwrought.
You'll prescribe a sedative later. Now I must make you understand what you did. You didn't bring life. You took something from Jonah.
That's not true.
You made Jonah lifeless clay that you manipulated with your fingers and your brain.
What more was he when I first saw him?
A man, Enoch. Alive and capable of love and fear and courage and gratitude. All the things that are living in a man. You took them away.
No, I gave him speech and the power to move.
You made of him a figure on a bed, without thought or feeling or life, so that you could work your miracle.
Well, it's too late, Ruth. It's finished. What do you want of me?
It's almost finished, Enoch. I had to take back what you took from my husband.
I have already said it. I'm sorry about Jonah's death.
You're not sorry. Not for me or even for yourself. You're angry because you feel that you've been cheated.
Oh, stop it. Stop torturing yourself and me.
I've made my peace. Shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? Enoch, have you made your peace?
What are you trying to make me say? I was a doctor. But there's no use in being a doctor if my work can be so easily destroyed.
Don't you understand even now? You don't dispense good and evil. You're only a doctor. Enoch, no matter what you are or become, how can you still be anything but a man?
The words are in the 14th chapter of Isaiah.
Above the stars of God will I exalt my throne, and I will be like the Most High.
It is a claim and a challenge, and the answer is in the book of Job. Then the Lord spoke out of the whirlwind and said, Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth and the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Declare, if thou hast understanding.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Joel Geffen, Director of Field Activities and Community Services of the Jewish Theological Seminary. Rabbi Geffen.
The happy and healthy man, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, is he who understands that life demands of us consideration of our fellow man as well as dedication to our special vocations. He who makes his occupation the end and all of existence, and because of his success in his profession or business, considers himself the master of the universe, must eventually find himself living in a world that is very impersonal and unreal. He loses touch with our human limitations and eventually learns, as did Dr. Enoch, that it is not in man's grasp to determine life or death. He is destined to experience disillusionment, and even as happened to Dr. Enoch, he eventually loses interest in continuing his profession. On the other hand, he who feels for his fellow man and seeks to call forth the inner reserves of hope and faith and strength from him will not only do justice to his practical pursuit in life, but will also succeed in a greater measure in experiencing reality. He will enjoy the satisfaction of achievement in the midst of gratitude and of humbleness. Such a philosophy of life was Dr. Abrams, the soft, human, and successful physician who discovered a constant challenge wherever he found himself, He possessed not only a formalized philosophy of life, but moral strength, which is our most vital need. In this age of creative science and enlightenment, it is too easy to be drawn into the orbit of the Dr. Enochs, who set themselves up like the Most High. But he who wishes to find security in this era of anxiety will emulate the wisdom of Dr. Abrams and learn to combine idealism with his daily labors. Then, in the words of our ancient sages, he will truly share with God in the process of our evolving creative existence.
Thank you, Rabbi Geffen. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Matter of Life and Death, was written by Joseph Mindell. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were John Larkin as Enoch, Ann Burr as Ruth, and Edgar Staley as Dr. Abrams. Norman Rose was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King, Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
I am but a Jew praying in art.
If I have succeeded in any measure, if I have gained the power of being recognized among the elite of the world, I owe it all to the teachings and eternal virtues of my people.
Today we bring you Portrait of the Artist as a Fighting Man by Helen Candell Hyman, a story of the life of Arthur Schick, who died in September of 1951.
There is a house in New Canaan, Connecticut, a white house set far back in a garden off the main road. On a little sign by the driveway, you will see the letters S-Z-Y-K, Schick. On the second floor of this house, which was the home of Arthur Schick, you will come to a large, bright studio. A huge desk dominates this room, a desk covered with hundreds of bottles of ink and paint in many colors, with pencils and brushes of all sizes. But do not be misled. This is not the peaceful studio of an artist, the quiet workroom of a lover of color, design, beauty. It is the workroom of a fighting man. The brushes and the paints are weapons ready for use. All that is missing there in the studio in New Canaan now is the soldier himself. The weapons which Arthur Schick used were not new ones. They had been with him since boyhood. His talent as an artist was known when he was a child in the town of Lodz in Poland. His family recognized his skill before he was 4. His teachers not long after that.
Arthur Schick,
Yes, sir?
please come to my desk and bring your mathematics notebook.
Yes, sir.
Your books, please.
Here, sir.
Now tell me, Schick, what do I see in the margins of your notebook? Algebraic equations, perhaps?
No, sir. They're just pictures.
Schick, you have been drawing in my class again, haven't you?
Well,
Now,
sir.
this is the last warning I'm going to give you. I'm taking your notebook away for the last time. If I catch you scribbling again after this, you'll be severely punished. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go back to your seat and study. But, Arthur, if you need some paper to draw on after school, you'll find some in my bottom drawer.
So with one hand, the teachers took away the boy's work, and with the other, they encouraged him to go on. But the greatest encouragement came from his father, a blind man who never saw his son's work, saw it only through the eyes of friends who came to the house.
Look for me again today, will you, Max? These are the pictures Arthur did this week. Do you see any improvement, any change?
Every time I come, Alexander, I see more maturity in his work.
Oh?
The boy knows how to use color and use it boldly.
Huh?
If you could only see the talent he has for detail, nothing seems to escape him. But there is one thing that does puzzle me.
What's that?
The subjects he chooses. Now, I've been looking at his work for a long time, and I've discovered only 2 themes that interest him. The history of the Jewish people, or well-known heroes, and not military ones.
I know, the liberators. Max, Arthur seems obsessed by the great leaders of history who fought for freedom. He reads all the time, and whenever he finds a man who fought against oppression, he paints him.
That's strange in a boy of his age, isn't it? My own boys are fascinated by great battles and the men who fought them. Most boys are, I think. But they haven't begun to think of freedom or justice or liberty yet. Why do you think Arthur finds these themes so fascinating?
I don't know, Max. I wonder, too. I'm not even sure Arthur himself knows. Once he told me it was because he's a Jew and knows what oppression means.
But what can he know yet, Alexander, at his age? What experience can he have had?
It seems sometimes as if this understanding was born in him.
Perhaps it was. And when I look at his work and see the devotion he puts into each piece, I often ask myself, which comes first with this boy? His love of art or love of his subject?
Max, with Arthur, I think the 2 loves are inseparable.
The two loves were inseparable. They were not a phase of childhood to be outgrown, not passing fancies. They were to develop together, bear fruit together, and last a lifetime. At the Académie Julian in Paris, where his father sent him to study, his technique, his sense of color, of design grew. But at the same time, his knowledge of history, of Judaism, of the Bible was growing too. His friends wondered at the artist who was a scholar and the scholar who was an artist. And as they watched his work, they could see a style developing, a style which puzzled them.
I don't know.
What are you shaking your head over, Leo?
These paintings of yours, Arthur, I used to think I knew your work before I went to Italy to study, but now it's changed. Something seems to have influenced you. When I look at your work, I seem to...
Yes?
I know. When I look at your work, first I think I'm looking at an illuminated manuscript, something out of the Middle Ages, or perhaps a Persian miniature,
Good. That's just what you are seeing, Leo.
But, Arthur...
Leo, I've been searching for years, trying to develop a style, a technique of my own. And while you've been away, I've been studying the medieval manuscripts. I've spent hours poring over Persian miniatures, and I think I've found what I've been looking for. A technique to help me say what I want to say.
What do you want to say, Arthur?
I want to tell the story of the Jewish people, my people. I want to show their glories as well as their tragedies. The Bible has been my inspiration since I was a child. I want to pass on my inspiration.
But why limit yourself to one technique, to one subject?
Don't you see, my subject has no limit. Because in the suffering of the Jews, I want people to understand all suffering. In the injustices committed against them, I want men and women to see all injustice. Leo, when people see my pictures and see the story of the Jewish past, I want them to know that if there is greatness in any people, that greatness will survive despite all persecution.
You don't talk like an artist, you talk like a crusader.
Perhaps I am one in a small way. I never said art is my aim. Art is my means.
But you are an artist, Arthur, and it's 1912. You're working with the best moderns in Paris. Take advantage of them. Don't bury yourself in the Middle Ages. No one paints like that today.
Someone does. I do.
Away from Paris, then, to Persia, to Turkey, to Palestine, to study the way the Middle East made its art, used color, detail, design. As he traveled, he absorbed what he found. But this was no time in history for a quiet study of an old art. The first of two great wars came, and even after the collapse on the Eastern Front, there was another fight to join. A fight for the independence of Poland. After Polish independence was won, the artist could return to his work, to a studio in Paris, and paint his miniatures with the technique he had perfected. But this was the Paris of Picasso and Matisse, a new era of artists and painters where the fine detailed work, the pictorial genius of the miniaturist, the scrolled letters and lavish borders of the illuminator won no recognition, or so the artist thought and told his wife.
Julia,
Yes, Arthur.
would it make you very sad if we went back to Poland?
But, Arthur, what about your years of work? Your portfolios of miniatures that no one's ever seen here in Paris?
I can't change, Julia, and I can't seem to reach anyone with what I've done. I wanted to reach many people. So many. I never wanted my work to hang in museums for just a few to look at. I made my art something clear-cut, simple, full of narrative that everyone could understand. It's not vanity, Julia, not a desire for fame, but there's so much I wanted to say to the people. This is the only way I know how.
You've said so much already.
To whom? To you? To our friends? To myself? Look at these paintings in this room. Piles of them lying ready and waiting.
Oh, come in.
A letter came for you, Arthur. I thought it might be important, so I brought it right up.
Thank you, Leo. I've almost given up expecting important letters. Wait a minute. This is from Decour.
Yeah. The Decour Galleries. Open it quickly, Arthur.
Julia.
Yes?
Julia. They want to put on an exhibition of my work.
And, well,
one of the most famous galleries in Paris. Oh, Arthur, isn't it lucky all your pictures are ready and waiting?
After the exhibition at the Decour Galleries, Arthur Schick was able to talk to the people through his paintings. And as he talked to the people talked about him.
Let's see the exhibit at the Decour Galleries. They say it makes the Bible come to life. Why, there's been no exquisite craftsmanship like this since the Middle Ages. Arthur Schick is a one-man renaissance.
As his fame spread through Paris, people waited for the publication of his first great work, an illumination of the Book of Esther. The French government encouraged the artist, became his patron, conferred on him the palms, the coveted award of the Ministry of Art. Now, at last, he was able to speak for his people. He spoke with a pictorial illumination of the ancient Polish statute of Kalisz and created one of his greatest works. But when Paris heard he was commemorating this ancient and almost forgotten statute, many people wondered.
But why the statute of Kalisz, Arthur? What meaning does it have today?
It was the only document in Europe ever to confer rights on the Jews, to give them on paper freedom to work, to move, to live. It granted them a fair trial back in the 13th century.
Sounds like a Magna Carta.
That's just what it was for the Jews then. They came from all over Poland to live under its protection and brought with them something in return. Their skills, their arts, their labor, all of which they contributed to the life of Poland. Come to my exhibit when it opens. My pictures will tell you better than I can what the statute means. At least, I hope they will.
When the exhibit opened, thousands of people came to see the statute of Kalisz as Arthur Schick had represented it. And as they looked, the figures in the miniatures looked down and said,
I am the weaver, weaving cloth for Poland. I am the cobbler, making shoes for Poland. I am the doctor, healing the sick in Poland.
And together all the figures of the Jewish craftsmen, the scholars, the artists, looked down from the walls of the exhibit, and they said, as Arthur Schick had created them to say,
we Jews are not guests in the countries where we live. We are not transients, outsiders. We bring our talents, our crafts, our energies to be woven into the culture of these countries. Give us the chance, and we will share the good life with you.
There were still a few years after this for the artist to paint where his fancy took him, and still it took him to the Bible and to the liberators, studies of Simon Bolivar and George Washington. But time was running out now for the artist, because the fighting man was to be called up again. In 1933, the newspapers ran shocked headlines.
Adolf Hitler orders the burning of books by Jewish authors.
As this news became known around the world, Schick's brush began to create the artist's greatest and most treasured book.
I am designing a Haggadah, the book which proves to the world that the Jews have suffered before, but that despite tyranny, despite oppression, they made their way to the Promised Land. It has happened before, and it will happen again. This will be my answer to Hitler.
His wife watched him as he worked, and she knew how much of the man had gone into the creation of the book.
He wrote every one of the Hebrew letters of the text by hand, creating each one as a work of art. I watched him struggle until a face no larger than a thumbnail could convey just the right emotion. He chose the paper, he worked with the printers. I know, because I saw how this book came into being, that it was a piece of his life.
Arthur Schick saw the first limited edition of this Haggadah come off the presses at a time when his people were being exterminated in Germany, at a time when the Jews of the world were looking to England to open the doors of Palestine to them, but the doors remained shut. So the artist presented to the King and Queen of Britain the first copy, the dedication for them and the world to read.
At the feet of your most gracious majesties, I humbly lay these works of my hands, showing forth the afflictions of my people, Israel.
The afflictions of his people Israel continued until that day in September 1939 when the whole world was plunged into war. When war came to Europe, the artist laid aside his miniatures for the duration and volunteered again for an active part in the fight.
Do you expect me to paint landscapes of flowers while the world is in flames? We artists must abandon our work and fight, not with bullets and bombs, but with the only powerful weapon we have, propaganda.
As the war gained momentum, a stream of cartoons of the Nazis drawn with hate, loathing, revulsion came from the Schick studio. All England, where he lived now, grew to know the deadly, corrosive caricatures of Hitler, Goering, Goebbels, Mussolini, Franco. And as the Nazi terrorism increased, as his hope died for the safety of his family in Poland, the fury which drove the artist intensified. In 1940, Arthur Schick came to America with his family, and we too learned to see the enemy through his eyes. Often his friends looked at his cartoons and shuddered. Then they looked at the mild gentleman who painted with such violence, and they were confused.
You know, Julia, the more I see of your husband, the more he puzzles me.
Why, Mary?
Because he's two people. He's a round little man with a quick smile. He's gentle, he's affectionate, he's friendly. He's a wonderful husband and father.
Then what's the puzzle?
It's just that the other side of him is so violent. Every time I see his work, I wonder how a man who seems so gentle can feel such hatred.
Don't you understand, Mary, that he's violent because he's gentle? That's why he feels such hatred against the people who are taking all the gentleness and the peace and compassion away from the world.
But it's violence just the same, and there's so much in the world.
Arthur's isn't a blind hatred. I believe you can call it a just one, a righteous indignation. His cartoons are shocking because they have to be, to shake people out of their apathy. Believe me, Mary, violence is a foreign language to Arthur, but he's been forced to learn it.
So in the war years that came to America, the faces of the enemy as Schick portrayed them became familiar ones in homes across the country, in posters, in advertisements, in magazines.
Get me a copy of this week's Collier's, will you, Meg? That man Sick or Schick, however you pronounce it, did the cover, and it's terrific. Hey, Meg, look at this cartoon in Esquire. It's called The Master Race. Master Race? I don't know where this man Schick keeps dreaming these things up.
Soon there was no longer any need to show the enemy to the people because the enemy was conquered. Soon there was peace, a hopeful peace, a not yet troubled peace. The artist now had time for some of the work he loved. To decorate the book of Job, the book of Ruth. He brought out his war cartoons and called them Ink and Blood. The fanciful illustrations of Andersen's fairy tales he dedicated to his first American grandchild, the generation of the future. The pictures he created for Pathways Through the Bible, he dedicated to a generation of the past. Not a distant past, but one always close to him.
In March 1943, my beloved 70-year-old mother, Eugenia Schick, was taken from the ghetto of Lodz to the Nazi furnaces of Majdanek. With her, voluntarily, went her faithful servant, the good Christian Josefa, a Polish peasant. Together, hand in hand, they were burned alive. In memory of the two noble martyrs, I dedicate my pictures of the Bible as an eternal Kaddish for these great souls.
As he remembered the tragedy of the recent past and looked across the Atlantic to the tragedy of the present, he made another dedication, a dedication of his energies to the cause of Jewish Palestine. His friends thought too much of his energy was going into the struggle.
Arthur, you're doing too much.
Every time I pick up an appeal for Palestine, I see your work.
Arthur always says yes. It's a bad habit, Mary.
But there's a limit, Arthur, to the work you can do.
The Jews in Europe think there should be a limit to their suffering, too. But there isn't.
I know, but there will be. We all can see now that Palestine will be open soon. It has to be.
But when? I know I'm under fire for crying for action. Now, this minute. I know I'm becoming unpopular in the circles that say, wait, negotiate, temporize.
Well, maybe they're right. You're all working for the same goal.
Our time sense differs, that's all. I'm impatient to see justice done.
But Mary's right, Arthur. You can't fight forever. You'll have to rest sometime.
Julia, there's an empty space over there on the wall. It's reserved for an illumination of the Declaration of Independence of Jewish Palestine. When I'm able to design that, then I'll rest.
On the 14th day of May in the year 1948, the new state of Israel was created. Arthur Szyk was able to finish the illumination he dreamed of designing. The Declaration of Independence of the United States followed, and the two key documents of the two countries the artist loved best were hung together in the house in New Canaan. In the summer of 1950, he could write in words what he had said so often in color.
Israel is the insurance policy of the Jewish people all over the world. You pay the premium without any hesitation, for it means the assured future for your posterity. I firmly believe that out of Israel, like in ancient time, will come the light of peace. Peace not only among nations, but peace among classes. For peace among classes is the cornerstone of happiness.
There was a little time left now. Time for a less active, more contemplative art. It was while he was working over the new edition of the Book of Esther, the work with which he had begun his career, that a friend of his, a rabbi, spoke to him.
Arthur, you're probably the greatest artist of Jewish subjects in the world today. But you've always worked in books, on paper. Have you ever considered using your talents where they belong best?
Where do they belong best?
In the synagogue itself.
In the synagogue? Yes, I've thought of it, but there never seemed time. I seem to feel myself called out into the world too often.
But what do you feel now?
I feel as if you're right, Rabbi. As if my work does belong in the synagogue. After all, it really came from there.
And in the last years, the faith which had inspired the artist became his principal preoccupation. In his studio, works of art were created for the adornment of the house of his religion. 2 candelabra came into being, an ark to hold the Torah, the treasured scrolls, an eternal light, designs for stained glass windows. But there was not enough time left. The struggle for freedom, for justice, for understanding that dated from childhood had taken too many years. Arthur Szyk left his studio and retired from the struggle, his work unfinished, last September 13th. His family and friends remember a warm, friendly, humorous man whom they loved. But they remember, too, the fighting man who said,
"As an artist, I believe that my pen and brush must take their place in the thick of the fight."
They will not forget the artist whose book plates read,
"If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its cunning."
They will often think of the man who said at the end of the Book of Esther, the opening and closing of his career,
"Lord of the universe, God of my forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to you in your greater glory, whose name is never once mentioned in this solemn book of the triumph of justice, I humbly dedicate this labor of my heart and hands in eternal gratitude."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Sidney Hollander, prominent philanthropic leader and close friend of Arthur Schick. Mr. Hollander.
His was the talent of the Middle Ages, made more glamorous by his incomparable illuminations of the Haggadah. His was the talent of the sun, reflected through a drop of water. For he captured the resultant rainbow and worked his colors into subjects of great mental scope, then reduced them through the magic of the miniature artist. A square mile in a square inch, yet beautiful to behold. His was the unspoiled soul of the artist that saw life in all its jigsaw levels, and he tried to straighten the path for the world he loved. His was the mind of a statesman that gauged through the artist's trained eye, plus a life and a world of experience, the things that prompted his fighting cartoons for corrective influences. He was the pure, proud, personal friend of man, whose sole purpose was to build an audience for his artistic expressions of heart and mind. And he raised his voice and he used his brush for a better world. I was his friend, and in all humility give testimony here that the privilege of that friendship makes his memory forever a prized possession. Arthur Schick was and is of the great. Mentally and spiritually, he served his people and the world. He left a heritage in his work that is yours to enjoy. To his friends, and they were legion, he left an indelible stamp of man's love of man. He dedicated his mind, his time, yes, his life to sow seeds of brotherhood wherever he walked, and his voice and his talents were oft heard round the world in the prayer for peace and world brotherhood. He surely held high the eternal light. His work and influence will never grow dim.
Thank you, Mr. Hollander. Our Eternal Light drama today, Portrait of the Artist as a Fighting Man, was written by Helen Candell Hyman. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Peter Capell as Arthur Schick and Alexander Scorby as the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Omer Yisrael, Moshe rit Yisrael, Al Yovad Yisrael, Omrim Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Noah's Ark, stars Sam Jaffe and was written by Virginia Mazer. It was freely adapted from the story of the same name by Israel Zangwill and is presented in observance of the 25th anniversary of his death.
I am Israel Zangwill. In the Historical Society of the City of Buffalo in the state of New York,
there rests a weathered stone marker with this inscription.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God. Ararat, a city of refuge for the Jews, founded by Mordecai and Noah, September 1825, in the 50th year of American independence.
I've seen this marker with my own eyes, and out of it, this story was born. Now, Mordecai Emanuel Noah was a flesh and blood man, not the invention of this writer, alas, but God's. And the dream he dreamed is a part of recorded history. But Poloni, who shared his dream, he is mine. The name means anybody. My Poloni lived in the city of Frankfurt in the Judengasse, the ghetto. He had a small shop where he made a small living selling books and religious articles. Unfortunately, Poloni had the soul of a poet, and God had so chosen for him to live in times that would have tried the soul of a crocodile.
Keep the road, you, with all the other animals. Don't you see the sign? The footpath is not for you.
I feel like a little sport today. Let's knock this one's hat off. Teach him to mind his manners.
My turn next. Watch me hit this window.
These were ordinary happenings in the city of Frankfurt in Germany in the year 1823. Some took it philosophically.
Persecution. It has its seasons. It comes and goes. One must crawl through it like a snowstorm.
But not Poloni. His soul shriveled. His heart was a stone. All the little streams of poetry that fed his spirit dried up.
Poloni! Poloni!
Softly, Ezra. You will wake the dead.
Poloni, it's morbid of you to spend so much time in the cemetery.
It comforts me. In these times, Ezra, the good place is the place of death.
There have been worse times. Get up, man. I ran all the way up the hill to get you. There's a great to-do in the street. The rabbi's received a proclamation. He's going to post it on the synagogue door.
Proclamation? What else is there to proclaim about? Perhaps the Archduke will proclaim that now the ghetto gate will be locked at all time instead of just at sunset.
But I'm telling you, there may be good news in this proclamation.
I refuse to become excited. 10 years ago, when the late Archduke abolished the ghetto of our city, I composed a poem to him in Hebrew. It had in it quotations from the Talmud, the Bible. I closed my shop for 3 days to write it.
Poloni, this proclamation is from America.
America? Ah, what is America to us? No, there can be no good news, I tell you, until we've gathered together again as one people. Until God's word is again a living thing. Then we shall need no proclamations. Our voice shall trumpet, and the walls will come tumbling down.
Poloni, come along.
Quiet! Quiet, everybody!
Let the rabbi read.
Wherefore, I, Mordecai Emanuel Noah, citizen of the United States of America, High Sheriff of the City of New York, Counselor at Law, and by the grace of God, Judge of Israel, have issued this proclamation.
Mordecai Emanuel Noah? Who is he?
Father Noah, come to life again.
Why is this American proclaiming to us?
Quiet! Quiet, please!
Announcing to the Jewish people throughout the world that an asylum is prepared to them where they can enjoy peace, comfort, and happiness. An asylum in a free and powerful country where ample protection is secured their person, property, and religious rights. An asylum where Israel may repose in peace under his vine and fig tree.
Father Noah is drunk again.
Silence! Let the rabbi read.
Poloni, you're pale, you're shaking. What is it?
This may have fallen from heaven,
This
Ezra.
place of refuge is in the state of New York, near Buffalo. And the spot to which I invite my people from the whole world is called Grand Island. Here I am resolved to lay the foundations of a state called Ararat.
Noah's Ark.
Ararat is open to all Jews everywhere, to the Karaites and the Samaritans, our brethren in Cochin China, the black Jews of India and Africa, all are welcome.
He's inviting us into the Ark 2 by 2.
Silence! I command you, silence!
What is this? Poloni commanding?
Brethren, this is no joke.
To Poloni, the little bookseller of Frankfurt, it seemed that all his life he'd been waiting to hear these words that came now from across the Atlantic. Before this, he'd been only a shadow that found substance to suffer, a voice of weeping in the wilderness, a bubble blown of tears, a dream, a mist, a nobody. Now, before the eyes of the town, he was transformed into a man with a purpose, an ideal.
Poloni! Poloni!
Yes, Esther. Just a moment.
Poloni, will you please stop pounding with that hammer? I brought the rabbi to speak to you.
Oh, forgive me, Rabbi. I was taking down my sign. There's so much to be done, you see.
I told you he's in earnest, Rabbi Joseph. He's closing his store, selling his stock. Speak to him. Stop him.
Poloni, you're a poet, a visionary. I can see how you've been attracted to this foreigner's invitation.
It is the answer to all my prayers. To all of our prayers.
But, Poloni, we know nothing about this Mordecai Manuel Noah. I've studied the document carefully, given it much prayer and thought. This is my conclusion. God alone knows the epoch of the Israelite restoration. He alone will make it known to the whole universe, not Mordecai Manuel Noah.
God has always worked his wonders through human means, Rabbi Joseph. If you'll pardon my mentioning it, Moses...
Poloni, you're contradicting the rabbi. But let's not get into a religious argument. Tell him he's throwing away a decent livelihood, Rabbi Joseph.
Cast thy bread upon the waters, and it shall return to thee after many days.
But after how many days? The Bible doesn't say that, does it, Rabbi Joseph? Nor does it say how Poloni will live in the meantime.
Man does not live by bread alone. The rabbi will tell you that himself, Ezra.
Say something, Rabbi Joseph. You must know some text, huh? To contradict him.
It is useless. My passage is booked for America, for Ararat.
Then, go with our blessing, Poloni.
And when this Mordecai Manuel Noah and his Ararat proves to be a fraud, come back to us.
No, Ezra. You will come back to me. All of you here. You will see.
So Poloni sailed for America alone. He alone, out of all the Jews of Frankfurt, had answered the summons of Mordecai Manuel Noah. He alone, out of all the Jews of the world, it seemed. Then he reached New York.
Ararat? Ararat, I never heard of it. Oh, wait, isn't that Bible place where Noah rested his ark?
Yes, it is also the new homeland for all the Jews of the world.
Well, the first I knew of a stranger. New York City is good enough for me. Better ask somebody else.
Wait, please wait. You know a man named Mordecai Manuel Noah?
Mordecai Manuel Noah, of course. Everybody knows him. His office is in that tall building down the street, the 3-story one. But I doubt if you'll find him in. Here today, gone tomorrow. That's Mordecai M. Noah.
So, you are Poloni of Frankfurt, my first colonist.
Come 3,000 miles to kiss the hem of your garment, Mordecai Manuel Noah.
No, my friend. It is enough that you've caught the greatness of my conception.
I've lived in the ghetto, oppressed and derided.
All that is at an end. Come here. I will show you a map of Grand Island where Ararat, our state, will be located. Here. See how nobly we are situated in the Niagara River, near the world-famous falls, which, by the way, will water power our machinery.
Machinery? I am a poet, a bookseller by trade.
Both very necessary to our new state. We are the center of the world. Here is our Jerusalem without the fear of the legions of Titus.
It is the 18th chapter of Isaiah fulfilled. For what is the land shadowing with wings which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia but your colony?
Well said, well said.
I will extend your thought. What is the land but America, shadowing us with the wings of the eagle?
America shadowing us with the wings of the eagle. What of those who are now in possession of the land?
Only a few red Indians live there now.
And must they be turned out for us?
Of course not, my friend, of course not. All the oppressed of the world will find refuge here. There will be no gates to our colony. Besides, as for the red Indians, they are our own blood brothers anyway.
Blood brothers?
Carried away by the king of Assyria. There's not the slightest doubt that the Indians are the 10 lost tribes.
Astonishing.
My own theory. I shall publish a book on the subject when I find the time.
The Indians? I suppose I can arrange to lodge with them until I've secured a house of my own.
Lodgings, my dear man? A house?
I'm anxious to settle at Ararat at once.
At once? But, my dear fellow, there is no place to settle. At this moment, there is only a trackless forest.
A forest? But you said...
You are dismayed. Don't you understand? There is no such place as Ararat except on this map and in my head. We are going to celebrate the laying of the foundation stone of Ararat in Buffalo.
In Buffalo? But why not in Ararat itself?
My dear fellow, have I not made myself clear? Ararat is at this moment nothing but a forest on an island in the middle of the river. There is no way of reaching it but by canoe. There is no one there at the present but scattered tribes of Indians.
But our people, all the people of the world who received your proclamation, surely they'll be arriving.
Of course, in time. As a matter of fact, my dear fellow, your coming has taken me a little by surprise. Rome was not built in a day, you know. You look disappointed. You are still brooding because it is not feasible to hold our founding ceremony at Ararat itself, eh? I can appreciate that. You are a poet. The symbolism is important to you. Very well. We shall lay the stone at Buffalo, but on Ararat itself, a staff shall be planted with the flag of Israel.
The flag of Israel? Yes.
And you shall plant it.
I? Oh, this is too much. I do not deserve it.
I shall have the flag made at once.
I shall leave for Ararat as soon as it is ready. It shall be waving on Ararat before you open the celebration in Buffalo.
You are a man of action. I like that.
The flag of Israel. The Lion of Judah and 7 stars.
Buffalo, with its muddy, unpaved streets and great trees up which squirrels and chipmunks ran, was still half in and half out of Mother Earth when Poloni reached there. He looked about for a guide to paddle him across the Niagara to Ararat, 12 miles away.
Ararat? Ararat? Never heard of it, stranger.
It lies on Grand Island and is to be the new homeland for my people. I am to plant this flag there.
Oh, now I recollect. Going to be a ceremony here to celebrate, you say. Folks coming from all over. Governor, maybe. Ain't nobody on the island now but Indians. Nobody can get you there but one of the same.
Where can I find an Indian?
Well, they come to the store to trade sometimes. I'll ask around. Yeah, well, stranger, promised you an Indian. Here he is. Name's Red Jacket. Lives on Grand Island, and he'll paddle you there this afternoon.
I'm most grateful to you. And to you, Red Jacket. Shalom Aleichem.
Huh?
Shalom Aleichem.
He doesn't know what you're talking about. I don't myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd understood from my friend Noah that the Indians were members of our 10 lost tribes of Israel. Shalom Aleichem is our Hebrew greeting. It means, peace be with you.
Come. We got a long way to go. The sight of Grand Island, wild and fresh from God's hands, moved Poloni to tears. The joy of city building dawned upon him. The immense pleasure of beginning afresh, of inscribing free ideas upon the plastic universe.
That sound, what is it, Red Jacket?
Eagle.
an eagle. It is a sign from heaven. Here under the widow's wings shall our flag be unfurled. Without delay I must drive in the staff and let the lions of Judah fly.
Stick too heavy. Red Jacket, help me.
There. There now. This will do for the present. Later we will drive it fast. Look! The wind is catching the flag. Shichiono v'kumono v'higiono lazman hazeh. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, who has kept us alive and preserved us and enabled us to reach this day.
Come. Black cloud in sky. Red Jacket paddle you back to Buffalo before storm come.
Back to Buffalo? Oh, no. Don't you understand, my good fellow? I am staying here.
From Grand Island, Poloni heard the salvo of 24 guns in Buffalo that saluted the laying of the foundation stone of Ararat. Alas, a storm blew on the river that day, and his Indian friend could not be persuaded to paddle him across to attend.
It is just as well. When you and I planted the flag of Israel, Red Jacket, that was the true ceremony.
You hungry? I bring fish. Eat.
No, my good friend. I can take your provisions.
Eat.
Very well, then, if you insist. But I'll repay you amply when Mordecai Noah arrives. He will be here any day now with the other settlers.
A week went by, and no Mordecai Manuel Noah. Another. And then a passing boat dropped off a letter to Poloni.
My dear Poloni,
A hurried line to report our celebration a great success. They told me in Buffalo that you duly set out to plant the flag of Israel as agreed upon. Heaven bless you. My heart is too full for words. I had hoped to find time to behold in person the sublime spectacle of our flag flying over Ararat. But urgent legal business calls me back to New York. I would strongly advise your returning to Chelm to spend the winter there in comfort and returning in the spring to build our city.
No.
Knowing your indomitable will, I am afraid my entreaties are useless. I therefore appoint you keeper of the records. To you shall be given to write the new book of the Chronicles of Israel.
Keeper of the records. Chronicler of Israel.
So the winter slipped away, and still there was nothing to record. No events to chronicle.
Where are all the others? Why don't they come?
No human inhabitant of the island save Poloni and the neighboring Indians. So winter came again, and there was still nothing for the chronicler of Israel to record, save the witchery of the snow-white world. Poloni, wrapped in his blanket, crouched in his bark shelter beside his campfire. He prayed for a strength to hold out against the elements until spring.
Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust.
Winter cold, like Red Jacket say.
Shalom Aleichem, my friend.
Winter sickness bad. Bring furs. They keep you warm.
Thank you, Red Jacket. Thank you. I do not know if Noah was right that you belong to the lost tribes of Israel. It doesn't matter.
Put fur around shoulders, like this.
Red Jacket, as soon as it is spring, my chief will come and all the others. We shall begin to build our city. I must not die, Red Jacket.
And the wheel turned, and spring wore slowly round again. The icicles melted, and the river flowed uncurdled. And at last, one sunny day, a boat arrived. Poloni was too weak to meet it, but Red Jacket brought the letter that it bore.
My dear Poloni, in all haste, I ask you to abandon your post at Ararat. As time passes, I am beginning to see that our only hope for the establishment of Zion is in the Holy Land itself.
Both bring bad news.
Zion alone has magnetism for the Jews. It is in Jerusalem that we shall recreate Solomon's temple. The ports of the Mediterranean will begin to be open to the busy hum of commerce. The fields will bear the fruitful harvest. This is our destiny.
Sunshine now. Earth wake up again. Your chief come. Build city.
Red Jacket, I was wrong. There will be no city here. It is dead before birth. Perhaps we shall never have a city except those we build for others.
You angry because chief will not come build city here?
No. No, I am one kind of a man. He is another. Perhaps he is right. Who knows?
You go back home now?
No. I stay. I've been hungry here. I've been cold. I've been sick. But I've been a free man. This is home. This is home. Red Jacket, the winds blew the flag away, but the pole is still there. If I should die...
Spring come. Earth wake up. You feel better.
The spring came, as Red Jacket had said. The young buds popped out, the young birds sang. But it came too late for Poloni.
We have done what he said do. He is buried where Pole is.
We go back to camp now?
No. White man always say something at grave.
What?
He come from far across water. When he's sick, he talk in strange tongue. I only know a word he say each time we come. Maybe is wrong word to say.
Say it.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
The cornerstone of Ararat, laid to the salvo of 24 guns, rests today in the Buffalo Historical Society. The flagpole marking the grave of Poloni has long since molded away. But what of the dream that was dreamed in the busy, spinning, topsy-turvy head of Mordecai Manuel Noah? What of the stubborn faith of the little bookseller of Frankfurt? I've often been called a cynic, but in my gladder moments, I like to believe that both are alive somewhere on this earth today.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Maurice Levin, Chairman of the National Committee on Endowment Development of the Jewish Theological Seminary and a member of the seminary's Board of Overseers. Mr. Levin.
In a land darkened by hate and tyranny, where human beasts have broken the limbs of their victims, torn their quivering flesh, burned the blood in their throbbing veins, and buried them alive, Poloni, old, tortured and twisted by the fires of persecution, dreamed of a world of freedom in his night of desperation, and in his night of desperation braved the perilous sea to find it. Thus, with his broken dreams and poetic soul, Poloni came to America to plant in untrodden wilderness the seed of Mordecai Noah's vision. But the soil was not yet ready to bring forth the fruit of his hopes, and he failed in his mission of emancipation. Blasted by disappointment, he gave his broken body to the rapids of Niagara, but his nobility of soul and purpose will remain an everlasting remembrance. Life that could have been made more beautiful has been made more bitter by the crusaders of hate and violence, who willfully brought their deadly poison to the well of man's happiness. And we have learned with our blood and tears that no philosophy can humanize, no charity soften, no religion reclaim, and no miracle convert the torturing, murdering, devouring swine who have trampled upon the glory of the world, bowed in bondage the noblest of the earth, and left their stigma of abhorrence upon the face of civilization, which not all the waters of the seas can wash away. How much brighter, how more peaceful will be the golden rays of dawn and the mellow flush of evening twilight, if, like Poloni, we were the ambassadors of love and light, and let them shine forth from our hearts with the natural force and impulse of the morning sunbeam. How much happier we would be if we employed our love and strength to brighten the flickering lamps which have been a beacon on the long and weary climb to the human ideal. Only when we have learned to so live and love and serve will the foul and poisonous rattlers in their slimy swamps rot away, the voice of chaos be silenced, the mournful achievement of the sword end, and man move into a fuller life and a happier world.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Our Eternal Light drama today, Noah's Ark, was written by Virginia Mazer and was presented in observance of the 25th anniversary of the death of Israel Zangwill. The story was based on material in the selected works of Israel Zangwill, published by the Jewish Publication Society of America. Sam Jaffe starred as Poloni and John Stanley was featured as Zangwill. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Katams. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical music. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. We broadcast today Sylvia Berger's drama of the brave Mrs. Korngold, starring Arnold Moss and Ethel Everett.
There's a zoo in this country. The authorities in charge decided to build new houses for the beavers, the otters, the bears, and the lions. And so they called in special architects. The architects studied the habits and needs of the beavers, and they built houses especially designed to suit the habits and needs of the beavers. They studied the habits and needs of the otters, and then they built houses especially designed to suit the habits and needs of the otters. It was just about the time that the otters and the beavers were relaxing in their specially suited environment, that Mrs. Korngold went to pieces. The children were very kind when Mr. Korngold died. After the funeral, both Evelyn and Morty stayed at the house a whole week. And then they took turns for a few days looking in. And when they could talk about it, they told their mother not to worry about money, with what they would each contribute, and the insurance.
There isn't any insurance, Evelyn.
What?
Papa borrowed on the insurance to save the store.
But if it didn't do any good,
He didn't know that.
Well, don't worry, Ma. Morty and I'll work it out somehow. I'll talk to Morty and see what he thinks.
Mrs. Korngold waited for the children to tell her what they thought. Even before Mr. Korngold died, after he lost the store, as a matter of fact, she'd learned to wait till the children told her what they thought.
I think if we give you 25 a week, 12 and a half apiece, Ma, I think that you should be able to make out all right. Don't you, Ma? And if you ever need anything extra, Ma, anything,
And then he explained why he couldn't ask her to live with him.
we'd love to have you, Ma, you know that, but the place is a madhouse. Bernie's already saying that he's too old to stay in the same room with Dorothy, and when they start fighting, you'd go crazy, Ma, with all that hullabaloo.
And Evelyn explained about their 1.5-room apartment.
You'd be even worse off with us than with Morty, Ma. That dressing room's no place for anybody to sleep. Sam and I are going to start looking for a bigger place, but until then, I really think you're better off this way, Ma. A nice, quiet home to yourself.
Mrs. Korngold was lucky. There weren't many women her age who had a nice home to themselves. There was her friend, Mrs. Frank. She lived in a cold water flat on the 5th floor. And when her arthritis got too bad, she couldn't thank you enough if you offered to do the shopping. And Mr. Abrams, who rented the back bedroom for Mrs. Arthur. Whenever Mrs. Arthur felt nasty, the only way he could get any peace was to spend the day outside on the bench. And Miss Quinn, in a furnished room where they wouldn't let her play the radio. Mrs. Korngold couldn't stop thinking how lucky she was. She wasn't alone in the world. She had her children. It seemed lately that every time Mrs. Korngold sat down to rest on the bench outside, she'd hear about somebody.
Hear about Mrs. Bronstein?
What about Mrs. Bronstein?
They took her away.
What are you saying? Who? Where?
The welfare. She was crying and carrying on.
Where did they take her? What did she do?
Old age.
They take somebody away for old age?
Oh, it's the best thing in the world for her. Now at least she'll always know there's somebody around to give her a meal.
But such a clever woman, such a mind.
She tried to hide her age to the last. She told the welfare she was 76. Everybody knows she was 78.
Where did they take her?
That island, what do you call it? I see it every time I go to visit my daughter in Queens. That island where they put old people.
Mrs. Korngold hated to hear about old people being put away. It gave her a funny feeling, like she was afraid. But not only for herself, for Morty and Evelyn and Mildred and everybody that was ever born. Such things were done to people when they got old. One day, when she'd heard Mrs. Arthur nagging and scolding upstairs, she found Mr. Abrams sitting on the bench outside. She walked over and sat down next to him.
Life's funny, isn't it?
Sure is.
You're young. You've got a husband to quarrel with, to love. The children hang on to you. You're a somebody with your friends. You get telephone calls, letters. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was with the printing company, I could pick up a telephone, make a call anywhere, Missouri, Ohio, anywhere. Every phone call by Abrams meant a profit for the firm.
A good business head is something you have to be born with.
I had the biggest territory on the force. Live wire Ben, they called me. Gave me a gold watch when they let me go. Still runs, too. Look at it.
Genuine gold.
Went up to see him about a year ago. Girls at the office said there were no vacancies to come back in 6 or 8 months.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nice to sit in an office again. Go out to lunch, the other men. Talk about this, about that. Leave a tip for the waiter.
You know what happened to my friend, Mrs. Bronston? I can't get over it.
A sign on the drugstore for a boy. Pointed out to him, why does it have to be a boy? Can't I carry a bottle of magnesia as well as a high school boy? That's the way they wanted it.
To take an elderly person and put her away on an island until the day she died. What did she do? Commit a crime?
Went up to that place on 42nd Street about a pension. Too young, they said. I'm only 62. All right, if I'm too young, give me a job. I'm willing. No, for that you're too old. You've got gray hair. Get out of the office. It might be catching. What's the matter? Old age, a disease that you've got to hide in the bedroom? Why don't you pass a law? Pass a law against old age. That way at least you'd know you have to die. All right.
Today in the United States, more than 10 million people are 65 or over. They're often ill, often alone, almost always lonely and afraid. With that fear, with the fear of the aged, Mrs. Korngold began to live in closer and closer intimacy as time went on. The headaches she got when she climbed stairs, the dizzy spells, that time when she went to telephone Evelyn and forgot what she'd gone down for. The burden she'd be on the children if she got sick. That time when Morty thought he was going to be laid off. The pain then in Mrs. Korngold's chest was like a fist had hit her. She'd had to stay in bed for 2 days then, but luckily the children never found out. One of those days when she thought Morty was beginning to look very tired and gray, she thought maybe she could find a way to be less of a burden on the children. She put on her good hat with the imitation leather rose and went up to that place on 42nd Street that Mr. Abrams had talked about. That pension place.
I'd like to get some information, please.
What sort of information?
About old age people.
Old age people?
I mean, if I'm entitled to old age.
Do you mean old age and survivor's insurance?
Oh, of course, I don't know what's the matter with me today.
Fill out this blank, please.
I don't see so well. I was supposed to change my reading glasses.
Oh, well, what jobs did you work at in the last 14 years?
I took care of the house.
Is your husband alive?
No.
What did he do for a living?
He had a grocery store.
He was the proprietor? He owned the store?
Oh, yes, that's right.
That's all he did all his life?
He got up 4 o'clock every morning for 32 years to take in the milk and the hot rolls for the customers' breakfast.
I'm afraid your husband wasn't covered. His having had his own business before the insurance law was changed makes you ineligible. You won't be able to get a Social Security pension.
But it was only a small business.
He still wasn't covered.
Mrs. Korngold was ashamed of herself for asking, but the thought of Morty going on 40 and not saving a penny, and Evelyn without even one child to take care of her when she got old.
There is no relief.
Does anyone contribute toward your support now?
My son and my daughter.
Old age assistance is outside this department, but I doubt that you'll be eligible for that. If they are able, your children are legally responsible for you. If they don't want to support you, you can take them to court.
Mrs. Korngold wanted to laugh right there in the office. Take her children to court. Mrs. Korngold went back to her apartment, and then she wondered, what could she do with herself? Well, maybe she could call Evelyn, but Evelyn's boss didn't like her to get too many personal calls at the office either. Besides, she'd called Evelyn already this week. Mrs. Korngold thought maybe if she took her mind off things, a movie maybe. But by the time she climbed down the 4 flights of stairs and then the 3 blocks to the movie and then after the picture all those stairs to climb again, she went to the bread box and took a slice of bread. And then she put it down and lay down on the bed. Mrs. Korngold didn't undress that night, but she didn't mind. It made her feel braver-like if she went to sleep with her clothes on. There are so many accounts being closed for the aged. The friends who die, the relatives who move away, the big money that you never earn again, the sounds that get fainter, the tastes that get flatter, the goodbyes that outnumber the hellos. Time unwinds faster and faster when you grow old. Your credit with the world grows shorter, and you begin to hoard. You hang on to your grandchild's hand even while he tries to pull it away. You beg for another visit from your son even before his present visit is over. You count the seconds that your children give you, knowing that soon they will give you your last. You hoard what you can. Sometimes you even save newspaper string pennies on the light bill. Whenever Mrs. Korngold's children came to visit her now, they almost always found her sitting in the dark.
Mama, what are you sitting in the dark for? Why'd you turn on a few lights? You're not trying to put Edison out of business, are you?
I didn't need the light, Evelyn. I wasn't reading or anything. I was just looking out the window.
Ma, I thought you said you were going to take in ice. You're still keeping your food on the window ledge.
It keeps nice and cold that way,
Why
Evelyn.
don't you make things easier for yourself, Ma? Why do you always make things harder for yourself? If you need any extra money, you can always ask me or Morty. You know that, Ma.
Mrs. Korngold knew that. But she couldn't find the words somehow to tell Evelyn that it wasn't just the money. It was being so alone. Being alone all the time made you think of all kinds of things. When Evelyn left, Mrs. Korngold turned out the light again. You don't need a light to look out the window. It was nearly 18 months after Mr. Korngold died that Evelyn got the phone call.
Evelyn,
Oh, hi, Morty. How's the old worry wart?
Mother's not well, Evelyn.
What?
They phoned me to come to this hospital.
What happened to Mother?
They've got her up at the hospital. Do you want to come and see her?
Mrs. Korngold looked very strange in the bed that was like a child's crib with railings on each side. Her eyes stared with a wild glare, a wild, sightless, lonely glare.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Mother. This is Morty, Mother. Do you know me, Mom? This is Morty, your son.
Hello, Mother. This is Evelyn, Mama. Hello, Mother.
Jill, my children.
The first 2 months of Mrs. Korngold's stroke cost her children $1,000. There was the hospital, the doctor, the private nurse, the medicine. And then the hospital was forced to ask Mrs. Korngold's children, could they take her out? They needed a bed. There were so many emergencies. They weren't equipped to give the long-term care for the chronic illnesses of old age. But what the hospital didn't tell Mrs. Korngold's children was that what had happened to Mrs. Korngold, what was happening every day to hundreds of Mrs. Korngolds, was not just old age. It was the corrosion of a human being by fear and insecurity, loneliness and rejection, by shame and uselessness and despair. That's what had happened to Mrs. Korngold. And now she could no longer live in her own home anymore. Now her children had to find a special home that would take in and care for a broken human being.
I heard of a private nursing home for the aged up in the Bronx. A nice place, they said, not too expensive. I asked my boss, could I have an extra hour for lunch, and I made the trip up there. It was an old brownstone that smelled of stale food and dirty bed linens. There wasn't a room in the house that wasn't crammed full of beds.
Oh, yeah?
She wore a crumpled white uniform. I noticed that whenever she looked at any of the residents, their eyes took on an anxious, harried look. I'm interested in it. I'm looking for a place for my mother.
Do you want private or semi?
Well, how much do they cost?
Well, the private will cost you $55 a week. 2 in a room's $50, and 3 in a room, that's only $47.50.
Well, my mother's never shared a room with strangers before. I don't know.
Oh, I got a very nice room for her if you're thinking of semi. With a roommate that'll be just right for your mother. She doesn't talk, but she's very nice. Smiles all the time.
My mother's much better, but she still needs help with dressing and cutting up
Oh,
her
I
food.
got 2 girls that know just what to do for your mother. Don't you worry. Those girls are strong as oxes. They can pick up your mother with one hand and still have room for another.
Is there a doctor?
Yeah, there's a doctor we use when we have to. $4 a visit if it's just a checkup. Of course, if there are complications,
Her eye fell on an old lady who was sitting up in bed rummaging through a paper bag.
Oh, what are you looking for, Mrs. Green?
My comb.
Isn't she cute? She simply insists on keeping her things in a paper bag. We have a nice little table for her there against the wall.
Can she reach it from the bed?
She can always ring for the girl. Can't you, Mrs. Green?
Mrs. Green looked up at me. She could ring, but all the ringing in the world couldn't help her. I went to some nursing homes. If they weren't crowded, they were too far for us to visit, or they didn't want stroke cases. And then a friend of mine told me about the City Housing Center.
I'm sorry, Mr. Korngold, but I'm afraid we have nothing available for your mother just now.
But this friend of mine said
that 5% of all our future housing projects will be set aside for the aged. That's true.
He said they're going to have square bathtubs.
With hand grips to make them safer. And the apartments will have many other safety features.
Then why can't my mother get in? I can't tell you how badly she needs
I know
it.
she does, Mr. Korngold. Your mother is caught in a contradiction of one of the greatest miracles of our time, the increase of our lifespan. We're able to benefit from the creative energies of men like Einstein, Albert Schweitzer, Toscanini. But we face the problem of how to employ, how to house and rescue from loneliness those very members of our society who could bring us the benefits that only old age can give us.
Can you put my mother's name down for your project?
Did you say your mother was incapacitated by a stroke?
Yes, I did.
Well, then she'd need help in getting around, wouldn't she? I'm afraid these apartments, even when they are finished, wouldn't answer her problem anyway. I'm very sorry, Mr. Korngold.
Somebody in my office told me about a beautiful home for the aged on Long Island. And it was beautiful. It really was. Beautiful lawns all around and glassed-in sun porches to let the sunlight seep through. And the woman who let us in was beautiful, too, silvery-haired and gracious. She was gracious, that's what it was. I could see even Morty was impressed. It almost embarrassed us to mention money.
We were hoping that it wouldn't amount to too much.
Well, I'm sure we can arrive at a mutually satisfactory arrangement. We have a beautiful room for your mother. Southern exposure, hot and cold running water for $110.
A month?
A week.
Oh.
We have a cheaper room that just happens to be available today. $85 a week.
We couldn't afford that. We can't afford half of that.
Morty, they can't keep Mom at the hospital. They told us they need the room.
But, Evelyn, what's the cheapest room you've got?
We have a very nice room that just by coincidence was vacated this morning. I can let it go for $65 a week.
May we see it? You saw the other places, Morty. You saw what they were like.
I shall be very glad to show you the room if you like.
What's that?
Just a minute, please.
Go, Bobby. I want Bobby.
Now stop that nonsense.
Where's Bobby? Go, Bobby.
Bobby isn't coming. Now you be a good girl and go to sleep. You're disturbing everybody.
What's the matter with her?
She always gets like that after her youngest son's been to visit. I wish he wouldn't come. She's always hard to handle after he's been to visit her.
In his desperate back-to-the-wall fight for help, Morty Korngold inevitably got around to me, too. He wanted to know about our home.
Some of the homes object to stroke cases. Do you mind taking stroke cases?
Our home and infirmary are for the aged who cannot take care of themselves. Stroke cases cannot take very good care of themselves.
I suppose your rates are the usual ones.
Our home, like other voluntary homes supported by public contributions, is not operated for profit. We're operated to give service.
Excuse me.
It was at that point that Mr. Fisher came into my office. Mr. Fisher had just arrived at the home 4 days ago. In his younger days, he'd been a certified public accountant.
Excuse me, but there is something I have to discuss with you, Mr. Bernard.
Shoot, Mr. Fisher.
It is the matter of the pocket money. Is there any stipulation about how the pocket money we receive each month is to be spent?
Well, any way you please.
One can spend it on newspapers, cigars, candy?
Why not?
One can if one wants to even give it away.
It's your money.
Well, it happens that my grandson will be visiting me today, and when a grandson comes to visit, you want to be able to give him a little something for a baseball, a chocolate soda, the way a grandfather should.
Of course.
Have a cigar.
Well, thanks, but I... Sure. Light?
Thanks. Well, guess I had better get back to the recreation room. I wrote my grandson he'd probably find me reading a paper in the recreation room. Shalom now.
So long, Mr. Fisher.
Well, thanks for... Say, that's quite a plaque on your desk. That's quite a thing, isn't it?
Quite.
I remember hearing my father saying it in the synagogue. Cast me not off in the time of old age. Forsake me not when my strength hath failed. Mr. Bernard, will you have room for Mother here?
There's a waiting list.
Will you put my mother's name on the list?
We'll be glad to.
How long will my mother have to wait?
About 3 years. In this country, there's a zoo where especially designed homes are built to suit the needs of beavers and otters and lions and bears. But the brave Mrs. Korngold will have to wait 3 years, if she can hang on that long, for a home that can suit her needs. I call her the brave Mrs. Korngold because, as some of the aged live today, to be old takes courage.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Mr. Joel W. Schenker, co-chairman of the World Brotherhood Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary. Mr. Schenker.
The touching story of Mrs. Korngold, which you have just heard, is one which is unfortunately all too prevalent in our current society. It is an ironic commentary on our society that Mrs. Korngold's plight, like that of increasing millions of aging people, is the direct result of a blessing bestowed upon us by God. More and more people are achieving the biblical age of 80 years and 10, and the average age of our population climbs upward with each new census. In our prayer books, we have all come across the phrase used on the high holy days, "O cast us not off in the time of old age, forsake us not when our strength faileth." We take this to be a direct mandate that the responsibility and care of our older citizens is a primary obligation resting upon all of us. One of the blessings of democracy is that from time to time there emerges a public servant conscious of his official as well as his spiritual obligations. Such a public servant is Herman Stitchman, the Commissioner of Housing of the state of New York, who with one ringing blow has made the most dynamic contribution in the field of sociology in the last decade. Through his office, we received the thrilling announcement several weeks ago that the state of New York will provide in its future program housing quarters for the aged in every public housing project to be built with state funds. If this had been available to Mrs. Korngold, the script we have just heard would not have been necessary. The beacon has been lit. Who will pass on the torch? There are 47 other states in the Union. Let them light their torches upon the fire kindled by our own state. The fifth commandment bids us to honor our parents, so that our days may be long upon the land which the Lord our God has given us. We must redouble our efforts to help the Mrs. Korngolds among us, so that in generations to come it may be said of us that we truly honored our fathers and mothers.
Thank you, Mr. Schenker. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Brave Mrs. Korngold, was written by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical music. Arnold Moss was the narrator, and Ethel Everett was heard as Miss Korngold. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brand speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Broken Sabbath of Rabbi Asher, was written by Morton Wichengrad and is based on an old folk tale.
Many years ago, I believe it was on a Wednesday afternoon when the world had not entirely lost its innocence, Rabbi Asher of Yanof forgot the day of the week. The consequences were altogether remarkable. It began with the utmost simplicity. Rabbi Asher merely said,
Teamster, are you able to take me to Lizensk and back?
A perfectly straightforward question. And the teamster gave a perfectly straightforward answer.
I am Rabbi Asher, but can you afford it?
By a rare coincidence, Rabbi Asher happened to have the necessary 4 rubles, and so he was driven from Yanof to Lizensk. Now, what was his business in Lizensk? It was to be present at the wedding of his youngest sister's grandchild. So he attended the wedding, which was a good deed.
We see you so rarely, Rabbi Asher. Won't you remain in Lizensk over the Sabbath? Thank you very much, but I promised my congregation that I would be with them at services as usual. I'm afraid we must be going.
And so, many years ago, in fact on a Thursday, Rabbi Asher and the teamster turned about and headed home for Yanof.
I wonder if you would mind stopping for a moment.
Do you want to stretch your legs?
Thank you, Teamster. It's just that it's time for afternoon prayers.
Well, don't let me stop you. Go right ahead.
You don't understand. I have to wash my hands.
I thought you said you have to recite your prayers.
Certainly, but I can't until I wash my hands first.
You can't?
That's the commandment. The hands must be washed before prayers and before eating.
Well, all I can say is that it's a pretty peculiar commandment. Oh! I'll go through the forest right past the rock there. Head due west for about 150 yards, and you'll find a little brook. You can wash your hands there.
That's very kind of you, Teamster.
Don't mention it.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Past the rock, due west through the forest, went Rabbi Asher. After all, he was a man not unaccustomed to forests. The great forest of the Talmud, and the massive growth of decisions, opinions, prohibitions, injunctions, admonitions, maxims, parables, commentaries, and super commentaries. But unfortunately, this was a forest made of trees. And without too much difficulty, Rabbi Asher succeeded in getting himself hopelessly lost.
Teamster! Oh! Teamster!
There was no answer.
Oh! Where are you?
Naturally, the teamster was exactly where the rabbi had left him, on the road a quarter of a mile away.
How long does it take a man to wash his hands anyway?
Oh! Teamster! Can you hear me?
Obviously, he couldn't. For by very skillful blundering, Rabbi Asher had increased the distance to a good half mile. Well, being a thoughtful man, Rabbi Asher came to a thoughtful conclusion.
I believe I'm lost.
And you could say amen to it, and not be guilty of an exaggeration. He was alone in the dense forest, a lonely place of dark silence and the smell of dead leaves. And the night descended, and an old man in a white beard and a black skull cap put his finger to the ancient earth.
I have no cause for complaint. Does the earth complain? We tread upon her, we dig her, we spit on her, but the earth accepts our abuse without murmur. Earth, thou art of better make than I, and yet here am I treading thee underfoot. But be patient for a little while. Soon I will lie below thee, thy humble servant.
He lay himself down on the floor of the forest. Near his face, a fern bent softly. The incense of bark, the bark of 100,000 trees, suddenly mounted to nostrils familiar only with the musty smell of old books. Rabbi Asher felt a swelling in his throat, and he remembered the words of the blessings.
Blessed art thou who has kept us in life and preserved us and has enabled us to reach this season.
He whispered the night prayer, and an owl overhead did not complain. A bear padded out of a thicket and sat on blank haunches and watched him. And then, when Rabbi Asher finished his prayer, the bear departed. And it was night, and Rabbi Asher slept peacefully upon the earth, secure in the Lord. And then it was day. He found a nut under a tree. He found a berry on a bush, and he was no longer hungry. He went on this way, lost and yet not lost. How many days? How many nights? He was old and feebler than he thought, and his mind lost hold of its tight grasp of time. Rabbi Asher of Yanoth forgot the day of the week. He was not aware that he had forgotten, but he had forgotten. He had confused the Sabbath day with an ordinary weekday. It was nearly a week later when the searching party found him, and it wasn't a minute too soon. for a cold wind had suddenly come down from the northwest.
You really don't have to carry me. I tell you, I'm not sick.
The pulse is very irregular. We must get him back quickly.
Yes, of course. I should save my strength for tomorrow evening.
What's tomorrow evening?
The inauguration of the Sabbath, of course.
Tomorrow evening?
Of course.
Why, of course. Yes, of course, tomorrow evening. The inauguration of the Sabbath.
Shh.
Baruch, any improvement?
Yes, the fever has left him. The doctor says he'll be as good as new.
That's fine. And we can all tell Rabbi Asher that he's mixed up the days of the week. After all, if it's Thursday night, it can't be Friday night. And if it isn't Friday night, it's ridiculous for a man to begin the Sabbath. It's more than ridiculous. It's illegal.
Nathan, that's something we can't tell Rabbi Asher. Not now.
Why not? It's perfectly simple. Knock on the door, then open it, and then say, by the way, Rabbi Asher, today happens to be Thursday, not Friday. That's all there is to it.
Fine, there's the door. Go ahead, Nathan, knock on it.
I'll do it right now.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Don't be an idiot. You can't disturb him.
Why not?
Because in the first place, he's asleep. The doctor gave him a sleeping powder.
Well, I can wait, Baruch. I'll tell him when he wakes up.
No one is going to tell him. You understand me, Nathan?
What black plague has come over everyone? What's all this fuss and mystery and whispering? Why can't you tell him? A pious old man gets lost in the woods, period. He mixes up north and south, period. He mixes up the weekday and the Sabbath. It's understandable. He was confused. He was feverish. Now let's tell him he was confused.
We can't. If he kept last Friday as the Sabbath, then he didn't keep the Sabbath. He committed a transgression.
Well, it was unintentional. God will forgive him.
I'm sure he will. But Rabbi Asher will not see it that way. All he's going to see is that he transgressed the Sabbath. Now think of it, Nathan. Rabbi Asher, a tzaddik, one of the holiest men ever born. He, Rabbi Asher, in the 80th year of his life, has violated the Sabbath. Now you're a brave man, Nathan. Go ahead. Knock on the door.
Excuse me, I think I have a headache.
I think we all have.
There's only one thing to do. Rabbi Asher must think that the Sabbath actually begins tonight.
What are we going to do? Pretend that it is the Sabbath? Why doesn't somebody answer?
Something tells me we're cooking ourselves a very fancy kettle of fish.
Something tells me you're right. Now let's call a meeting in the synagogue while Rabbi Asher is asleep.
Hannah, what do the women think?
The women leave thinking to the men. The women are already doing.
Doing what?
Making provision for the Sabbath evening meal. If Rabbi Asher thinks the Sabbath begins tonight, it's going to begin tonight.
And of course, there was no alternative. What alternative could there be? He was an old man. For 80 years, the Sabbath had been his delight. Could he be told in his 80th year that he, Rabbi Asher, even through a pardonable error, had broken the Sabbath? Could Hannah tell him?
The shock might kill him.
And they couldn't kill Rabbi Asher. He was their guide, their lantern, their teacher, their father. And beyond this, he was their friend. The congregation of Yonoth made its decision, which Baruch stated rather concisely.
From now on, there will be 2 Sabbaths.
Rabbi Asher's Sabbath on Friday and the Lord's Sabbath on Saturday.
It was practically the beginning of the 5-day week. Some extraordinary things immediately began to happen.
Who is it?
It's me, the teamster.
What do you want?
I brought you the load of hay you ordered.
I can't accept it now.
Why not?
It's Rabbi Asher's Sabbath. His window faces here.
All right, I'll bring it tomorrow.
No, tomorrow is my Sabbath. Bring it on Sunday.
Now, how can I do that? Sunday is my Sabbath.
It was practically the beginning of a 4-day week.
Who
But the trouble was only beginning. The men and the women and the children put on their best clothes on Friday and went to the synagogue to pretend to celebrate Rabbi Asher's Sabbath. And what was more natural at the conclusion of the Sabbath than to express the wish for a good week?
Gute Woche, Hannah.
And to you, Nathan. Gute Woche, Rabbi Asher.
The best week in the world, Hannah, to you and to all of us.
And then they all raced to their homes, all that is except Rabbi Asher, and secretly they began to usher in the Lord's Sabbath. And they didn't dare raise their voices.
Good Shabbos, Baruch.
Good Shabbos, Hannah. Good Shabbos, Nathan. How much longer is this going to continue? Well, all I can say is that it's a lucky thing he's 80 years old.
What a wicked thing to say. May Rabbi Asher live to be 120.
Amen.
Well, Nathan?
All right. Amen, if you insist on it. But the way we're going, 120 years can seem like a lifetime.
Trade was at a standstill 3 days each week. The liturgy was increasingly complicated. Sabbath clothes were beginning to wear out because of the additional wear. Something had to snap. It snapped.
Tamar, what did Rabbi Asher teach you in school today?
The 9th commandment. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Have your soup. It's getting cold.
Mama, don't you want to hear what else he said? He told us the truth is the funniest thing in the world. It's just as it is. If you make it bigger, or if you try to make it less, it stops being the truth.
You talk too much. Eat your soup.
And you know what he also said? The Sabbath without honesty and truth isn't the Sabbath.
All right, Tamar, all right. Have your supper. Well, what are you stopping for? If it needs salt, add salt.
It doesn't need salt.
What is it, Tamar?
I was thinking. Mama, are you a liar?
Understand me, Baruch. She asked the question without anger or disrespect, but she's going to ask it again. She's going to think about it. I'm her mother. I can't have her thinking things like that about me.
Hannah, what do you propose to do?
Before worse things happen, we have to go to Rabbi Asher and tell him the truth.
It's too late for that now. It was a harmless lie at first, but it's grown too big. It seems lies generally do.
Then the lie will grow even bigger. It's already poisoned our Sabbath. It will poison the whole week and the month and the year, all our years. We have to go to him and ask him to forgive us our deception.
Will you go?
All right, I'll tell him.
Hannah, the doctor says that he hasn't much longer to live. Any little shock might do it. Now, not to tell him, Hannah, is like sparing his life.
Hannah, if what we have done so far is wicked, then for the sake of his life, let us be wicked a little longer.
Well, no, it can't be. I can't accept that. I was once a child in his classroom, and he taught me that you can never bury a falsehood, but that truth springs up out of the ground. He's going to find out anyway. Let him find out from someone who loves him.
Then you're going now?
Yes, I am.
Wait until tomorrow. It's a cold night. He's warm in his bed now. His mind is untroubled. Do him a kindness, Hannah. Wait until tomorrow.
I see what we've done. We've been good, kindly, compassionate. And our goodness and our compassion have been at the expense of a lie we have forced on Rabbi Asher. Don't you see that's why I've got to tell him tomorrow?
It was a cold night, and the wind was now from the northeast, carrying frost on its breath and a promise of early snow. Tomorrow, Hannah would tell Rabbi Asher the truth about the Sabbath. But now she slept in her warm bed. All Yonaf slept. All Yonaf, so it seemed, except Rabbi Asher. Rabbi Asher stood in his nightshirt, his coat wrapped hastily around him, and he was pounding on the door of Reb Miller's house. Reb Miller, the wealthy merchant.
Who is it? What lunatic is out in the cold on such a night like this?
Rabbi Asher,
Yes, Reb Miller. May I speak with you?
Of course, come in.
No, I want you to come out here.
I'm in my nightshirt. I'll catch my death of cold.
Put a coat on and come out here.
Oh, why can't we talk in the house where it's warm?
I'm an old man. Please, humor me. Throw your coat around your shoulders and come out here. I'll wait for you.
I don't understand it. Wait a second.
Shivered in the cold and waited for Reb Miller.
Here I am, Rabbi. What is it? Ooh, it's cold.
You don't like the shoemaker, do you?
Is that why you called me out?
Answer my question. You don't like him, do you?
The shoemaker is a disgrace to the community. He keeps his family starving because he gambles away whatever he earns on dice, playing, and cards. Now, may I go back in the house?
Not yet. The shoemaker's wife has just had another baby.
Congratulations.
There isn't a stick of firewood left in that house. They've already burned all the wood I gave them. Reb Miller, are your teeth chattering?
I must say, Rabbi Asher, this is a fine time to ask me if my teeth are chattering. I'm freezing.
They're freezing, too. They are suffering from the same cold that chatters your teeth.
That's why you made me come into the cold?
Forgive me for doing it, but it was the only way to make you appreciate their situation.
It's all right, Rabbi Asher. I'll bring the wood to the shoemaker's house. I'll bring it myself. God bless you, Rabbi Asher. God bless you for reminding me that I am a man. Now, go home quickly before you catch pneumonia.
Hannah did not go to Rabbi Asher the next morning, for Reb Miller's story had awakened the householders at dawn, and when they heard it, they said,
"He is holy, and he makes us holy."
Hannah, can you tell a man like Rabbi Asher he has desecrated the Sabbath? Hannah, tell me the truth, can you?
So they continued with their pretense, and there were 2 Sabbaths in Yanof, and a Sunday in Yanof.
Listen, it's Sunday. Now listen good. What don't you hear?
Teamster, what are you driveling about? What do you mean, what don't I hear?
Bells, you fool. You don't hear the church bells. They're not ringing the church bells so that old Rabbi Asher will think yesterday was Sunday. And the bells rang yesterday because there was a wedding.
And so the plot against the Sabbath became the custom in Yanof, through the winter, into the spring, during the summer heat. And then, catastrophe.
Yom Kippur! We're fools. This year Yom Kippur falls on a Sabbath day.
No, there must be some mistake.
No.
She's wrong, isn't she, Samuel? Tell her she's wrong.
She isn't wrong, and Baruch, we can't conceal it because he himself will discover it.
Wait a minute. Wait. Don't get into a panic. We still have time.
You can't play tricks with time, Reb Miller.
Can't you, Hannah? Rabbi Asher played a trick with time. Why can't I?
It isn't possible.
That's because you are a woman of small faith. I invite you all to my house for Rabbi Asher's Sabbath. And Hannah, will you please be good enough to tell the doctor I should like to speak with him?
It was perfectly obvious. On Friday, which was Rabbi Asher's Sabbath, he came home from the synagogue, as usual, and then he went to Reb Miller's house, which was not usual. And the cantor of the synagogue sang the song of the Sabbath departure, which of course was part of the pretense. Rabbi Asher hummed the melody, which he always did. And then he stopped humming, because it was time to sip the usual glass of wine. However, there was a powder which the doctor had given Reb Miller, and now the powder was dissolved in Rabbi Asher's glass.
Reb Miller, it worked. He's asleep.
They lifted him very tenderly and carried him to his bed. Then the doctor came in and chuckled.
His pulse rate is fine, sleeping like a baby.
And the townspeople of Yanov rushed to the synagogue and openly welcomed the true Sabbath. Never in the whole history of Yanov had the portion of the law been read with such fervor as it was read on the following day. Ah, it was a Sabbath to remember. And Rabbi Asher lay in his bed and slept the sleep of the very old and the very good.
Sabbath.
Lift him carefully.
I've got him.
Now seat him in the chair.
Carefully, carefully, carefully. Good, good.
Tamar, come here.
Yes, Mom.
I want you to wake Rabbi Asher. If he asks you anything, just say the Sabbath is over.
I'll be telling the truth, won't I?
Yes, Tamar.
Now, wait a minute. Cantor, go ahead.
Gute Woche, gute Woche, a gute Woche.
Rabbi Asher. Rabbi Asher, wake up. Your Sabbath is over.
And Rabbi Asher awoke, and seeing all the familiar faces about him and hearing the cantor sing the familiar melody, sensibly concluded that he had dozed for a few seconds. And so a day that had been lost from the calendar of the week was found again.
Wake up. The Sabbath of Rabbi Asher is over.
That's a peculiar way to put it, child. You mustn't say Rabbi Asher's Sabbath. It's the Lord's Sabbath.
It's the same thing, Rabbi.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Harry Nelson of Congregation Rodef Shalom, Bridgeport, Connecticut, and director of the new seminary, Israel Institute. Rabbi Nelson. One moment, please.
The story that we have just heard might be described as a comedy of errors, but comedy is the wrong word. Simple piety describes it much better. There is the Sabbath, the very soul of Judaism, which transforms the whole atmosphere of the Jewish home into something pleasurable, soulful, and spiritual. It was a day ordained by God as an indispensable part of the whole cosmic pattern. It served as an inexhaustible fount of life-giving spiritual waters which revived and refreshed the Jewish soul. No wonder there was much ado about transgressing this holy day. In addition to the Sabbath, we are given an insight into other religious values. Throughout our tale, there is emphasized a high regard for the sensitivities and feelings of a human being. The community goes through great effort and hardship to spare Rabbi Asher humiliation and hurt. The rabbi himself, though old and sick, goes out on a cold winter night to summon a wealthy merchant outside that he might know the suffering of a family without firewood. All through our Bible and rabbinic literature runs the admonition, put yourself in another's place, the stranger, the poor, the orphan, the widow. Know their wants, their needs, have feeling and regard for them. Through the observance of the Sabbath, was man able to understand the real purpose for which he was created and rise to the highest of his potential as a child of God. Through his genuine concern for his neighbor's plight, and for his welfare, was man able to truly manifest his belief in God. This great spiritual legacy was proclaimed by prophets and sages to the children of men
as a pattern by which the good society might be achieved.
Thank you, Rabbi Nelson. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Broken Sabbath of Rabbi Asher, was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katins. Cantor Robert Siegel was the vocal soloist. Norman Rose was narrator, and Peter Capell was featured as Rabbi Asher. The production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program was written by Joseph Mindell. The story is based on the book It's Been Fun, the autobiography of Mrs. Annie Nathan Meyer, who died last year at the age of 84.
I've learned to take nothing for granted. So if I tell you that I was 18 in the year 1885, I will not expect you to remember how it was then. In 1885, Grover Cleveland had been elected president. Bismarck was still living, as was Jefferson Davis. And Darwin had died only 3 years before. Edwin Booth was still acting. And Lord Tennyson was still writing poetry, though I can't say I cared very much for it. But Holy Statue of Liberty was on its way across the Atlantic, and my cousin, Emma Lazarus, was writing the poem to be inscribed on its pedestal. In New York, driving behind a smart team was a fashionable diversion. Ladies carried parasols against the sun. But I, Annie Nathan, was practically the first woman in the entire country to ride a bicycle. Well, let him whistle. You have to expect this kind of thing when you're ahead of your time. When you get to be 83, you can talk about yourself without the encumbrance of either modesty or pride. You can remember the things that happened to you as you remember the things you read in the newspaper. Like that day that my father came unexpectedly into my room.
Annie, I wanted to tell you that... What are you hiding, Annie?
Oh, nothing, Father. Nothing?
You may have put your hair up, young lady, but I'm still your father. Show me what you're hiding.
It's only a book.
Not one of those French novels.
Oh, no, Father.
Let me see it. Annie?
Oh.
Thank you. Higher English grammar and syntax. Oh, don't tell me you read this for diversion.
I do enjoy it.
I know you better. Now, what's in the back of your pretty little head?
You won't be angry, Father?
Maybe I will, but tell me anyhow.
I'm going to take the entrance examination for Columbia College.
Nonsense. Columbia's only for boys.
There's a collegiate course for women.
It's still nonsense, Annie. Now forget the foolish notion.
I won't.
I forbid you to think about it any further.
You have no right, and I can be just as stubborn as you.
Let's not quarrel, Annie. Come on, sit down. We have to talk this out. Annie,
Yes, Father.
I wish your mother were alive. Annie, you're not one of those females who's all brains and no looks.
No, Father.
You have a pretty face.
My nose is too blunt.
Delicate, sensitive, not intellectual, thank heaven.
But not stupid.
No, not stupid. Don't you someday want to get married?
Well, of course I do. What girl doesn't?
Then listen to me. I'm older than you, and I know the world. Annie, men don't like educated wives.
That's not true.
It is true. Believe me, it is.
Well, it isn't fair. It's superstitious and medieval.
Poor Annie. You'll never be married if you go on this way.
Oh, Father.
You believe me, don't you?
I believe you.
Now you're my sweet, reasonable Annie. And where are you going?
I have to study the last chapter of Higher English Grammar.
Go on, laugh. It was 65 years ago. Now I can laugh myself. But not then. Not when the president of a southern university could say.
Women are admitted to this college, and their social standing is in no way impaired by their coming here.
Not when the New York society leader, Mrs., well, never mind her name, could say of a friend's daughter who was at college, "Oh, that poor, sweet young thing." Take my advice. If you can possibly avoid it, don't be ahead of your time. Well, I passed my entrance examinations for the collegiate course for women, and following instructions, I went to see the professors at Columbia College.
Miss Nathan, I see you've brought the book.
Yes, Professor.
Good. And now in this one, you are to read pages 264 through 331. In this one, 157 through 185. And now in this book... Miss Nathan, you're not writing this down.
Oh, well, it seems a little silly to begin reading a book on page 264.
If you have no intention of reading, you're wasting my time and the college's.
I didn't say that, Professor. I'll just read the book straight through from the beginning.
Indeed. And what do you hope to prove by that?
Why, nothing. I want to learn what's in them. Professor, may I come to your lecture?
Of course not, Miss Nathan. Columbia's a college for young men. We don't believe in coeducation.
Dr. Barnard, the president of the college, believes in it. He said so, and so do some of the trustees.
Fortunately, most of the trustees do not.
Oh, I promise to be very quiet.
It's out of the question. You'll study the assigned chapters and return the first week in June for your examinations.
Oh, yes, Professor. Thank you for your help.
I'll help you with your books. There. All 6 of them.
Oh.
Don't drop them. Well?
My handbag. Would you mind putting it on top of the books?
Not at all. What is it now?
I'm sorry. I can't open the door.
Miss Nathan, how helpless can a woman be? You finished your examination very quickly, Miss Nathan. No doubt you think you did well?
On the contrary, Professor, I think I failed.
Oh? Well, then maybe you are convinced now that higher education is not for females.
No, I draw quite a different conclusion.
Oh? I'm interested to hear it.
The collegiate course for women at Columbia College is completely futile.
Well, naturally you're disappointed at your failure.
I had no trouble with the questions based on the books I read. But there were many questions that referred to your lectures, which I was not privileged to hear.
Miss Nathan, you've spoken quite plainly. You'll pardon me if I'm equally blunt. The trouble with you feminists
I'm not a feminist. I just want a college education.
The trouble is that you won't admit there's a difference between the sexes.
Now, Professor...
Young women simply do not have the physical strength or the mental capacity to cope with higher learning.
Do you really believe that the men students at Columbia could pass an examination based on lectures from which they were excluded?
That's irrelevant, Miss Nathan. Men are not excluded from the lectures.
But, Professor, how do you... Don't you see... Professor, my father would say that Columbia College has already made quite a change in me. For the first time in my life, I am at a loss for what to say.
like that is enough to make a feminist out of any woman. And yet he had a sense of justice, or possibly a sense of humor, for he passed me. So I continued in the collegiate course for women, and my father continued to be unhappy about it.
Annie, I've arranged for you to visit your aunt in Baltimore.
Yes, we'll talk about it later, Father. Father, I want you to meet a friend, Dr. Alfred Meyer.
I'm happy to meet you, sir. Yes. There's a train at 8 tonight.
Father, please, it isn't courteous.
I'm sure Dr. Alfred...
Dr. Meyer, Father.
Whatever it is, I'm sure that he'll excuse us. I'll come some other time.
Oh, no, Alfred, please stay. All right, Father, if you insist, I am not going to drop the collegiate course.
Who's talking about that?
You are, and not very subtly.
What are you going to do with a girl like that? Well, if you're asking me, sir, I have some ideas on the subject. Indeed. But you look like a man of the world, Dr. Meyer. You tell her. Tell her that no man will look twice at a girl stuffed with book learning. What are you giggling about, Annie?
Mr. Nathan, as a matter of fact, I did come to tell you something. Annie and I want to be married.
What did you say?
I said...
I heard you. Young man, you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
I've tried to warn him, Father. I've told him I'm ambitious.
So am I, Annie.
I want to write, Alfred, more than anything else, more than going to college, even. I'll never change.
I want you to write.
But maybe writing will keep me from being the right kind of wife for a busy doctor.
Do you think so? Do you, Annie?
No, Alfred. No. I think I'll be the kind of wife you want.
I wanted to give all my time to my husband and to writing. Therefore, I gave up the collegiate course. And Mrs. You-Know-Who, the society leader, said, "Of course, only undeniable spinsters are really interested in the higher education of women." But I continued to use the library at Columbia, and I became very friendly with the librarian.
Is that what he said, Annie? Well, that's logically absurd.
You must remember he's a professor of English, not of logic.
Let's see what it means, Annie. If women can get from a few examinations all that men get from daily discussions with faculty and students, from lectures and work in the laboratory, then women must be miraculously gifted.
Oh, hush. Someone will hear you.
Annie, there should be a college for women in New York. There must be.
Oh, there is. There are several. For instance, Mrs. Foster's Academy for Gentlewomen.
Oh, stop making fun of me. I'm serious.
I'm sorry. But after all, a college for women. Have you any idea how people would react if you said that in public?
It doesn't matter. Now, listen. I don't mean a finishing school for girls, but a real college, affiliated with a university.
With the same instruction as in the college for men.
And the same academic standards and the same degrees.
Oh, it sounds good. But who's going to make this come about?
Maybe you, Annie.
Now you're making fun of me.
Someone has to start it. Why not you?
Because I'm only 20 years old. I'm not even a graduate of any school, and I don't know anybody of importance in all of New York. Aren't those good enough reasons?
Maybe. But think it over, Annie. Just think it over.
Annie, I think you're not even listening to me. Annie.
Alfred, have you ever regretted that you married me?
Maybe you'd better tell me what's on your mind.
If I should seem inconsiderate, or if you think I'm neglecting my duty to me, or to you, you'll tell me, won't you?
Have I ever complained, Annie?
Oh, this is different, Alfred. It's...
No. Now, wait. Wait before you tell me. Do you remember... We read it together in the book of Proverbs. A woman of valor, who can find? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her.
Oh, thank you, Alfred.
Now, tell me.
I'm going to start a college.
Well, is that all?
Is that all? Well, it's a tremendous job, practically impossible.
Annie, you don't have to do it.
Oh, but it's so exciting.
All right. Now, how do you go about starting a college?
Well, first I must get the most important people in New York to sign a petition to the trustees of Columbia College.
Do you know the most important people in New York?
Not yet, but I will. Alfred, I'll be busy all day and many evenings. Alfred, the proverb also says, she seeketh wool and flax and worketh willingly with her hands. She layeth her hands to the distaff, and her Her hands hold the spindle.
Annie, the work you will do is the wool and the flax, the distaff and the spindle for me, as well as for you.
Now, tell me, can your college use a contribution?
Oh, Alfred, thank you again. Not yet, dear. First, I must talk to some people.
Of course I'm in favor of higher education for women, Mrs. Meyer.
Then you'll sign the petition to the trustees.
As a matter of fact, I made a speech at the Athenian Club the other night. You may have seen it in the Times.
Oh, I'm sorry to say I didn't.
Oh. Well, yes, I came out strongly for co-education. That's what this petition is for, isn't it?
Well, no, we're asking for a separate college for women.
What's the matter? Isn't Columbia College good enough for you?
Oh, it isn't that, sir. It's the trustees won't admit girls to the lectures.
Stubborn fools.
Well, about the petition, your signature just goes
Young
on this-
woman, are you against co-education?
Oh, no, sir. I'm just for college education for women any way they can get it.
You're backing down on your principles. A girl is entitled to the same privileges as her brother.
Of course. But there's not much chance of getting the trustees to see that. And in the meantime, girls in New York are denied a college education.
Blame the trustees for that.
Well, you're not going to sign the petition, are you?
No, Mrs. Meyer. I am a man of principle.
I see. Co-education or no education. The trustees are not the only stubborn fools.
I'm not sure, young woman, that it's a good thing to send girls to college.
They don't have to go.
After all, the first duty of a woman is to her husband, her home, her children. Fill a girl's head full of goodness knows Greek and mathematics.
Mrs. Smithers, there's no record in history of a mother deserting her infant for a quadratic equation.
You put it very cleverly, Miss... what did you say your name was?
Mrs. Annie Nathan Meyer.
There's a foreign sound. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, of course not.
You speak such beautiful English. How long is it since your parents came to America? Oh, I've embarrassed you.
Oh, no. I've just been trying to think of a friendly reason why you might ask such a question.
You don't have to answer it, you know.
Oh, but I will. You'll find the name of my father's grandfather, Simon Nathan, in the first directory of New York, published in 1786.
Mrs.
My
Meyer,
mother's grandfather was Rabbi Gershon Sykes. He refused to pray for King George III, and the British closed his synagogue. But later he had the satisfaction of assisting at the inauguration of President Washington. Does that answer your question, Mrs. Smithers?
Well, Mrs. Meyer, I'll be very happy to sign your petition. You misunderstood me completely.
Oh, no, Mrs. Smithers. I understood you very well. Good day. Why are people so stubborn and bigoted and unfriendly, I thought. I was only 20 years old then, but I still don't know that answer. Yet they were all not like that. Most were friendly and anxious to help, and soon the petition was ready to be presented to the trustees.
We petition the establishment of a college for women to be called Barnard College, after the late president of Columbia College.
It tickled me to learn that the trustees thought the list of names the most impressive they had ever seen on a petition. But what pleased me more was their action. The trustees approved the establishment of Barnard College, provided that sufficient funds were made available for independent financing of the college. Well, now I had to beg, and I learned that it was easier to get a signature on a petition than on a check.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Meyer. Business conditions, you know.
But I discovered ways and means.
Annie, where are you going at this hour?
Alfred, would you mind very much if you had dinner alone tonight?
Again, Annie?
I'm sorry, dear, but I want to see Mr. Dixon.
You can see him at his office in the afternoon.
He's much too busy to really listen there.
Well, then later in the evening at a more respectable time. Well, what's so special about this hour?
If I leave now and walk just fast enough, I'll reach his house just as he finishes his dinner. He'll be sitting down with a glass of wine and a cigar. He'll be feeling fine, Alfred. Maybe I'll get $1,000. Poor Alfred. I wondered how much longer he would have stood for it. Oh, that's foolish, I know. In the archives of Barnard College, there is a small leather-bound book in which the first item is Dr. Alfred Meyer, $500. Well, we had enough money to open the college in the fall, but just before, in the late summer, I had a visitor.
You'll need teachers for your college, Mrs. Meyer.
Yes, Professor, we will.
Well, not ordinary ones, good teachers.
Do you know what kind? The kind that thinks that girls have the physical strength and the mental capacity for higher learning.
You're a hard woman, Mrs. Meyer.
Am I? I don't think so.
All right, I'll say it. Do you need a teacher of English grammar?
Why, Professor, why do you want to teach at Barnard?
It shouldn't make any difference why.
Well, I suppose not. I simply would like to know.
Well, I don't know myself. Maybe you've convinced me. How pure does my motive have to be?
All right, Professor. Only I must warn you we can't pay much.
Who said anything about money?
And a darn good thing he didn't. For the first year, the entire budget, including rent for a brownstone house on Madison Avenue and the professor's fees, came to something over $7,000. On October 19th, 1889, Barnard College opened, and the first class was held with 7 girls in attendance.
This semester, we will study together the structure of the English language, gentlemen. Excuse me, it's a habit of long standing. As I was saying, ladies, we will be studying.
Something wrong, Professor?
Look at them, Mrs. Meyer. They're sitting on the edge of their chairs.
They've been waiting a long time.
Tell them not to look so eager. This is only a lecture on English grammar.
But it was more. It was a dream come true. The first college for women in New York City. And for a long time, we all sat on the edge of our chairs, afraid that maybe we would wake up. Do you know I never did get to attend Barnard or any other college? I've written plays and seen them produced on Broadway. I've written novels, and I don't know how many articles for magazines and newspapers. And now I'm 83. And I think that none of these things has given me as much satisfaction as helping to start Barnard College when I was 20. Occasionally, I like to walk in the streets around the college, as I did last week, when a girl, one of the students, almost knocked me over with her bike.
I'm awfully sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you.
Oh, it's all right, my dear. You missed me completely.
I shouldn't ride my bike when I'm upset the way I am. I'm really steamed up.
Like to tell me about it?
Oh, well...
I know. I'm an old woman, and I can't possibly understand the problems of the younger generation.
Well,
But tell me anyway. It'll do you good to talk.
You're sweet. Well, you see, I'm a senior, and I made straight A's in physics and math, and I was going to be an engineer.
Well, that sounds very exciting.
Sure. Only today we had a guest speaker, an engineer. I spoke to him, and he said, don't do it.
Maybe it takes more than A's in physics and math.
You bet it does. You know what you have to be? A man. He told me why. Rightly or wrongly, he said, people think that women don't make good engineers. Maybe they don't have the physical stamina or the brains. You're smiling. You think I'm a silly kid.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I wasn't laughing at you.
It must have been a lot easier when you were a girl. You got married, had a lot of babies, and took care of your husband and your home. But not anymore. Today, a woman has to fight to make her way in the world.
A woman still has to fight to make her way. I'll tell you something. If I were a few years younger, I'd get in the fight again. It's been fun.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York City. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Morris Teller of the Southside Hebrew Congregation of Chicago. Rabbi Teller.
Annie Nathan Meyer, the heroine of today's Eternal Light presentation, typifies the woman of valor. Perhaps it was from her great-grandfather, Rabbi Gershon Satius, who showed his independence by refusing to pray for King George III and by siding with George Washington, that she inherited independence of spirit that enabled her to overcome the obstacles on the road to woman's progress, and love of learning that motivated her to found the first college for women in New York City. Independence of spirit, though not prevalent among Jewish women nor among women of any other group in the past, did manifest itself in exceptional cases. Such biblical heroines as Miriam, Deborah, and Esther are outstanding examples, as are such women like Donna Grazia and Glickel von Hameln, who distinguished themselves a few centuries ago. It should also be noted that love of learning, as expressed in a limited way in the love of Torah or religious knowledge, was intense among Jewish women through the ages. Although only in rare cases were Jewish women scholars, and it was rather expected of the Jewish woman of valor to work willingly with her hands instead of engaging, as did the men, in the formal study of Torah, she did have an appreciation of learning. In her devotions, while kindling the Sabbath lights and upon other occasions, she prayed that her sons, and in turn their sons, shall become great scholars. She was willing, in addition to her daily chores, to provide free meals for the yeshiva bachurim, the students of the yeshiva of the Academy of Learning. She sang in her lullaby for her children a tribute to education. Torah is the best schora. Torah is the most valuable commodity. If, despite all the conventional limitations to which women were subjected, much has been achieved in leadership and learning, how much more should be accomplished by modern women, now that the age-old erroneous notion about keeping women in their place is no longer popular? Women are now taking active and important parts in cultural and civic efforts, as well as in industry and in professions. In Jewish endeavors, Jewish women's organizations are thriving. The zeal and sacrificial devotion displayed by our women bid fair to make these women's organizations not merely auxiliary bodies of minor importance, but major components of organized Jewish life, actual counterparts of the men's organizations, thus strengthening the Jewish cause and thereby making a notable contribution to the advancement and enrichment of American culture.
Thank you, Rabbi Teller. Our Eternal Light drama today, It's Been Fun, was written by Joseph Mindell. This story was based on the book It's Been Fun, the autobiography of Mrs. Annie Nathan Meyer, published by Henry Schumann Incorporated, New York. Joan Alexander was featured as the narrator and the girl, Annie Nathan. Louis Van Rooten was the professor, and Robert Carroll was Dr. Meyer. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is Red Cross Month. By giving generously, you will help mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, and your nation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, in celebration of the Festival of Purim, we present A Song for Queen Esther by Morton Wishengrad.
Oh, Purim's coming, children, the feast of fun and joy. So let us join in singing, every girl and boy. Sing Esther the queen, sing Esther the fair, sing loudly her virtue, her charm. How Mordecai toiled, how Haman was foiled, how Israel was shielded from harm. Oh, Purim's coming, children, the festival of fun. So lift your voices gladly, come join in everyone.
Now it came to pass, in the days when Ahasuerus was king, that he ordered his 7 chamberlains to prepare a great feast in the city of Shushan.
Prepare couches of gold and silver.
Prepare couches of gold and silver.
Invite all my relatives.
Double the amount of food.
Yes, of course, all kinds of food. Ransack my 127 provinces for ducks, hens, capons, pheasants, geese, quail, and pigeons.
Poultry, beware!
Oh, but it's going to be a party no one will soon forget. Capons, ducklings, cook them well. Geese and quail and pheasants, cook them in a giant pot, stirred by 80 peasants. Pullets, chickens, fricassee, broil them, boiled and roasted. Cook them in a lovely sauce till they're golden toasted. Quick, be quick, my chamberlains, pies, pastry, brandy. Give each child throughout the land paper bags of candy.
When King Ahasuerus had finished his little song, he beamed at his 7 chamberlains and gave them a large wink, and with a look full of meaning, he said,
Tell Queen Vashti I shall want her to put on a royal crown and come before my guests to show her beauty.
But Vashti refused to show herself in front of the king's guests, and King Ahasuerus became furious.
I am the king. Me! I am the king! Ahasuerus! Chamberlain, how dare she refuse my command?
Inexcusable behavior, Your Majesty.
The presumption of the woman, the insolence of the woman, the audacity of the woman.
You shouldn't stand for it, Your Majesty.
I won't stand for it.
You must defend the honor of the royal name.
I will. Why, if the queen refuses to obey the king...
Ordinary women will step all over their husbands.
Exactly.
Majesty.
Yes, Chamberlain?
Much as I regret to say so...
go on.
I must counsel that the time has come to choose a new queen.
Not a bad thought. Excellently counseled. Chamberlain, whom have you in mind?
Someone beautiful.
Good.
And someone dutiful.
Better.
Someone wise and modest.
Aha.
And charming.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Oh,
but we'll find her, Your Majesty.
Oh, impossible. She doesn't exist.
But she does exist. She must exist. And since she exists, we will find her.
How?
We'll hold a contest. A contest for the maiden who will be queen to King Ahasuerus.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. A beautiful idea.
Thank you, sire. I shall order your soldiers to go throughout the land. They will be authorized to gather together every eligible maiden.
Excellent. Hurry, let's have the royal contest.
In Shushan town there lived a girl, Hadassah was her name, Hadassah was her name, till it was changed by Mordecai, and Esther it became, till it was changed by Mordecai, and Esther it became. Now Esther was an orphan girl, of virtue, grace, and beauty, of virtue, grace, and beauty, who lived with Uncle Mordecai to protect her was his duty, who lived with Uncle Mordecai to protect her was his duty.
Esther, my dear, it's impossible to hide here any longer.
But the soldiers are in the streets.
Then you must go to meet them. They must not find you hiding.
Uncle Mordecai, what will become of me?
We have the promise of the king that no one will be molested.
I am afraid.
Have faith, my dear. He who led Abraham forth out of the Ur of the Chaldees will also watch over you.
I want to stay here with you. I want to be with my people. I have no wish to be in any contest. I have no wish to be queen.
It is out of our hands now. Esther, be brave.
In the name of Ahasuerus, ruler over Persia, I demand entrance into this house.
Uncle Mordecai, don't leave me.
In the name of the 42 ministers and the 7 chamberlains of King Ahasuerus, let me in.
Promise me, Uncle Mordecai, that you will stay close by.
I promise. Esther, you must promise me something.
What, Uncle?
Whatever happens, do not reveal that you're an Israelite, because should the king be displeased with you for any reason, then your people would suffer harm.
I promise.
Are you the maiden Esther?
I am.
Hold your face to the light. Ah. In the name of the 63rd Regiment of His Majesty's Royal Legions, I declare you most eligible. Please come at once to the Royal Palace.
Mordecai wept to see Esther go. He followed behind as he had promised, and then the palace gates closed after her. It was not an easy contest. There were thousands and thousands of eligible maidens, and the king and his first chamberlain would not leave the judging to other eyes. Day followed day, week followed week, but neither the king nor his loyal chamberlain was satisfied.
This one isn't beautiful enough.
And this one isn't modest enough.
Oh, this one simpers.
This one squints.
This one giggles.
This one gushes.
This one is silly.
This one is stupid.
This one has no manners.
This one has too many airs.
This one is too short.
This one is too tall.
This one is... This one is...
Ah, I think so too, Your Majesty.
My dear young lady.
Do you address me, sire?
I do. What is your name?
Esther, Your Majesty.
Chamberlain, a most agreeable voice. And a most agreeable manner.
Queen Esther. I like that.
The two words do go together, don't they?
They do, don't they? I like the sound of it very much indeed. Chamberlain, I've made up my mind. The contest is over. Esther will be my new queen.
Queen Esther, there is no one to best her, for her grace and virtue are pleasing to the king.
My dear, I find you beautiful. I hope you will be dutiful. Oh Lord, you have been bountiful, and Esther is my queen.
And this is the manner by which Esther the orphan became queen to King Ahasuerus in the month of Tebet, in the 7th year of the king's reign. And the king loved her exceedingly.
My dear, what is your opinion of the color scheme of the furniture? Do you prefer blue and silver with the onyx chairs, or do you think gold would be more delicate? Well, speak up, my dear. I value your opinion.
The king had never been more happy in his life, and Mordecai, to whom all these tidings were brought, rejoiced greatly. True to his word, Mordecai sat from noon to night before the gates of the palace in order to see that no harm should come to Esther. And this is how it was, that one day, while Mordecai sat reading from a large book, he chanced to overhear 2 of the king's ministers speaking in a strange language.
The Inke is an Apse.
Ecce.
He's an Ulfe.
An Opte.
Tereshal Payas and Leute me, I may Iredte of Eing Bay Urpe. I may Iredte of Eing Bay Usht Pay around day. Iriad Pay. How hey about Uye Idke?
Ecce.
Now Mordecai knew all the 70 languages of man, and so to his learned ears the words made sense, as follows.
Teresh, my good friend, is one minister to another. Let me say candidly that our good King Ahasuerus is,
Means what?
He's a fool.
No, I grant you that.
Doesn't deserve to be king.
No, I grant that also. But who does?
Me.
You.
Why not?
The idea has possibilities. What have you in mind?
The dagger.
That would do it nicely. But it's a risky business.
After we take care of Ahasuerus, you proclaim me king, and I proclaim you the king's treasurer.
As I said, the idea has possibilities. Now, quite by accident, I own a dagger of daggers. This dagger, my dear colleague, is so sharp.
I ran immediately to the Chamberlain and revealed the plot against the king. Oh, bless you, Mordecai. Bless you 1,000 times. For the wicked ministers have already been seized, and no harm will befall the king.
Esther, my dear,
Yes, Uncle.
I believe you've grown fond of Ahasuerus.
I believe I have. He's a little foolish sometimes. But for a king, he's quite lovable.
I'm doubly glad now that I was able to save his life. Have no fear. Rest easy in your mind, dear Esther. From now on, there isn't anything that can happen.
But Mordecai was wrong. In place of the traitorous ministers, King Ahasuerus made a single appointment.
Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite.
Your Majesty.
Know all men that from this day I appoint Haman to be my first minister.
I am Haman, first minister of the realm. Bow down and prostrate yourselves before me.
Now Haman was an evil man, the foulest villain in the land. This Haman, foul Haman, the blackest soul of all. But dear children, calm your fears, sigh no sighs and shed no tears. For Haman, foul Haman, did infamously fall. On with our story. Haman is approaching the place where Mordecai sits at the palace door. Bow down, shouts Haman, bow you down before me, for my name is Haman, and I alone am Lord.
I said bow down. I am your lord.
You're wrong, sir. There is only one Lord to whom I may bow down, the Lord our God.
Bow down to me and kiss my foot.
I cannot. I shall not.
I am the minister of the king.
And I am a servant of God.
You said enough. Your name.
What do you wish with me?
Your name.
People call me Mordecai. Mordecai the Israelite.
Mordecai the Israelite. That's all I want to know. Soldiers, sound your trumpets. Haman returns to the palace.
Haman, you come at a most inopportune time. My chamberlain is showing me my garments for the new season.
It can wait, Your Majesty.
Wait? Somehow everything that pleases me must wait, while everything that vexes is pushed before my nose. What is it, Haman?
Sire, I have been examining the royal treasury.
Money, money, money. Don't talk to me about money. Talk to my chamberlain. He handles such things.
Majesty, I must speak to you. Your treasury is very low.
Too many parties, eh, Chamberlain?
I'm afraid so, my king.
Well, we'll have to do something. Very well, Chamberlain. See that our next banquet only lasts 3 weeks.
Your Majesty.
Speak, Haman. What is it?
No need to economize. There are Israelites in your kingdom.
Yes?
We shall tax them.
But
we shall tax with a special tax, a tax of 100% upon everything they possess.
Well, that means you will confiscate
everything they possess. And I assure you they won't complain.
Really, Haman?
I'll take the small precaution of seeing that they are all dead.
Oh, dear me. Rather drastic, don't you think?
A necessary step, King Ahasuerus. These people plot against your life. They cause unrest in your kingdom. They foment rebellion. They have contempt for your gods, your idols. Your Majesty, we cannot abide differences in our kingdom. Those who are not absolutely like everyone else must be eliminated.
Chamberlain, what do you think?
I do not like it, sire.
Haman, surely there must be some other way?
No other way. Your Majesty has given me his confidence. Believe me now, I act for the good of the kingdom. Every Israelite must be destroyed.
Esther, you're exaggerating the seriousness of the news.
I wish it were so, Mordecai. But it was told me by my ladies in waiting.
It is only court gossip, a wild rumor. Such things cannot happen.
Uncle, it was the king's loyal chamberlain who gave the news to my ladies.
Haman. Haman is the one.
Yes. Oh, Ahasuerus, my husband. My king, how can you allow yourself to be so deceived?
Esther, go to him.
To Ahasuerus?
Yes, you must.
No one may go to the king unless the king calls. It is the law of the palace, Mordecai. Whosoever goes before the king without having first been summoned by the king, that person may be summarily put to death. Even the queen.
You must chance it, then.
I may be killed.
If you do not go, your people will be killed.
I have no alternative, then. I shall fast. Mordecai, go among the Israelites and tell them that this day shall be the fast of Esther. Beseech them to pray for me, even as I pray for them.
Wer mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber Purim feiern mir.
Esther fasted all that day, and in the small houses of Shushan, thousands prayed for her. Finally, while the entire court held its breath, Queen Esther boldly approached the throne of the king.
Who is it that comes before the king without being summoned?
It is Esther, your queen.
Oh, well, that's something else again. Madam, your life is much too valuable to risk this way.
I had to come, sire.
What, suppose I had a touch of indigestion and were in a bad mood? My dear Esther, dreadful things could happen. Unthinkable things. Now, why have you come, my dear?
I have prepared a banquet, your majesty.
Capital. Am I invited?
It would be no banquet without you.
What a pretty speech. When is it to be?
Tomorrow evening.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Who else is coming? Anyone I know?
If my Lord Haman would honor us with his presence, I would be most happy.
Haman, do you hear that? Lucky for you that I'm not a jealous man. Invited by the queen herself.
I am deeply flattered, my gracious queen.
Then you will come, Haman?
Nothing could prevent it, Queen Esther. I am ecstatic with joy.
Haman gloated because the queen had honored him. But when he saw Mordecai outside the palace gate, his exultation became an evil thing.
What good are the favors of the queen to me so long as this man whom I hate remains alive? I shall take counsel with Zeresh, my wife.
And Zeresh, who was as evil as Haman, gave him her wicked counsel.
You are absolutely right, Zeresh. I shall build a gallows 50 cubits high, and Mordecai will hang from it.
Chamberlain! Tell them to stop that infernal racket. It's gotten so a man can't sleep. Chamberlain, make them stop!
Trumpeters! Have done! Have done! Thank you very much. Now, go back to sleep, Your Majesty.
Now what in the name of Persia is that?
Haman has given an order to build a gallows 50 cubits high.
Well, tell them to wait till morning. Why does everything happen to me?
Stop your hammering! Go home, all of you. Come back in the morning. Much better, Your Majesty.
Oh, my head. I'm afraid the night is ruined. I simply won't be able to sleep after this.
Drink a little wine.
No.
Perhaps a little walk?
No. Chamberlain, read to me.
Very well, sire. I shall read from our daily chronicles. I read, date of 6 months past, the plot to assassinate the king foiled by the Israelite Mordecai. On the morning of the 6th day, the Israelite Mordecai overheard
Wait,
a plot
Chamberlain, wait. It comes back to me clearly. This man, Mordecai, he saved my life.
He did, sire.
Well, how did we reward him?
Let me see. There is no mention of any reward.
Oh, ridiculous. Read further.
I am afraid, sire, we completely forgot a reward for this loyal subject.
No wonder I couldn't sleep. Terrible, terrible, terrible. How could we be so ungrateful? I'll speak to Haman about it at Queen Esther's banquet. Haman, there's something I meant to speak to you about, but this is Esther's banquet, and so no business. My dear, Esther, will you sing for us?
I am not in the mood, Your Majesty.
Oh, nonsense. Do something. Something pretty, something gay. You know what I like.
Your Majesty, truly, I have no disposition to sing at this moment.
Well, I'm a very disappointed king, and my chamberlain is disappointed.
I am, dear Queen.
Very well. I sing, my king, I sing, but my heart is cold and sad. Yet since you command, I shall pretend my heart is gay and glad. La 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 la.
Esther. Oh, Esther, my dear, I thought this was to be a happy occasion.
Forgive me, but I'm filled with sadness.
But why? For what reason, my dear?
Because orders have been issued to put the people of Israel to death.
Those were my orders, Queen Esther. Why trouble your head over affairs of state?
Haman's right.
Haman is the most wicked man who has ever lived.
My dear Queen, I'm at a loss.
The Israelites never harmed you. They ask only for peace. Why won't you let them live?
Esther, there are tears in your eyes.
Are there, Ahasuerus?
My dear, what are the Israelites to you?
Your Majesty, they are my people. I am an Israelite.
You, Esther?
An Israelite orphan who was reared by her good uncle Mordecai.
Oh, we shall have this order against your people. Did I hear you say Mordecai?
You did, sire.
Majesty, this Mordecai...
He is our loyal subject.
Oh, no, King Ahasuerus, he is a traitor.
How can you speak so of a good man?
I can prove he is a traitor.
Hold your tongue, Haman. Accursed liar. Mordecai is the man who saved the king's life. I would have him honored, not slandered.
My king, Haman would have Mordecai hanged.
Never.
Haman has built a gallows 50 cubits high to hang Mordecai.
If Haman has built a gallows, Haman will hang from it. Good Mordecai, my faithful subject. Put on purple robes and garments of silk, and let this time be a time of rejoicing for you and for all the people of Esther the queen.
Oh, Purim's here, dear children, a festival of thanks. So sing and dance with gladness and play your merry pranks.
Sing Mordecai good, sing evil withstood, sing wicked Haman's disgrace.
Sing Esther the queen, sing Esther supreme, sing proudly her beauty, her grace. Oh, Purim's here, dear children, clap every hand in glee, and always love this story, which ends so happily.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Herman T. Stitchman, New York State Commissioner of Housing. Mr. Stitchman.
There is little new under the sun, we are told. The dramatic story of how Esther saved her people, which we have just heard, bears out that truism. For just as in her time there existed officials who failed to realize that their authority came from the people, and who used their power against those whom they should protect, so today we find persons in responsible public positions who are equally unfaithful to their trust. Religious instinct implies a consciousness of the brotherhood of man. It inspires kindness to all. But that does not mean that the truly devout person should close his eyes to the infirmity of the brother he has helped place in office, and who has wandered from the path of righteousness for his own profit. Those affected should rise up to smite the offender, and so help protect their children and their fellow men from his unwholesome influence, just as the immortal woman of long ago rose up to cast out the wicked Haman. Today, in various hamlets, cities, states, and we are told even in the nation, Some of those born in the image of Haman follow in his path. By their acts, they undermine the lives of the people by destroying their confidence in government, their cherishing of honesty in public office, their inspired wish to carry on their personal lives with the belief that they are part of a great democracy of integrity. Too much in recent years have we heard cynics say that the struggle against continuing iniquity is useless, that it cannot be stopped or even controlled. Such cynicism nurtures the Hamans. What is needed is not another Esther, but rather that the millions of our women throughout the country shall be imbued with her spirit. They have the responsibility for building life in the home, but their maternal care can be undermined by what happens outside the doorway. Their children's lives can be so warped outside by official laxity that the child is affected before he crosses the threshold. So all women must use the suffrage with which they have been endowed and, in Esther's image, lead their brethren. They must cast out the Hamans, or those who tolerate them, wherever they exist. Thus will they save their children from the injury to their spiritual beings and to their very lives that must afflict them whenever Hamans govern.
Thank you, Mr. Stitchman. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Song for Queen Esther by Morton Wishengrad, was presented in celebration of the Festival of Purim. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadams. Tom Glazer was the singing narrator. Daniel Ocko was the king, and Joan Loring was Esther. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Satan and the Rabbi of Chelm, was written by Joseph Mindell.
One day, when things were going particularly well, Satan sat in his armchair, casually turning the pages of the Ledger of Living Souls. He smiled contentedly as his eyes lingered on the lists of sins and iniquities. But suddenly, he stopped, and then he frowned, and all the imps and demons shivered and waited for Satan to speak.
What's the meaning of this? Well, answer me.
Is something wrong, Satan?
Is something wrong? Just look at this, Belial.
I see it. It's only a blank page.
Exactly, a blank page. I tell you, I won't tolerate such carelessness. I want to know who is responsible.
As a matter of fact, I handle all entries in the ledger myself.
Do you, Billy?
No, please don't get excited. Let me have a look. Oh, yes. It's the page belonging to the Rabbi of Chelm.
I don't care whose page it is. It's an unpardonable error.
No, Satan. The register is correct, just as it stands.
Nonsense. What do you mean, Belio?
There's nothing to record on the page of the Rabbi of Chelm. No sins, no iniquities, no transgressions.
It's a more serious matter than I thought.
It's just one of those things that happens every 2 or 3 centuries. Not at all serious.
You're wrong. Belio, if even one man may live his life without sin, who knows where it may end?
Satan closed his eyes in thought, and all the demons held their breath. Then he looked up and dictated a message to the heavenly tribunal.
Whereas the Rabbi of Chelm, though standing with one foot in the grave, still has a clean sheet, and whereas it is written, there is no man that sinneth not, therefore let the Rabbi of Chelm be delivered into my power for testing.
Now, what went on in heaven I cannot tell you of my own knowledge, but surely a man like the Rabbi of Chelm could not be unknown, and you may imagine the indignation among the angels. At the very instant when Satan's request was about to be denied, almost as if he had been listening behind the gate, he sent another message.
What is man, that thou takest knowledge of him? Or the Son of Man, that thou makest account of him?
Now in heaven, anger was added to indignation. But after all, if not in heaven, then where does justice prevail? And there was an ancient precedent. So the answer went out to Satan. Regarding the Rabbi of Chelm, see Job chapter 1.
Chapter 1, the 12th verse. Behold, all that he hath is in thy power. Only upon himself put not forth thy hand. Belio, we have work to do.
Now the devil is not a fool. He knew this was not a simple matter. How, for example, could the rabbi be attacked? Like Job, through his possessions, or a violent case of running swords, with promises or with threats? Well, there was only one way to find out.
Belio, you will go.
Oh, no.
Talk to the people of Chelm about their rabbi. And Belio...
The climate, especially this time of year...
It would do no harm to have a few words with the rabbi himself.
Where did you say you came from, stranger?
It's, quite far from Chelm.
Even so, you've heard of our rabbi?
Of course. Who hasn't heard of the Rabbi of Chelm? The most virtuous, the most pious.
That's him, all right.
Though I've heard it said that anyone could be pious who had his worldly goods, his fine house and flocks.
You're still talking about the rabbi?
Who else?
You really are a stranger. The rabbi has one shirt, and when that's being washed, he sits in his room until it's dry.
Highly commendable. Of course, if we were to strike him, that is, if he were to be stricken with boils...
Now, that's a coincidence.
What is?
Only the other day, he said to me, Daniel, he said, sometimes I almost wish for bodily pain. Oh, no, I said, that comes soon enough. And then he said, but it's so much easier to bear than the pain of seeing evil in the world. He's a saint. A real saint.
About this rabbi of yours.
Of mine?
You're from Chelm, aren't you?
I? Yes, of course.
Well, then, this rabbi of Chelm, they say that he's a saint.
Do they?
You sound as if you don't believe it.
After all, he is a man.
Naturally.
And therefore there are two sides to the question. On the one hand, being a man, he yearns for goodness.
Yes.
But by the same token, he is subject to sin.
You really think he said that's true?
I know it to be a fact.
That's the most hopeful thing I've heard.
hopeful. I've never thought of it that way before.
Allow me to thank you, Reb. Tell me, what do you call?
I'm the rabbi of Chelm.
A fine spectacle you made of yourself, Belial.
How was I to know, Satan? I don't know what becomes of my wits when I take human form.
Never mind. Tell me more about the rabbi of Chelm. He is very poor, you say?
Poor. He looks as if he's always hungry. And that shirt, it won't last much longer.
Good. You'll be in charge here while I'm gone.
Satan, let me go.
What? In that climate at this time of year?
I have a personal interest now. And besides, I have a plan. Listen.
Huh?
You see?
Uh-huh.
And then I will tempt him. You see? You understand?
It may work.
Uh-huh. Of course it'll work. As he himself said, he's only a man.
On a chilly, drizzly day, when the streets oozed mud and the sky dripped gloom, a beggar came to Chelm. Certainly, Chelm had no need for out-of-town beggars, but here he was, all skin and bone, limping painfully from house to house.
Well, what do you want? I've taken you from your meal.
Yes, if you want to call it that.
I'm hungry.
You're in Chelm. You don't have to say you're hungry. It's understood.
I've had nothing to eat since yesterday.
Now, I can't feed every strange beggar who comes to my... Right. Here. Here's half my dinner.
I thank you.
Now, don't just look at it. Eat it. Even if it's only a piece of stale bread. What did you expect, roast goose?
All day, the poor devil managed to drag himself along, receiving at every 10th house a crust of bread, and at every 20th a penny worn so smooth it all but slipped through his fingers. Late in the afternoon, he stood in the market square, drenched, cold to his very bones, stood for a long minute, and then collapsed in a heap.
Oh, the poor man. He's fainted.
Bring water, somebody.
Well, pick him up. We can't let him lie here in the street.
No? Where will we take him?
Well, we'll take him.
You see?
Take him to my
Oh, Rabbi, you don't have to... I
know what you mean. Take him to my house.
In the evening, the rabbi sat over his books, glancing now and then at the beggar lying in his bed.
You're awake. I'll bring you something to eat.
No, don't waste food on me.
Well, it isn't elegant, but it will make you stronger.
Come closer, Rabbi. I want to tell you something. Rabbi, I've been a sinner. I don't want to die with my sins weighing on me.
Wait. I'll call some others of the congregation as witnesses.
No, just you.
All right, if that's what you want.
All my life, I've been a beggar. I begged for bread for my wife and children.
You don't have to be ashamed for that.
I had neither wife nor child, Rabbi. It was a sin.
Yes, my son, it was a sin.
I collected money for poor scholars and never sent them a penny. I begged for dowries for orphan girls, but I kept the money. Do you hear, Rabbi? I kept it for myself.
I'm listening.
Why don't you throw me out of your house?
You've done evil things, but I am not your judge.
You're a good man. And a poor man.
There are many poor people in Chelm.
Rabbi, around my neck, there's the linen bag. Open it.
Oh, I've never seen so much money.
Yes, it's the money I have accumulated. Take it, Rabbi. Use it in any way you wish. You will take it, won't you?
Yes. Yes, I'll take it.
Where are you going, Rabbi? People of Chelm!
Come in and count the charity money.
Belial, I ought to send you back to the lowest rank of demons.
It was a good plan.
Except it didn't work.
What do you want, Lilith? No, don't tell me. I'm busy now.
Satan, the Rabbi of Chelm isn't getting any younger. And his page is still blank.
Please, Lilith, come back tomorrow. This is not a matter for females.
Don't let an old prejudice stand in your way. Let me try my hand on the Rabbi of Chelm.
You?
Why not?
I suppose you have a plan, my dear. No doubt a very ingenious plan.
It happens that I have. Nothing really original. Just the old method.
One day, the Rabbi of Chelm was seated at his table, studying a particularly knotty problem in the Talmud. Now, when the rabbi was immersed in his sacred books, he was oblivious to the world. So it was that he didn't even hear the door open or shut. Nor did he notice the woman who came in carrying an iron pot in her hand. Not even the bang when she put the pot down on the table disturbed him. But in a few minutes, his nose began to wrinkle.
What do I smell?
Maybe it's me, Rabbi.
And why should you smell like flowers?
Oh, I put roses in the water when I washed myself. Oh, you're too far away to really notice.
Stay where you are. Why did you come here, my daughter?
I came to see you.
Yes, I know, but about what?
About this chicken in the pot. I'm not sure it's kosher.
Can you wait, my daughter? It's time for afternoon prayer.
I have plenty of time, Rabbi.
The rabbi stood for the 18 benedictions, and the woman sat down to wait. Having nothing else to do, she hummed a pretty tune. Of course, it goes without saying that the rabbi heard none of it. For a little while, she sat straight on the chair. Then she began to rock. Like everything else in the rabbi's house, the chair was old and dry.
How noisy. I must be quiet, mustn't I? It's warm in the room, Rabbi. You don't mind if I slip off my shawl? That's better. There's nothing as comfortable as bare arms.
Now, tell me, what's the problem about the chicken? But first, put your shawl back on.
Oh, don't get up, Rabbi. I'll bring the chicken to your table. Oh, how it happened, I don't know. But a drop of milk.
One moment, my daughter. I'll move my chair so you'll have more room.
Oh, I'm not a bit crowded.
No, but I am. Go on.
But it was the tiniest drop of milk, and I'm not really sure it touched the chicken. Now you can really smell my perfume, Rabbi.
Excuse me, I feel the need for a pinch of snuff. Now, my daughter.
My name is Susanna.
First, the chicken.
It isn't important.
The chicken, in my opinion, is kosher. And as for you, young woman...
Yes, Rabbi.
You'd better see the matchmaker about a husband.
Such a thing never happened to me before,
I won't waste time being angry. We should have known better than to have sent would-be devils.
Well, maybe Belial was right. Why didn't you just forget the whole thing?
Save your advice. Tell me about the rabbi. Every weakness, even the slightest.
He has none.
He must have. Tell me everything that happened. Everything.
You don't understand. When I took off my shawl, he looked away. When I touched his hand, he removed it. When he smelled my perfume, he took snuff. Don't you
Stop
see?
a minute. What did he say?
He said the chicken was kosher.
When he took the snuff, what did he say?
No, I don't remember. Yes, I do. He said, I feel the need for a pinch of snuff.
Then I've got him. Belial, get your pen ready. There will be an entry soon for the rabbi's page.
Just before I disappeared, the rabbi smiled, a funny little smile.
Uh-huh.
Satan, be careful.
That's a strange thing to say to me.
I know. But all the same, be careful.
It's almost dark, Rabbi. Where are you going?
Only for a little walk, Daniel.
If you go too far, you'll miss the Sabbath. Heaven forbid.
Don't worry, Daniel. I do it every week before the Sabbath.
Excuse me for saying it, Rabbi, but sometimes you're a little absent-minded.
I'll tell you something. I have a scheme.
A scheme?
To help me remember. As I walk, I recite the Song of Songs. When I'm exactly halfway through, I'm at a certain tree in the field. And then...
I know. You sit down...
For a pinch of snuff. That's right. And on the way back, I recite the other half of the Song of Songs. And I'm at the synagogue in time for the services. You see, you don't have to worry. Below, the winter has passed. The rain is over and gone. The flowers appear on the earth. And the time of singing is come. The voice of the...
So the rabbi walked along, his eyes turned inward, listening to the words his lips said. But even if his eyes were seeing, they would not have detected the devil. For Satan, not deigning to take on a human form, simply made himself invisible. And invisibly, he tore up the tree that was the rabbi's landmark and moved it further away. When the rabbi had finished reciting half of the Song of Songs, he looked up in surprise.
Strange. My tree is still some distance off. How can that be? It must be that I was not pondering the meaning of the words, and therefore I said them too fast.
The rabbi walked on toward his tree, shaking his head at the ease with which a man misleads himself.
Abbott, maybe I should stop for a pinch of snuff, huh? No, not until I reach the tree. Yet a tiny little pinch of snuff, huh? What harm is there? Maybe I'll... No! Shall I reward myself for racing through the Song of Songs?
Finally, there he was. He sat down under the familiar tree. With trembling hands, he pulled the little round snuff box out of his pocket, tapped it gently, when suddenly there was a puff of air behind him, like someone blowing, and the snuff box fell out of his hand. He reached out his arm to pick it up when another puff of air rolled it away from him.
I hadn't noticed there was a breeze. Where's that snuff box? Oh, there it is. Well, a breeze, practically a storm. How it rolls, the snuff box.
And now Satan quickly snatched up the tree and returned it to its place, at the same time blowing the snuff box just out of the rabbi's reach.
What a strange wind. I can't hear it in the trees. My tree! It's way back there. I must have been going after the wrong tree.
It was then that the rabbi looked up and saw with consternation that the sun had set and the first stars were in the sky. The Sabbath had come.
Now I shall have to remain here.
He couldn't go back, for on the sacred day of rest one may not walk further than a prescribed short distance from the city limits, and he was now too far away. No, he wouldn't think of walking back and desecrating the Sabbath. The ravens that had fed Elijah the prophet would feed him too.
Still, a pinch of snuff would be a great comfort. How the snuff box rolls! I almost had it. If only the wind would stop.
Rabbi, see where you are.
Who is talking?
That doesn't matter. See how far you've gone.
And the rabbi realized that he had committed the very transgression he had wished to avoid. In pursuit of his snuff box, he had gone farther than is permissible on the Sabbath. The rabbi of Chelm bowed his head, and Satan laughed. not have to tell you with what ceremony the transgression of the Rabbi of Chelm was inscribed on his page in the Ledger of Living Souls. You can picture for yourself the cheers, the congratulations, the speeches. Satan himself spoke last.
As you go about your work, my imps and demons, remember this. Always look for the small, the unimportant, the trifling weakness. For as you have seen, a man does not stumble over a mountain.
And there it should have ended, but it didn't. For Satan returned to the place where the Rabbi of Chelm was still sitting.
Why are you sitting here?
What should I do?
It's your Sabbath. I would have expected you to be in your synagogue.
You know I can't walk there now.
But you've already committed the violation.
Don't you understand? No, I suppose you don't.
It's cold. You'll get hungry.
I'm hungry already.
You're a fool.
Maybe, but you don't have to stay. Well, since you're not going, let me ask you something. What do you think you've proved by all this?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I've made it clear that no man, not even you, Rabbi, is secure from sin.
Then you've gone to unnecessary trouble. That's what it means when you say I'm a man.
I prefer it in the ledger in black and white.
Of course, since you're Satan and not a man.
Rabbi, there's nothing special about being a man.
But there is. Because man is neither angel nor devil, and therefore only man can choose between good and evil.
You exalt yourself, Rabbi.
No, not myself. You have forgotten the words written long ago. And God created man in his own image.
Yes, I know the words.
But I know their meaning. Like a light in darkness. And therefore I can look at the world and see your work and yet say, the Lord is greater than thou.
Satan returned to the place over which he rules, while the Rabbi of Chelm sat alone in the dark and welcomed the Sabbath in peace.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Louis J. Glickman, Vice Chairman of the World Brotherhood Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary. Mr. Glickman.
The story we have just heard, presented in the guise of an amusing folk tale, teaches a significant lesson for our time. It illustrated the wisdom of the theory that men do not stumble over a mountain. It is a small weakness, the trifling neglect, the slight rudeness of which we are all guilty. Though it might seem morally easy to dismiss these failures, it is important to recognize that their correction constitutes an important path of service. There is a legend in Jewish tradition that when God wished to test Moses to determine whether he was capable of becoming a great leader, he did not set before Moses an insuperable task. He tested his compassion for a lamb of the flock, a seemingly trivial matter. It is not given to most men to be world leaders or to make contributions to our society in a memorable way. It is given to all men, however, to contribute their share toward the betterment of the world. For it is the sum total of all our deeds, of omission and of commission, that comprise our contribution. It is in our relations with our fellow men, in our daily lives, that we may strive to set an example. It is indeed true that since men see the mountains ahead of them, they do not stumble over them. Instead, we must scan our road for the familiar foothills of human limitation. In a world which is seeking to create brotherhood and eradicate prejudice, It is important to remember that each of us has it within his power to diminish suspicion, hypocrisy, selfishness in human relations. The prize of peace cannot be bestowed upon us. It must be won by each man for himself and for his brother. We cannot dismiss our actions and our words with the pretense that they do not matter. Our moral conduct will shape the world as significantly as any statesman or any document. In our world, which is in some sense a product of mass production, technological impersonality, and large-scale movements, the role of the individual cannot be overstated. It is incumbent upon us to take the moral responsibility for the world in which we live. By each small act and word, we must build this world as a place in which all men will live in amity and brotherhood.
Thank you, Mr. Glickman. Our Eternal Light drama today, Satan and the Rabbi of Chelm, was written by Joseph Mindell. It is based on a story called A Pinch of Snuff by I.L. Peretz and translated by Isadok Goldstick, which originally appeared in the Zionist Quarterly. Raymond Edward Johnson was heard as Satan, Peter Capell as the Rabbi, Ann Seymour as Lilith, Ralph Bell as Belial, and Joseph DeSantis as Daniel. Robert Carroll was the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present the Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Partner with God, was written by Mark Siegel.
It is taught by the rabbis that when God created the universe, he did not complete it. He left within it a realm of chaos for man to subdue. And in the struggle against that chaos, man was to attain the deepest meaning of his life. He was to become a partner with God in the work of creation. This is the story of a man who worked with God, Wilbur Sawyer. On a humid day in June in the year of 1906, two fledgling doctors, fresh from commencement ceremonies, waited on a Boston Railroad platform.
Write to me at home, Matt. They'll forward your letters. Sawyer, of all the men I met at med school here, I'll say this for you. You can be the most mysterious. Now, there's a fond farewell. Now, why won't you tell me what your plans are, Will?
I'd tell you if I knew.
Well, when do you plan to make up your mind? You have to start now if you're going to build a decent practice.
I'm not going to build a practice. That much I know. Yes, Matt, I want to help people.
Well, every doctor does, Sawyer.
No, I don't mean that way. I mean thousands of people, not hundreds. I want to work like the men they talked about in the commencement exercises, like Walter Reed.
Oh, I warn you, Sawyer. You're taking the oath of Hippocrates too seriously.
Walter Reed didn't. He's practically conquered yellow fever.
Well, Walter Reed isn't fresh out of medical school, Will. No, in any case, benefactors of mankind can't afford to miss trains. You better hop on.
Right, Matt. Thanks for your concern. I'll work this out.
Yeah, I know you will. And when you get settled, let me know. A doctor has to hang his shingle out somewhere.
You're right, Matt. I'll hang my shingle out. I'll hang my shingle on the world.
It is written in the book of Ben Sirah, honor a physician with the honor due unto him. For the Lord hath created him, and the Lord hath given men skill that he might be honored in his marvelous works. For 10 years Wilbur Sawyer labored, seeking not honor, but only a place in the battle against human misery.
Major Sawyer reporting, with your permission, sir.
Relax, Sawyer, and have a seat. I'm only a surgeon general.
Thank you, sir.
And if you'd drop the sir, I'd appreciate it. You'll be a civilian this time next week.
Yes, sir. I mean, all right.
Well, that's better. I'm glad you've come in. I want you to know the War Department is grateful. We feel you've handled this preventive social hygiene program brilliantly.
Thank you, General.
But you didn't ask for an appointment just to hear me tell you how good you are. What's on your mind?
Well, you know, my interest lies in preventive medicine.
Of course. Your public health work in California was outstanding, Sawyer.
Well, I want to take a crack at yellow fever.
Yellow fever? Why in the name... Why yellow fever?
Well, there's still no preventive. I've been hoping the Army might let me pick up where Walter Reed left off.
Not a chance, Sawyer. That was in the military interest. Our theater of war was Cuba. Now, why should we be particularly interested in yellow fever?
It kills people, General. That's still a good reason.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sawyer, but the Foundation's yellow fever work is limited.
My interest in the disease is unlimited.
Oh? Well, I'll enter your application for work in our foundation, Doctor.
I'd appreciate that. I'm eager to make my plans. Could you give me a rough estimate of the waiting period?
Why, yes, I'd say... Well, let's see. I'd say, Dr. Sawyer, about 4 or 5 years.
From 1919 to 1924, Wilbur Sawyer roamed through Southeast Asia. His influence and skill were felt in India and Thailand, and in Australia, where he had successfully combated the scourge of hookworm. He was named advisor to the government on all matters of public health. 2 years later, at the age of 47, he walked through a series of screen doors on the coast of West Africa to begin his life over again.
Come in, please. Dr. Noguchi?
Yes? You must be...
Wilbur Sawyer.
Of course. They said you'd be arriving any day. A warm welcome to Africa, Doctor.
Warm is right.
Warm and wet. A congenial climate for the mosquito. Excellent for yellow fever research.
You couldn't offer a higher endorsement.
After a while here, you may change your mind.
I don't think so.
No, neither do I. Dr. Sawyer, will you excuse a direct question? It's important if we're to work together.
Well, if it's important, please ask it.
Have you ever worked on any extended piece of research before?
No. As a matter of fact, I haven't.
I know your work. Public health, hookworm, social diseases, fine preventive medicine. Very valuable.
But not research. Is that it?
Precisely. Not research. And this is a pure research project.
Do you doubt my qualifications?
Well, certainly not. Not your professional qualifications.
Well, you mean my non-professional qualifications?
Let me put it this way. You are used to seeing results rapidly. You're used to having certain satisfactions.
There are other satisfactions.
Yes, yes. But do you realize you may work for years in research, work for years and never see a single positive result?
Has that stopped you?
For me, it's different. Hideo Noguchi equals yellow fever. Yellow fever equals Hideo Noguchi.
And you think a doctor healer cannot become a doctor research scientist?
After 20 years of world-famous work in public health?
I'm ready to start again. As if it were the beginning of those 20 years.
Why? Probing into the unknown should be no passing fancy. Are you sure this is what you want to do?
Want? Some paths a man chooses. I chose public health over private practice. But there are other paths which choose a man. You must follow them, as if they were dictated by a force beyond yourself.
You feel that?
Yes, deeply. Do I impress you as an unscientific scientist?
No, Dr. Sawyer. You impress me as an honest and humble man. I think we will work well together. Can you see it, Dr. Sawyer?
The scope is out of focus, Wade. Oh, yes. I see it now.
That's the little devil. I call it Leptospira ichteroides.
And you think it causes yellow fever?
I'm not sure yet. I'm developing a vaccine.
Yes, but if you get a vaccine, how can you test it?
Only one way, Dr. Sawyer. First, I will immunize myself with it.
And then?
Then I will expose myself to a bite from our friend, the Stegomyia mosquito. Cheer up, Sawyer. I know you are a teetotaler, and there's nothing but soda in your glass. I give you a toast to our little demon, Leptospira ichteroides.
Noguchi, I have my own demon.
Huh?
The demon of doubt. The demon of, is it fair?
Is it fair?
Am I fair to my wife, my daughters, my little boy? They've been away so long.
Sawyer, you are a scientist.
Well, even a scientist grows lonely. And from loneliness comes doubt. Does it ever seem to you, Noguchi, that our work may be off the track?
Sometimes, Sawyer. Sometimes. But sometimes the door to knowledge swings open suddenly. We may even have the answer here in a few weeks.
A few weeks? That's impossible.
Not at all. I've already injected myself with vaccine of Leptospira ichteroides.
Only a few weeks later, Wilbur Sawyer wrote a letter home to his wife.
Dear Margaret, I'm coming home, but with a heavy heart. Noguchi is dead. The best guess is now that the cause of yellow fever is a virus. Noguchi died so I could write that sentence. In virus work, monkeys can be used as experimental animals. That seems a simple sentence, too, doesn't it? But Adrian Stokes died to make it possible for me to write it. We must find the answer fast now, Margaret. The toll has been so great.
Shortly after Sawyer came home in 1928, the Rockefeller Foundation in New York came to an important decision.
We want you to head the entire project, Dr. Sawyer. We consider this yellow fever laboratory a major undertaking. Now, the main consideration is speed.
Research has a way of going slowly, sir.
Of course, but with a large staff...
I don't want a large staff. 3 or 4 scientists, I think, would be about the right number.
Dr. Sawyer, I know you've been used to small-scale budgeting, but believe me, we can go much further.
3 or 4 will suffice. I'm thinking of Stokes and Hideo Noguchi. Why should we expose our best minds to unnecessary risks?
Well, I agree with you. But naturally, you will want a larger staff of assistants and helpers.
No, I think we'll limit them, too.
But the work of caring for the infected animals, feeding them, sterilizing their cages, disposing of them, Surely that needs more manpower than you're suggesting.
We'll help in that part of the job ourselves.
I consider that a waste of resources, Dr. Sawyer.
Do you? Is the life of one human being more expendable than the life of any other human being?
For more than a year, Wilbur Sawyer and the dedicated staff of the Yellow Fever Laboratories of the Rockefeller Foundation in New York worked on a schedule that knew no hours, days, or seasons. In their own land, they were exiles from their families, cut off from their friends, by self-denial, limited in their time even with their children.
Dad, what are you doing home?
I'm taking the day off, Bill.
You know what a day off is, Dad?
I don't wonder you ask. I'm staying home today.
What do you do when you're not home, Dad?
Oh, I try to find out things,
Like what?
like what makes people sick and what makes them better.
What does make people sick, Dad?
All kinds of things, Bill. There are all kinds of being sick. You know, colds and measles and chicken pox. You know about those.
What kind of being sick are you trying to find out about?
Yellow fever.
And have you found out what makes people get yellow fever?
Not really, no.
Then did you find out what makes people get better from yellow fever?
No, don't think we've found that out either yet.
Then what do you do when you're not at home?
Well, I have a lot of monkeys,
Monkeys? Can I see them sometime?
Perhaps, Bill. I give these monkeys tests.
Like in school. You mean they can write?
What? Oh, no, son, they can't write. But you know, most of those monkeys can take their own temperature. They've learned to pop thermometers right into their mouths.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, if the monkeys do all the work, why do you have to be away from home so much?
Careful with that stuff, John. If it were to touch you.
I'll be careful, Dr. Sawyer.
I'm going to inject this healthy rhesus monkey in cage 4 with it. Will you give me a hand?
Oh, that monkey and I are old friends by now. What is it this time?
I hope the real thing. We'll see soon enough.
All right, Doctor.
Ready?
Come out here, you little beggar.
What time is it now?
6 o'clock. Look, he's seen the needle. He's holding out his arm.
If he can hold it out 24 hours from now, John, it means we've failed again to find the cause of yellow fever.
Dr. Sawyer. Dr. Sawyer.
What is it, John?
Our friend in cage 4. You'd better come see him.
In cage 4?
The rhesus, the one you injected yesterday.
Yesterday. Well, what's today?
Wednesday. What's the matter, Doctor? You look flushed.
No, I'm all right. You say the monkey in cage 4 shows some symptoms?
Yes, he's languid and feverish. I think he's going to collapse.
If he does, that would prove that we've isolated the virus.
That you found the cause of yellow fever. There. Yeah, you see?
Yes. At last.
Congratulations, Doctor. What's the matter, Doctor? Dr. Sawyer.
For months, Wilbur Sawyer's body fought the dread disease his mind and skill had fought for 5 years. Perhaps it was willpower that brought him back to health and back to the laboratories. Perhaps a sense of destiny.
John, I've reached the end of my rope.
Oh, what do you mean? You've developed a vaccine against yellow fever that's the most promising yet.
Yes. I got Max Tyler at Harvard to work out a less virulent strain than the kind we find in monkeys. But I can't check its effectiveness.
Why not?
Well, I can't test it on myself. You're forgetting I've had yellow fever. I'm immune.
Then test it on someone else.
How can I? How can I take someone else's life in my hands?
I'm ready, Doctor. And so is every other person in this lab.
I know that. Oh, but I can't share the risk. When I think of Noguchi...
Oh, Dr. Sawyer, your whole life has been risks.
Still, it's too great a responsibility. A man's life.
There's a higher responsibility, Doctor, to all men.
1931, Dr. Wilbur Sawyer recognized this higher responsibility and inoculated 9 volunteers from his laboratory. The test was a success. For the first time in history, human beings were safe from the dreaded scourge of yellow fever. Dr. Sawyer's discovery was hailed widely and at every level.
Dad, my teacher says you should get the Nobel Prize. What's the Nobel Prize?
It's a way the world has of honoring the human race for its perseverance, son.
I thought it was a medal.
Yes, it is.
And will you get it, Dad?
I don't know, Bill. But it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No. A prize is like a label on a jar of jam. If the jam tastes good, does it matter if the label's on the jar?
How do you know it's good without a label?
Well, you'll learn that, I hope, as you grow up.
Dad, when I grow up, do you think I could be a doctor?
Wilbur Sawyer's vaccine against yellow fever was not adaptable for mass use, however. But in 1937, Dr. Max Tyler, working under Wilbur Sawyer's direction, adapted the Sawyer vaccine for mass use.
Juan Gomez?
I am here.
Hold out your arm.
Si,
like
senor.
this. It will sting a little, Juan.
Better than the mosquito, eh?
That is true. Fabri Hernandez?
The names
Juanita
of
Cuesta?
people
Pablo
saved,
Cuesta?
whole populations. By 1940, Wilbur Sawyer and his associates had inoculated 2 million people in South America against yellow fever. In 1941, the Army, which had felt 22 years before that yellow fever research was not in the military necessity, was immunizing hundreds of thousands of troops with yellow fever vaccine. In 1944, Wilbur Sawyer was visiting his son at medical school.
Dad, I think you ought to take it easy.
I've been considering it, but there's still a lot of work to do.
You've done enough. The war is practically over.
You know very well the war that doctors fight is never over.
That's true enough, Dad. You know, that's one reason I plan to go into research.
You've made that decision.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you won't regret it.
But when I hit 65, I'm going to slow down. I've learned enough about the human heart. Excuse me, Dad. Yes? This is Dr. Sawyer. No, Dr. Wilbur H. Sawyer. Oh, you want my father. Here, Dad, the call for you.
The call was from 1 million suffering people, and Wilbur Sawyer, who had answered many calls, could not refrain from taking it. So, at the age of 65, in 1944, Dr. Wilbur A. Sawyer became the health director of UNRWA. Millions of displaced persons in the DP camps of Germany and Austria and Italy depended on the skill of the one-time med school graduate who had hoped to be of use to thousands, not to hundreds. The time of man on earth is reckoned at 70. And accordingly, in 1949, Wilbur Sawyer, at 70, retired to his home in Berkeley, California. Early in 1951, his housekeeper came to his door with an important telegram.
Good news, I hope, Dr. Wilbur.
The best, Elizabeth. They've awarded the Nobel Prize for the discovery of the vaccine against yellow fever.
The Nobel Prize?
Yes, sir.
Oh, congratulations, Dr. Wilbur. You must be proud.
I am. They've given it to Max Tyler.
What?
You remember him, don't you?
To Dr. Tyler? Oh, I hope you aren't too disappointed.
Disappointed, Elizabeth. Prizes and honors are more important for those who give them than for those who receive them. I know Max Tyler would agree.
But still, the years you
The
worked.
years I worked, and those Noguchi worked, and those Stokes worked, they're all a part of this award. Men of science belong to many lands and races and creeds. I'm a New England Methodist. Noguchi was a Japanese. Tyler was a Swiss born in South Africa. There were Jews and Christians among us. No one man builds the house of truth, Elizabeth. The walls rise brick on brick, each brick a legacy of some man's life. If I aided in the architect's design, that's enough.
Wilbur Sawyer built his life upon a principle that each man is a partner with God in the work of creation. Upon that altar of service, Wilbur Sawyer placed the 72 years of his life as a humble offering.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Harry Levine, eminent citizen of Boston. Mr. Levine.
Today's story has presented the inspiring example of a dedicated man. Although the world has recognized the scientific achievements of Dr. Sawyer, it is important for us to note here the admirable achievements of a human spirit. There is an important lesson which we may learn from the play we have just heard. The concept that man is a partner with God in the work of creation. For this concept, if rightly interpreted and adopted to the world around us, will lead to a better life of service to mankind. It is with an attitude of humility and faith that we must accept our human limitations and, working within them, proceed to create order and strive for knowledge. Even in an age of specialization and experts, we must remember that no one man can do this alone. Even as our physical ancestors are often unknown to us, so do we owe a debt to our spiritual forebears. There is a continuing link in history. Today's accomplishment is based upon yesterday's discovery, and tomorrow's disclosure has its roots in the tests of today. If we are to see ourselves correctly in both the pattern of events and in the world of creation, we must realize this interdependence. This is no easy task. In place of our present war-minded habits, we will have to cultivate a whole new set of peace-minded habits. To have peace and to keep alive anything of worth in our civilization, we will have to think of spiritual values, substituting morality and fair play for self-interest and brute force. But this moral awakening cannot be accomplished in our own strength and wisdom alone. We must of necessity believe in a power greater than ours to pray to for direction and guidance in our undertaking, and for the resolution and fortitude necessary to carry it through to completion. Thus has the script portrayed Dr. Sawyer's life, and in this manner must we seek to design our own lives. Dr. Sawyer's scientific advances have relieved great numbers of oppressed in many lands, but it was the vision of the young Sawyer, just out of medical school, who said, "I will hang out my shingle on the world," which made these advances possible.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Partner with God, was written by Mark Siegel. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Stouts Cotsworth was featured as Dr. Sawyer. Roger DeKoven was the narrator, and Dr. Noguchi was played by Louis Van Rooten. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Lost Childhood, was written by Virginia Mesa and is presented in observance of World Jewish Child Day.
Somewhere in the Talmud it is written, the world rests upon the breath of the children in the schoolhouses. I'm a teacher, and I think of this at some time every day. I look at Shoshana and the others, and I think, the world rests upon the breath of the children.
Ruth, tell me something.
Yes, Shoshana.
What's a seed? Is it just a little house the flower lives in till it grows? Or is it the flower?
This story that I tell you happened in Israel. In one way, it could only happen there. In another way, it could happen anywhere. Anywhere where children breathe. And those who watch them remember how frail a thing it is upon which our world rests. The story begins, as so many stories do, not with Shoshana, to whom it happened, but with me, the teller. It began not in 1952, but 16 years ago, the year I arrived in Israel.
Name?
Ruth Lustig.
Age?
I'm 12 years old.
Country?
I don't know. Here, I suppose.
I mean, where were you born?
Oh, Germany.
It has been 16 years. 16 years since I was snatched from the terror that was beginning in Germany and brought to Israel by the organization Youth Aliyah. Aliyah is Hebrew. Literally, it means going up. But today, it means simply immigration to Israel. And Youth Aliyah is the organization that has made the children's immigration possible. All this I know, for I was one of the children, one of the first to come to Israel.
Parents? Ruth, are your parents living or dead?
I don't know. Dead, I think.
Yes, I was that long-ago child. But now I'm a teacher on a kibbutz. But I think I'm something more. A woman who's found her lost mother in a country called Israel. A woman who finds her lost childhood every day. For the immigration of the children goes on as it has through the years.
Date, 1938. Name?
Rudolf Wermer. Country? Austria.
Date, 1939. Name?
Anna Blasky,
Country?
Czechoslovakia.
Date, 1940. Name?
David Beale.
Country?
Holland.
Date, 1941.
Yes, from 62 countries of the world, we've gathered them in. More than 55,000 homeless children we've gathered into their own land. And still they come, and Israel receives them. But how can you know them? Their features blur, their voices fade into a babble. The child becomes a number, a statistic.
Date, 1951. Name?
Tirza,
Country?
Sri Lanka,
Date, 1952. Name?
Paris,
Country?
Morocco.
Let me tell you about one child.
My name is Shoshana.
But when I tell you about Shoshana, I shall tell you more than her story. I shall tell you a little about myself. A little about all children everywhere. Shoshana belongs to the latest group of children that Youth Aliyah is gathering into Israel, the children of North Africa and the Arab countries. Of every 10 children who come to Israel today, 7 are from Egypt, Iran, Morocco, or Yemen.
My country was Iran.
Shoshana and I met for the first time at a kibbutz. Kibbutzim, as you know, are the cooperative farms dotted through Israel, where Youth Aliyah has transplanted the children under its care. I was the new teacher, and Avrum, who taught the older children, was showing me about. Avrum, that little girl over there, the one just watching, who's she?
We call her Shoshana.
She reminds me of someone. I know I've seen her somewhere before. In all that sea of faces that rose and fell before me those first days at the kibbutz, Shoshana stood out. Daniel, why doesn't Shoshana join in your game?
Shoshana, she doesn't know how to play.
Tirza, tell me, is Shoshana a friend of yours?
Shoshana, she is nobody's friend.
Avrum, the girl Shoshana I asked you about the other day,
Yes, sir.
she troubles me. She's unhappy.
We know that. Unhappy about what, would you say?
I wish I knew.
She's from Iran, you know.
Yes?
Ruth, imagination is a shadowy thing at best. Nobody believes in hell until he has been there. You saw the Jewish children of Europe after Hitler.
I was one of them.
Let me tell you, to be a Jewish child in the ghettos of Morocco or Yemen or Iran is almost worse. At least the children of Europe had a memory of something different.
You think this is what accounts for Shoshana?
No, not entirely. We've had others like her, same background. They come with a look of fear in their eyes, a way of sleeping with the hand shielding the face as if to ward off a blow. Then one day it is no longer there. But not Shoshana. She's been with us almost a year now.
You talk to her?
Of course, all of us here. She answers our questions, but tells us nothing.
I want to try.
Good, but I warn you.
Avrum, I know Shoshana.
Impossible. She came to us directly from Iran.
Oh, it's not a matter of geography. I know her. Tell me about Iran, Shoshana. What was it like? Where did you live?
In the ghetto, of course.
Oh, but where in the ghetto? In a house?
There was no house. My father died of the plague. My little sister, too. At night, my mother and I slept on the floor of a neighbor's house.
And in the daytime, what did you do?
In the daytime, I baked. And
What else did you do?
I don't want to say.
Why, Shoshana?
In Iran, what I did was not bad. There was nothing else to do. But here in Israel, you would call it bad.
I wouldn't call it anything. I only asked a question. Oh, what did you do besides beg?
I stole. And sometimes I led people to places that are bad.
What kind of places?
Places where you wouldn't go.
Shoshana, tell me about your mother.
My mother's in Iran. I told you that. Is there anything else you want to know?
Yes, I'd like you to tell. Never mind. Shoshana, Avrum and the others think you don't like it here at the kibbutz. Do you?
It's as good as any other place. There's enough to eat.
Avrum thinks maybe you don't like working in the fields.
The work is not hard.
Oh, but maybe there's some other kind of work that you'd be happy doing. Shoshana, do you know what happy means? Avram.
Oh, it's you, Ruth.
I'd like to talk to you if you're not busy.
Whenever you see me come outside for a last pipe, then you know my day's work is done.
Smells good. Not your pipe, the night, I mean.
Orange blossoms. When I came here, that orchard was nothing but dry sticks. There was not enough water, not enough fertilizer.
No, not enough anything.
They said we could never do it. Hey, what's that?
Sounds like a fight.
Come on, let's play. Stop it. Stop it, I tell you. Shoshana, let go. Gives us hair.
I won't let go until she gives it to me. She had no right to take it. I was only teasing. Sorry. Take your old picture. It's torn. You tore it. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Shoshana, stop it. Let go of Tirza.
Avram, let me. Shoshana, Tirza has said she's sorry.
She tore it. I hate her.
I'll help you paste it back together.
Don't touch it.
Is it someone you love very much? She's very pretty. Is it your mother?
Go away. Leave me alone. I hate you all.
I had seen Shoshana angry, and it gave me hope. For to feel anger, we must care for something. And if we care, we can be cured. Shoshana cared very deeply for someone. This I knew. I knew it even more a few weeks later. I sent the child to my room to get some drawing paper I'd forgotten to bring to class. That evening, a little gold locket, the only keepsake left from my old life, was missing. Shoshana, are you asleep?
No.
Would you like to come into my room?
What for?
To talk.
About what? What have I done?
I used to know a little girl. You remind me of her. We'll talk about her. I have some chocolate in my room.
Chocolate. Why are you nice to me? This little girl you've been telling me about, what was her name?
Ruth.
Your name is Ruth.
She was me.
Tell me some more.
I remember, it might have been yesterday. I was standing beside a narrow wooden cot in a detention camp. A man was standing beside me, shaking me.
Why did you do it? Tell me, Ruth, why did you steal the bread? All of us are hungry. You had no right to steal from the others. I could forgive you if you'd eaten it, but to hide it away like this.
Why did you steal the bread, Ruth?
Oh, seems crazy now, but then it was very real to me. You see, before Hitler, I lived in a house like other children with my father and mother. In Germany it was. Then he came into power. They came in the night, took my parents away. Neighbors took me in. Christian friends hid me in the cellar. Word came that they'd killed my father, but that my mother was still alive in a camp somewhere. I missed her.
Did you dream about her? That she'd come?
Yes, just like you do.
I didn't say that I dream of my mother.
I was still hiding in the neighbor's cellar when Youth Aliyah found out about me. They said they could smuggle me out of Germany underground and get me to Palestine.
But your mother couldn't come with you?
No, she couldn't come. I went by the underground from country to country, and everywhere I went, I stole bread and hid it.
Why?
It was for my mother. You see, I was just a little girl then. I knew bread was scarce. I thought maybe one day my mother would get out of the camp and I could tell them in Palestine, look, I have enough bread for both of us. Send for my mother. Let her come, too.
Did she come, your mother?
No, Shoshana.
Why?
Oh, I wrote and wrote, but I never found out what became of her. She died in the camp, I suppose.
I'm sorry. I didn't want her to die.
Don't worry, Shoshana. Your mother will come to Israel. And you don't have to take things to get money to send for her.
I didn't say I stole anything.
I didn't say it either. Oh, would you like to go to sleep now? You can sleep here in my bed with me if you want. Come on, hop in. I'll sing you a song my mother used to sing to me. Da 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 na 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 la da 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 Avrum.
Ruth, what are you doing out here so late? I've been to the cow barn. One of our cows was calving. We lost her, but we've got a fine little calf if she lives.
Avrum, I know what's wrong with Shoshana. She's dying of homesickness for her mother. She's even trying to get hold of the money to send for her.
You know, it's not a matter of money.
Of course.
The children come first. Besides, if we did have room for Shoshana's mother, she couldn't be with her. She has TB.
Oh,
She'll have to be cured first, if that's possible. She's being treated.
does Shoshana know?
No.
But it may be a long time. Years before her mother comes.
If she comes at all.
Avrum, Shoshana has got to have something of her own to love.
You're thinking of something?
Yes. You say you lost a mother cow tonight.
One of our best milkers. Why?
Oh, let me think about it. Good night, Avrum. The child, Shoshana, slept beside me that night. Morning ran pink in the sky like wet watercolor before I'd thought of what might be a partial solution to a problem. I went to find Avrum, but he was busy. And before I found him, I found something else. On the table, my gold locket and a note written in the big, tipsy writing of a child not used to holding a pencil.
Dear Ruth, here's your locket back. I don't need it anymore. Goodbye, Shoshana.
Avrum, I've been looking everywhere for you.
I was down at the barn. Our calf is still alive.
Shoshana's gone.
Gone?
Since morning. Tell me quickly, did she get any mail this morning?
I don't know. Why?
I'm afraid for her. Find out about the mail, will you? Right away.
Our house mother says there was a letter, Ruth.
From where?
Iran.
Has she gotten mail before?
I think not. I think her mother couldn't write and there's no one else.
Avrum, we've got to find her right away.
Why are you so excited, Ruth?
Something has happened to her mother. I know it. And I don't know what the child will do. The leveled earth of field and orchard and olive trees might as well have opened up and swallowed Shoshana. All day we looked for her, searching among the sunburned figures that trooped to the fields, the classroom, the dining hall, that shouted on the playground.
Avrum! the little calf? The one whose mother died.
She's fine, Daniel.
Watch me do a handspring, Avram. Watch me. Watch me.
Don't look so scared, Ruth. I think Shoshana's hiding somewhere on the farm. They do that when things go wrong. If she doesn't turn up by bedtime, we'll start a searching party.
At bedtime, there was no Shoshana, only an empty cot in the long dormitory.
Where's Shoshana, Ruth?
We don't know yet, Tirza.
I don't like her much, but I don't like for her to be out in the dark alone.
She's still missing, Avram.
Then we better start our searching party. I'll send some men into the hills. We'll get the jeep and drive to the settlement. She might have gone there. They're the only houses nearby.
If only I could telephone someone.
Before we start, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a look at the calf. We've got a rat, but she kicks the covers off. Want to come?
Yes, I'll come. Avram, in the shadow of the barn, look.
Shoshana! Shoshana!
No, please. Let me. Alone.
Of course.
Shoshana. Shoshana, do you mind if I sit here beside you for a little? It's been a long day since the letter came this morning.
I was going to run away. But there was no other place but here.
There never is, Shoshana. There's always only here. I know. Once I wanted to run away, but I stayed too. They need you here.
Need me? For what do they need me?
Come, I'll show you. Hey, can you see her? In that stall over there?
Oh, the one whose mother died.
Yes.
Oh, she's so little. So little. Ruth, will it hurt if I touch her?
No, Shoshana. You may touch her.
Poor little one. Will it hurt if I hold her?
No, Shoshana. She needs you.
Poor little one.
Na, 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 The next morning, Shoshana and I walked together under the blue, untroubled sky.
The calf won't die, will she, Ruth?
I don't think so. Shoshana, a room says you may have her.
For my own?
Oh, you'll have to learn to feed her from a nursing bottle and see that she's kept good and warm.
Oh, I'll take good care of her.
Shoshana, I know you don't want to talk about it, but sometimes it's better to talk. I think I know what was in your letter.
My mother's dead. In Iran, everybody dies. Everybody dies of something.
She hasn't got a name, your calf. What are you going to call her?
I'll call her Chaya. That means life, doesn't it? And she won't die, Ruth. I won't let her.
Somewhere in the Talmud it is written, "The world rests upon the breath of the children in the schoolhouses." I'm a teacher, and I think of this at some time every day. I look at Shoshana and the others, and I think, the world rests upon the breath of the children.
Ruth, tell me something.
Yes, Shoshana.
What's a seed? Is it just a little house the flower lives in till it grows? Or is it the flower?
The seed is the flower, Shoshana. But the kind of flower it grows into depends on so many things. If the soil is poor, not enough sunshine or rainfall, the flower may be stunted, even die.
Children die, too. My little sister died.
Yes, some die. And some who have a poor soil to grow in and no one to care for them are stunted in their growth. others, like you. Fulfill the promise of the seed. You know, there's a verse in the Bible. It says, happy is the people where their children are as plants grown up in their youth.
Happy is the people. Ruth, I know what happy is.
This story happened in Israel. In one way, it could happen only there. In another way, it could happen anywhere. Anywhere where children breathe, and those who watch them remember how frail a thing it is upon which our world rests.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. A.P. Schoolman, co-chairman, Youth Aliyah Management Committee of the Jewish Agency and chairman of the Executive Committee of World Jewish Child's Day, which is jointly sponsored in this country by Hadassah, Mizrahi Women's Organization, and Pioneer Women's Organization. Mrs. Schoolman.
You have heard the story of one child, Shoshana. In Israel today, there are 15,000 children being cared for by Youth Aliyah, each one in need not only of food, shelter, clothing, education, but also of love and understanding. Hailing from 64 countries, products of many different backgrounds and standards, these young people have in common the need for succor, for a happy land. World Jewish Child's Day is dedicated to the vital needs of the immigrant child in Israel. Since 1934, when the first group of young people was brought out of Germany to Palestine by that great woman, beloved founder of Youth Aliyah, Henrietta Zold of blessed memory, more than 55,000 children and youth have been rescued and rehabilitated. But tens of thousands of doomed young people still wait in the East European and Arab countries. Last summer, I spent 5 blistering days visiting in the mellows of ghettos of Morocco, from whence Youth Aliyah will transfer another 5,000 children to Israel this year. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my days. 3/4 of the 250,000 Jews in Morocco live jammed together in indescribable horror. They don't live in houses or huts or even tents. They vegetate in dugouts, in holes in the mud. 9 and 10 people inhabit one earthy room without furniture or beds. There are no lights, no water, no sanitary facilities. They scarcely eat. For whole communities, immigration to Israel appears to be their only hope. The youth must be prepared first for Israel, the only place where they can look for security. The miracle of it all is what happens to them when they finally reach home. I was in Israel on Child's Day last year. Groups of boys and girls, many of whom had been in the land only a few months, took over in Jerusalem. A chorus and band from Ben Shemen, a theater group from Ein Karam, folk dancers from Beit Sirot Mizrahi, all performed in beautiful Hebrew for a large, enthusiastic audience of Jerusalem dignitaries and cheering, clapping youngsters. It seemed almost unbelievable, just another one of Israel's miracles. But one of those miracles which must continue for the tens of thousands of Israel's children who still wait to come home. Our sages have taught us, Kol hamakayem nefesh achat, ke'ilu kiyem olam malei. He who saves one life, it is as if he had saved the whole universe. On World Jewish Child's Day, we humbly dedicate ourselves anew to that noble purpose.
Thank you, Mrs. Schoolman. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Lost Childhood, was written by Virginia Mazer. It was presented in observance of World Jewish Child's Day, which is sponsored in this country by Hadassah, Mizrahi Women, and Pioneer Women of America. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Bryna Rayburn was the narrator. Denise Alexander was featured as Shoshana, and Peter Capell appeared as Avram. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Exodus of Asher Levy, was written by Morton Wishengrad and is presented in celebration of Passover.
All the British I see sail!
Where away?
2 points off the starboard bow!
This is how it began. 5 days out of New Amsterdam, a strange sail was sighted.
Aloft there! Is she French or is she Spanish?
It was the 11th day of September in the year 1654. Until this moment, our ship had voyaged all the way from Brazil without event.
Aloft! Speak up! Do you make out her lines?
Aye, sir, I do now!
What is she?
A pirate!
He was not deceived. She was a pirate. Two hours after mid-morning, we were boarded. Each passenger was ordered to bring on deck all his money, his clothing, his worldly possessions. Maria and I brought the little we had.
Your jewels, madam.
In this handkerchief.
Thank you. You may keep your wedding ring. You look startled.
I am.
Why, madam?
You are a pirate.
Oh, I will tell you what a pirate is. A merchant given to maritime speculations who employs cutthroats to steal from the Dutch what the Dutch have just stolen from the English, and the English have already stolen from the French, and the French have previously stolen from the Spanish. Your earrings, madam, you forgot to remove them.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You are very kind. Sir, your money and your books. What amuses you?
A pirate who seizes books.
Why not? The aim of every pirate is to acquire enough wealth to enable him to bribe his king to make him a nobleman, or at least an ambassador. I wish to be a cultured ambassador.
Oh, these are the wrong books for an ambassador, my friend. They say, thou shalt not bear false witness.
You have a sense of humor. What is your name?
Asher Levy van Chelm. This is my wife, Maria.
You are both unwise to leave Brazil.
We were given no choice. The Dutch have evacuated Bahia, and the Portuguese will not permit us to follow our religion.
You are Jews?
Yes. We shall find a haven in New Amsterdam.
Ah? Ha ha. A haven with Peter Stuyvesant and Cornelius van Tienhoven, and the colony over which they preside.
Can you suggest a better place? Or another place?
I am always irritated by questions I cannot answer. Ask your questions in New Amsterdam. My respects to you, madam.
Your husband is a fool.
If he found me a fool, he left me both a fool and a beggar. For when our ship cast anchor in New Amsterdam harbor, we were unable to pay the ship's captain for our passage.
Captain, I believe that I am next.
Does this cloak belong to you, madam?
Yes, Captain, it does.
And these shoes, these gowns?
Mine.
I must take them, madam.
I suppose you must.
Believe me, I regret the necessity. But after all, you have not paid me in full for your passage. Do you have any other possessions?
A mattress filled with goose down. My grandmother's.
Well, I hope you will forgive me. It's a difficult thing I must do.
You shouldn't apologize. It's your duty.
You feel sorry for me?
If I did not, I would be feeling sorry for myself.
I shall not dispose of these goods without giving your husband an opportunity to redeem them.
It is kind of you, Captain. I shall tell my husband.
Oh, come, let's get on with it.
Who's next?
I am. The prophecy of Job. Naked came I into the world, and naked shall I return thither. What the pirates forget, the captain takes. Well, no one can say we aren't making a clean beginning in this new land.
We bore him no malice for it. The captain seized what remained of our baggage. Blankets, quilts, clothing, even the Sabbath kerchiefs that belonged to the women. 22 Jews disembarked in New Amsterdam harbor the month of September 1654. 22 Jews, immigrants, bewildered, penniless, plucked clean. And in this situation, we were met at the waterside by a stranger.
I am an old settler in New Amsterdam. I arrived here last month.
That was intended to be a joke. You should laugh. The minimum, you should smile.
When the Portuguese drove us out of Brazil, they made numerous jokes. And the pirate who removed our last possessions was a man of real wit. It would be reassuring if you were less humorous, even a little sour.
You will find sourness enough without me.
We didn't
I'm
come...
Maria Levy van Swellem. My husband's name is Usher. Who are you?
Men call me Jacob Bar Simon, Jacob the son of Simon. Blessed be they who come to this new land.
Blessed be he who makes us welcome.
Nicely spoken, Maria.
You no longer smile, Jacob Bar Simon.
Tonight, all this week, you will find lodging in the place I have taken for you.
And after this week?
I cannot say.
We'll make provision for ourselves.
You must not count on it.
Bar Simon, what is it? You hold something back.
I have been instructed by the Honorable Peter Stuyvesant, the Honorable Cornelius van Tienhoven, and the Honorable Nicasius de Silve to inform you that your presence is unwelcome here in New Amsterdam.
I am a Dutch citizen. This is a colony of the Dutch India Company.
Usher Levy, they are aware of it. They ask us all to leave. I am included.
What is the official reason this time?
It is feared that owing to our present indigence, we may become chargers during the coming winter.
Oh. And the real reason?
What do you suppose? Take comfort. Quakers, Roman Catholics, and other Lutherans are also excluded.
I see. Bar Simon, you have been here longer. What do we do?
There are two choices, Levy. We may obey and leave on the first boat.
The first boat? To where?
I agree with you. The remaining choice is that we resist the expulsion order.
Tell us how.
Stuyvesant and the others have no real authority. They may only make suggestions to their superiors in Holland. Let us appeal to those same superiors.
For what do we appeal?
For justice, for the right of peaceful domicile.
A small hope.
But a hope, nevertheless. And while we wait, let us console ourselves that Holland is Holland and not Spain. Do we agree upon an appeal?
We wrote our appeal to the Dutch West India Company in Old Amsterdam, and we settled as best we could in New Amsterdam to await our fate. And though we waited, days, weeks, months, we did not allow ourselves to remain idle. We found useful employment, and we gave to the colony of New Amsterdam whichever arts we possessed, in the manufacture of candles, in work in gold and silver, and the making of cord and maps and sailcloth. And when it came around to the season of Passover, Maria had spread a clean cloth. The unleavened bread which she had baked was on the table, and the shank bone of the paschal lamb, and the bitter herb.
Jacob Bar Simon, blessed be he who comes.
And blessed be she who makes me welcome. Where shall I sit, Maria?
At my husband's right hand.
Well, I suppose we must begin.
So morose, Bar Simon.
If you will give me some reason for gaiety, I shall be glad to be gay.
It is the first Seder of Passover.
Are we less in bondage than the Israelites who were under the taskmasters of Pharaoh? Come, Maria, if I am to be gay, I shall require a better reason.
Asher and I are going to have a child. Bar Simon, aren't you going to smile?
No, Maria.
And no congratulations?
Slaves in Egypt who give birth to a smaller slave in a new Egypt. After Levy, it would have been better that there be no birth at all.
Maria and I discussed it. I was of your opinion, Bar Simon.
It is our first Passover. Let us begin the Seder.
What I have to say belongs to Passover. Bar Simon, Maria wants this child. Tell them, Maria.
Something I heard from my own grandfather in Portugal before the expulsion. It was also a Passover night, and my grandfather related over the matzah and the bitter herb that when Pharaoh gave orders that all the Israelite male children be destroyed, there was a man named Amram and his wife Jochebed who decided to separate from each other lest they bear a son who should be slain.
You see, Bar Simon, we still live in history, and history lives in us. Go on, Maria.
And so Amram and Jochebed finally agreed to separate. That was wise of them, Bar Simon, wasn't it?
It's your story, Maria.
Your story, too, Bar Simon. You are an Israelite. And Amram and Jochebed did not separate because their daughter Miriam cried out, Pharaoh would kill only the male children. But you are bringing about the extinction of the entire people of Israel. She spoke what was true. They knew it. And so they had a son whose name was Moses.
And shall we wait for a Moses to be born to lead us out of this bondage of waiting, of not knowing?
Bar Simon, you were the one who counseled resistance.
I know. I remember. Forgive me, this is a happy time for you and a happy festival. I will hold my tongue and let you conduct the service.
The Passover Seder is a meal, but so much more than a meal. It is a sharing of history between those of common memory. To sit as a family about the festive table, each thing in its ancient place, each where he belongs, asking the immemorial questions, repeating the immemorial answers, each one teacher by turn, student by turn, each one reciting the dear and the familiar passages.
Slaves were we of Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us forth with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Had he not done so, surely we and our children and our children's children would still be slaves. Therefore, even if all of us were clothed in wisdom and full of understanding and greatly learned in the tradition, we would be commanded nevertheless to recite once more the story of the Exodus out of Egypt. And he who delights to dwell on the liberation, he is a man to be praised.
Bar Simon, will you continue?
Story is told of Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Joshua, Rabbi Akiba, and Rabbi Tarfon. How they sat at a table once in Bnei Barak and talked through the night about the wonders of the liberation from Egypt.
I will see you again.
Now stay where you are, Maria.
This, I believe, is the residence of Asher Levy van Chelm.
It is, Meneer.
I see that you're at table. My most profound apologies. Allow me to introduce myself.
That will not be necessary, Meneer.
So you recognize me. I am flattered.
Everyone knows the name of Cornelius van Tienhoven, the tax collector. Will you enter?
I will do that, my friend, and I will thank you.
A chair for Meneer van Tienhoven.
Do not trouble yourself. My business requires but a moment.
Yes.
My friends, New Amsterdam is an exposed city. Exposed to attacks from Spanish cruisers and pirates, to assaults from the Indians, to the encroachments of the English and even the French. Therefore, it is necessary to post a military guard at all times, day and night. You follow me?
We do, Meneer.
Orders have been issued by the Governor General for the enlistment of all able-bodied adults between the ages of 16 and 60.
I can speak only for myself. I am ready to serve.
I am also ready, Mynheer. I know the use of a musket.
We are not ready to accept dissenters, heretics, blasphemers, or pagans in the God. Therefore, it has been decided by the council to levy a monthly tax upon each Jewish male of 65 stivers. Twice 65 makes 130 stivers. You may pay me now.
And should we refuse to pay?
That would be most unfortunate.
Jacob Bar Simon.
If you want to know whether you may speak for me, you may.
Thank you. Meneer Tienhoven, neither Jacob nor I will pay the tax.
I will note it down. Your reason, please?
We are ready to serve in the Guard.
Make it stronger. We insist on the right to serve in the Guard.
I have made a note of it. In the name of the Governor General, I order you, Asher Levy van Chelm, and you, Jacob Bar Simon, to appear tomorrow morning before the Council of New Amsterdam, there to receive such penalties and such judgment as the Council in its wisdom decides.
He left. We closed the door after him, but his presence remained. It lay in the bitter herb on the plate before us, reminding us keenly how the Egyptians had made bitter the lives of our forefathers. The bitterness was all over, everywhere, in the unleavened bread, in the white cloth now stained with wine, in Maria's face, in my own heart.
We are moping. Let us not mope on the Passover. Either go on with the Seder, or call a meeting of the 23 Jews of New Amsterdam.
We called the meeting. And under the stars of that first Passover night, we met.
Who shall speak?
Let it be Moses Ambrosius.
Ambrosius, Levy, and Bar Simon have spoken for themselves. You speak for us.
I don't understand this. Are there two ways of speaking on this question?
Are you surprised?
Ambrosius, there is only one truth.
And each man has his own way of declaring it. Asher Levy, Bar Simon, you are children. Look what you have done. We wait, holding our breath, for Holland to act upon our appeal. We walk as though on eggs, circumspect, fearful, frantic, lest we give offense, desperate for the good opinion of the burghers of New Amsterdam. And look what you do.
What did you do, Ambrosius?
I behaved like an adult, Asher Levy. I realized what was important and what was unimportant. To be permitted to remain here is important. The tax is unimportant.
You paid the tax.
Of course I paid the tax.
David Israel, did you pay?
Naturally.
Salvador?
Yes?
Lucana, did you pay?
Every single one of us paid, except you, except Bar Simon. You will be ordered to leave immediately, expelled, and we shall be expelled with you.
This is what you have done to us, Asher Levy.
Well, Levy, what do you have to say?
I'm ashamed.
Well, I should think you should.
You should be ashamed.
Not of myself, Salvador. Of you. We are in Egypt, and you would remain in Egypt. You would remain a slave in bondage, and I would live here only as a free man.
Careful, Levy.
Oh, you're the careful one. I'm not. So careful of the smiling toleration of your enemies, you would barter your self-respect for it.
Hold your tongue. We have acted with wisdom, and you know it.
Dear God, there is a time when wisdom can be cowardice. There is a time when safety and security are the same as meanness. You're my friends, you're my brothers. I've shared your suffering, and I love you because of it. But I will tell you now that you have yielded to a vicious tax, and in paying you have deprived yourself of manliness.
Let us have done with words. Nothing will be gained except acrimony. It is proper that we go back to our Passover tables.
All right, Levy, you can come home now. You've said what had to be said.
Not everything, Bar Simon. I have something else to say. You can find it in the Talmud. You can learn that not all the Israelites quit the land of Egypt. They refused to follow Moses into the wilderness because the wilderness was something unknown, and they preferred their slavery. Vile as it was, mean as it was, evil as it was, they preferred it to the risks and the uncertainties of freedom. They chose to be safe. They chose slavery. That was their wisdom.
Asher Levy, who taught you to speak such an harsh word?
A harsher circumstance and a harsh fact.
Perhaps you are right. I no longer know. In any case, whatever happens, we shall not desert you or Jacob Bar Simon. We shall be in the council hall tomorrow when they call you for judgment.
On a Passover day in the year 1655, Jacob Bar Simon and I stood before Peter Stuyvesant, before the burgomaster, before the sheriff and the aldermen of New Amsterdam, to receive judgment for refusing to pay a tax. There was no friendship in their faces. There was a look almost of relief to be rid of us so easily. Mynheer Cornelius van Tienhoven stated the case against us and then submitted to a few perfunctory questions.
You testify that these are the men?
Levy and Bar Simon, Governor Stuyvesant.
They refused to pay the tax?
Utterly.
You made clear that penalties for such a refusal would be exacted.
I did.
Are there any questions from members of this council?
The case is opening shot.
Asher Levy van Twellum,
Yes, Mynheer.
do you wish to deny the fact alleged?
No, Mynheer. I refuse to pay the tax.
You admit it?
Yes, Mynheer, we both admit it. Bar Simon and I.
What have you to say in your defense before we pass judgment?
Mynheer Governor, Burgomaster, Sheriffs, Aldermen, Burgers of New Amsterdam. Tell me what my crime is.
You refuse to pay a tax.
Not so. I refuse to evade the responsibilities of freedom.
My dear fellow, speak so that this court can understand your meaning.
I shall try, Mynheer. Until Holland renders a verdict on our appeal, we are suspended in limbo. Not citizens of New Amsterdam, yet not entirely free of the perils that befall all citizens. If there is an attack against us from the sea, the cannon and the shot of our enemies will not discriminate, nor will they wound citizens in preference to those who are not citizens. If the Indians shoot their arrows against us, I assure you they will shoot interfaith arrows, rendering equal death and equal danger to my wife as well as to your wife.
All the more reason, Levy, why you should support the military guard with your taxes.
Such taxes are for the sick and the aged. I am young enough to carry a musket.
Quite so. But in your case, it is not allowed.
Then disallow the danger.
I cannot do that. There is danger so long as there are enemies of New Amsterdam.
Then grant me the right to bear arms against that danger.
No, Levy, I will not.
My wife is in danger. She carries a child not yet born. That child is in danger.
We will protect them, and we will protect you.
A slave is protected. A free man is never protected. Peter Stuyvesant, what do you wish to grow in New Amsterdam? Slaves or free men?
You raise an interesting point. I shall have to think about it.
Oh, but I have thought about it. The Passover service which I celebrate again tonight is all about it. My ancestors wrote their commentaries about it, and your ancestors too, Peter Stuyvesant.
Perhaps.
Oh, it is so. Mynheer, I have discovered a truth in myself. Such a deep truth. That a man cannot call himself free who has no burdens. That a man can't be free without peril. That he who chooses security and safety gives up freedom for it. Mynheer, I ask no mercy. I request no charity. I would receive no protection. Give me the right to bear arms. It's my responsibility.
Cornelius van Tienhoven?
Yes, Governor.
You baited your trap with cheese, but you brought home not a mouse, but a bear. What do you say to it?
It's quite obvious, Mynheer. If New Amsterdam is attacked, I would feel a good deal more secure if the bear were fighting on our side.
That is your answer, Asher Levy. You will be expected to report tonight carrying your musket.
Mynheer, tonight Jacob Bar Simon and I are busy.
I beg your pardon?
Tonight is the second Seder of Passover. But we shall report tomorrow night with our muskets, if it pleases you.
So be it. This meeting is declared adjourned.
On a night of Passover, a judgment of liberation was pronounced upon us. And a few weeks later, there arrived from Holland a ship with a letter from the directors of the West India Company. A letter which Maria saved for her child and for all her children in America.
We have received a petition made by certain Jews, immigrants from Brazil to New Amsterdam. We find their request for domicile in New Amsterdam consistent with reason and justice. They shall have permission to sail and to trade there, to live and remain there, and to exercise their religion in all quietness. And you are directed to govern yourself accordingly.
On Passover night, the words are, "We will utter thanks to Thee, O Lord our God, for the inheritance of a broad and pleasant land, for our liberation from Egypt, and our redemption from the house of bondage, for the covenant which Thou hast sealed upon our flesh, for Thy Torah, for Thy laws, for the gift of life."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Aryeh Lev, Director, Division of Religious Activities, National Jewish Welfare Board. Rabbi Lev.
Today we have Asher Levies by the thousands serving their country the world over. At their side are Jewish chaplains caring for their morale and religious needs. During this week of Passover, Sidorim will be held in hundreds of camps throughout the United States and overseas. The armed forces have spared no effort to ensure the Jewish personnel the opportunity to attend those Sidorim. The religious supplies for this occasion, the Haggadahs, the matzahs, the wine, have been provided by the National Jewish Welfare Board. An Air Force chaplain is being flown to a group of 30 lonely Jewish men on an island in the North Atlantic so that those men may be able to serve God while serving their country. In the midst of the Longhorn maneuvers in Texas, Jewish GIs will have special passes to go through the lines of aggressor or friendly troops in order to reach their destination, which is a Seder for 2,000 men at Fort Hood. Only in a country where religion is part of the moral fiber of the armed forces could such a miracle occur. How much our service personnel appreciate this effort can be gleaned from a letter I recently received from Chaplain Herbert Brichto in Korea. Quote, "They come in jeeps, they come in open trucks and ambulances, and even afoot, those in the reserves and those on the line. They come tired and dirty, but triumphant. They cram into the tents, sit on tables and on benches. They stand in the aisles leaning on their rifles, privates and sergeants, lieutenants and captains, and even an occasional colonel. When they chant the Shema, even the wind whipping about the tent is silenced. What do they get out of the service? As always, what they come to seek, and in proportion to what they have brought with them. They welcome a chance to pray for safety and health, to beseech God's care for those they love, to thank Providence for their continued well-being, or to say a fervent prayer for peace. They want to be told that there is a God who cares whether they live or die, and how they live and die. They want to hear the word and the message that tells them they are remembered." End of quotes. These are the men who, together with Asher Levy of old, guard our ramparts. Let us wish them a happy Passover, and pray that L'Shana Haba, next year, they will be back with their loved ones.
Thank you, Rabbi Lev. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Exodus of Asher Levy, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was presented in celebration of the festival of Passover. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose as Asher Levy, Joan Loring as Maria, and Joseph Wiseman as Bar Simon. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King, Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Token of His Presence, was written by Mark Siegel. It is presented in commemoration of the 40th birthday of the United States Children's Bureau and to mark the 5th anniversary of UNICEF, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund.
In the darkness which at times covers the earth, God's face is hidden from the view of man. To reassure ourselves, we must look beyond the darkness to seek for a token of God's presence. There is a token of His presence in the compassion which a child's pain arouses in the human heart. The psalmist has said it simply, Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou established strength.
Yes, child.
Mamusha, I'm hungry.
I know, child.
But, Mamusha, I'm hungry.
I know, child.
But, Mamusha, what can we do?
We can wait, child. Don't cry, Auntie. No, cry. Maybe it's better that you cry. Perhaps they will come sooner. Who can do nothing when he hears the sound of a child crying?
The world is born again with each new generation, and each new generation is an affirmation of the future. But in 1946, the children of Europe who had been victims of Nazi aggression had lost their birthright to the future. In 14 countries, the languages were different, but the dialogue was universal. 30 million children cried for help. Their cry was heard throughout the world. In December 1946, it reached the Assembly Hall of the United Nations.
It is my government's belief that honest differences of opinion are to be expected in a conclave of the nations. No one will deny that this expectation has been fulfilled. But the differences of opinion between certain blocks of member nations need not be emphasized. If we are to achieve the high ideals of peace and unity among peoples, we must start by finding an area of agreement, no matter how small. I ask the distinguished delegate who has just spoken, is there not, among all the grave issues to be considered by this assembly, some single question on which all of the nations can agree?
The representative of India asks if there is a question on the agenda on which all nations can agree. There are 3 such questions. If children are sick, shall we heal them? If children are naked, shall we clothe them? If children are hungry, shall we feed them? On these 3 questions, we can all agree.
A token of His presence. A few days later, on December 11th, 1946, the Assembly voted on a resolution to establish an International Children's Emergency Fund.
Secretary, will you announce the vote on the resolution?
Yes, Mr. President. On the resolution to establish UNICEF, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. The resolution has been passed unanimously.
The experts gathered and, eyeing a paltry budget, asked themselves...
Good morning, gentlemen. Where do we start?
Well, first with food.
That's right. High-protein food. Meat, fish.
No, there isn't any meat or fish. Besides, it's too expensive.
Well, we'll start with milk.
Well, there are no cows. The dairy herds are war casualties, too.
All right, we'll start with powdered milk.
Well, that's good. That's easy to handle. Powdered whole milk or powdered skim milk?
Well, on this budget, powdered skim milk. It's not much, but it has many of the vitamins that they need.
How do we transport it?
Jeeps, flat-bottomed river boats, anything that can hold cartons.
And where there are no roads or rivers?
Well, we'll use animals. Donkeys, horses, reindeer, anything.
And where there are no animals?
Look, this milk is for the children. If there are no beasts of burden, there'll be men.
The men are old and tired.
You're right. But this is a load they'll carry with their heads up and a song in their hearts.
In the mountains of Yugoslavia and in ruined Italian villages, in France and Belgium and the rubble that was Poland, they built the fires and filled the pots with good, clean water. And when the water reached the right temperature, the milk powder, which somehow had got there, was measured into it and stirred until it foamed. One by one, the children came, uncertain.
What is this? White coffee?
Yes, if you've never seen milk before, you could call it that.
It tastes good. You say it's white?
Yes, little girl, it's white. Drink it. And take this capsule. After a while, your blindness will go away, and you'll see that milk is white. Milk became a symbol of man's concern for the world's children. 24 billion quarts of milk. It coursed like a stream of energy and hope through the bodies of millions of children. And as their strength returned, the strength of all the people of the world grew greater. Some children even found the energy to make a joke.
Do you know what UNICEF means?
All right, I bite. What does UNICEF mean?
UNICEF is the American word for cow.
It wasn't only powdered milk that was sent by willing hands. From the cupboards of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States, the only cupboards that were full, came wheat and cod liver oil and shark liver oil to cure temporary blindness due to lack of vitamin A and meat. In the first year, 3 million children were fed. And when the food ran out, the effort turned to clothing.
These are for you, son. Take them.
These shoes? For me?
Also this overcoat.
I thank you.
Use them well. Next! You better move along now, son. Next boy is coming up.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm going.
Wait a moment. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing is wrong. I was remembering what I used to think before you came.
What did you think?
Well, I used to think in this world it is better to be born an animal than a child.
You really thought that?
Yes. You see, animals don't lose their clothes unless they lose their lives.
But that's over. What do you think now?
Oh, now it's different. Would you be giving beautiful shoes like these to an animal?
UNICEF, an agent for our conscience and our love, distributed 2 million pairs of shoes, 1 million suits and dresses, blankets by the thousands, overcoats and woolen underwear. Some of the children of Europe, at least, were clothed after a fashion and fed after a fashion. But still to be grappled with was war's lingering ally.
My boy coughs, Doctor. His color is good, but he coughs all the time.
For this one, it was too late. Vaccination against tuberculosis can be used only when there is no trace of infection. But in 1948, a small country, Denmark, began a mass program of vaccination. The adults of the world heard the children coughing as they had heard them crying. From all countries, men and women responded to the call for volunteers.
You've received your assignment?
Yes, I go with my team to Poland. Where will you work?
Italy.
It seems we go everywhere. Greece, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Finland.
Tuberculosis is everywhere. Before we're done, we'll vaccinate 50 million children.
You speak good English. You are from England?
No, America. And you?
I'm an Austrian.
Well, look, you don't have to hesitate. We're not enemies anymore.
Yes, I know. When we carried guns, we marched against each other. Now that we carry medicines for the children, we are marching together.
The vision of Isaiah was, "The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and a little child shall lead them." For the love of little children, the nations of the world came together and marched together in a mission of mercy. Other international relationships deteriorated, and the controversy between East and West deepened, but in December 1950, the General Assembly of the United Nations voted to continue UNICEF. And this time there was a new target. The emphasis was to be on aid to the children of Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. Darkness and light are commingled in the life of man on earth, and these are the statistics of darkness in the far countries of the world.
India, 500,000 children die each year from infectious pulmonary tuberculosis.
Korea, 8 million children stand homeless and in rags before the ruins of controversy.
Millions of children in Southeast Asia are malarial. In Pakistan, 1/2 of all the children die before reaching the age of 10.
1 out of every 4 children in northern Syria shows signs of active syphilis.
In 9 states of Brazil, the infant mortality rate is 308 out of every 1,000.
In Afghanistan, Burma, Ceylon, China...
You're tired of the place names and the figures? I can't blame you. A child is no statistic. A child is a warm and living thing, delicate, fragile, capable of crying. A child is the original you, the you before you learn to compromise. And if, despite the odds, we have refused to compromise in the battle against children's misery, though God's face be hidden, is this not a token of his presence? The enemy we fight in 2 far separated areas of the world, in Southeast Asia and in Haiti, is yours. Y-A-W-S. Yours. Doctor, can you describe the symptoms?
Certainly. It consists of a skin eruption of ulcers, which may cover the whole body.
Is it contagious?
Very. Usually the first ulcers appear on the soles of the feet. Very painful condition. The patient has to walk on the sides of his feet so that his gait is something like a crab's. We call this crab yaws. It's an early stage of the disease.
And the late stages?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather not describe the later stages. I've seen them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In Indonesia alone, there are an estimated 2 million cases of yaws. The disease has been well entrenched for more than 500 years. UNICEF medical teams are now crusading against yaws, holding clinic after clinic throughout the countryside. In the center of a clearing surrounded by bamboo and banana palms, there is a rude, thatch-roofed clinic. Outside, cross-legged on the red earth, the children sit, waiting for the treatments to begin. A nurse steps out into the tropical sun.
All right, young fellow, it's your turn now.
A 10-year-old rises painfully. He hobbles toward the hut, walking on the sides of his feet. Crab yaws.
What's your name, son?
Tumali.
Don't be afraid, Tumali. It won't hurt much. Tell me, Tumali, when you're better, what will you do first?
Climb the trees. I want to hear the song of the Kutalongs. Their nests are high.
Yes, I know, Tumali. I've heard the song of the Kutalang. And you know, when I was a little girl, I used to climb the trees, too. Oh, doctor, here's your first patient. His name is Tumali.
The doctor examines the child's feet, turns to the sterilizer. The hypodermic needle is checked. The penicillin is white in the syringe. Tumali straddles the chair and bares his buttocks. The Kutalangs are already singing for Tumali. Soon he will be able to climb the trees again. You see, 2 shots, just 2 shots of penicillin can cure yours. By the best guess, yours will be gone from Indonesia in 10 years.
And this is part of the power which springs from the world's work for children, that we project ourselves into the future, that we work today knowing that there will be a tomorrow. In some corners of the world, tomorrow has already come, as it did to the island of Amapala. The wide seas washed the shores of Amapala and its faces freshened by Pacific breezes. But not so long ago, inside each island hut, the smoke hung thick enough to choke a man.
Maria, for the love of heaven, stamp out the smudge fire.
Without this smudge fire, there is no smoke, Jorge.
Better the mosquitoes and the smoke.
There. It is as I told you. They are back.
See, they are back. Every day they are back. Every hour they are back.
It does no good to complain.
To complain, no. But to leave, see.
Jorge, it is the fever that guides your tongue.
I tell you, there is a curse on Amapala. We must leave like the others.
No, Jorge. Rest now. You will see. When you are no longer sick...
When I am no longer sick, I will be dead.
No, Jorge. Do not say that.
When I am dead, who will feed Leonidas? Who will feed Heraldina? When I am dead, will the mosquitoes feed our children?
Papa, do you believe what the noticia says?
What does it say, Heraldina?
It says the men, they are coming to kill all the insects. It says, take everything from the walls and cover up all the food.
For us, that will not be hard. In this house, there is nothing on the walls, and there is little food.
That will kill the mosquitoes? Only that?
Yep, that's it, little girl. DDT.
You have finished?
Yep, all done.
But the mosquitoes, they are still there. I can hear them.
Give it a second. You'll see.
Mamita, the mosquitoes, they are gone. Can you hear the quiet?
Salvador, you have come back to Amapala.
Why not, Jorge? Is there anywhere soil like this? But when I left, you had the fever.
The ones who killed the mosquitoes. They brought also medicine to kill the fever.
See, it will be different now for all on Amapala.
Different for all of us. And is it not strange, Salvador? The noticios, they said the men were coming to help the children.
Did they not help the children?
Oh, see.
Then what is strange, Jorge?
Well, it is strange that they came to help the children, but the children are alone, are why they came. And the children are stronger than we. Strong enough to do what we could not do. Lift the curse from Amapala.
In the backward countries of the world, the enemy is ignorance as well as disease. Recognizing that this work is for tomorrow, the battle is carried forward to educate the mothers of the coming generation. The nurse goes out by jeep or boat, walks the last 5 miles across the paddy fields that wet the legs to the knee, and enters the isolated village in the heart of Burma.
Here, let me show you how to hold your baby. It is my baby. You do not have to show me. I have had babies before.
I know. But we want this baby to grow up healthy and strong. Is this his first bath?
Yes.
But the water's cold. Why don't you try warm water for the baby's bath?
My mother used cold water.
How many children did your mother have?
10.
How many are alive now?
2.
Then use warm water for the bath.
Warm water is good luck?
Yes. Warm water is very good luck. This is a thermometer. You take the baby's temperature with it.
Thermometer?
Thermometer.
Thermometer is good luck?
Yes. Thermometer is very good luck. Your baby is very quiet today.
Yes, quiet.
Did you take his temperature today? Did you use the thermometer?
Yes, I use thermometer. No temperature.
Did you keep the mosquitoes away, the way I showed you with the net?
Yes, I use net.
Has he had his vitamins, the food he's supposed to?
Yes.
Good. Well, let's have...
Well, did anything seem wrong with him this morning?
Nothing wrong. Only cry, cry, cry.
He cried.
Cry loud, too loud.
Too loud?
Yes.
Look here. Tell me the truth. Did you give the baby anything besides the things I told you to?
Oh, yes. Baby cries so much, I want to keep him quiet. I give him opium. Opium is very good luck.
Slowly, for love of the children, the mothers learn that opium is not good luck. And slowly, for love of the children, in 60 countries of the world, perhaps mankind learns something too. Listen, for this, in a time of darkness, is a catalogue of understanding.
Coconut oil from the Philippines is processed into margarine by Czechoslovakia. The recipients, children in Italy and Austria.
England sends leather for the feet of children in Bulgaria.
Hungary pays the cost of shipping medical supplies across Europe.
Paper from Finland makes the record cards.
Czechoslovakia prints the cards which will record the growing health of children in France and Germany and Greece.
From New Zealand, a gift of wool to Finland.
From New Orleans, cotton for clothing in Japan.
Meat from Montevideo to Trieste. Fish from Quebec to Helsinki.
For these,
Wheat
the barriers
for
are down and the boundary lines melt away. Are you wondering how it's been done?
Count first the human spirit. Count the doctors, nurses, midwives. Count the teachers and the workmen, the pastors, rabbis, priests. Count all the 30,000 in the 60 countries who carry forward the crusade.
In 5 years, the people and governments of the world have contributed $165 million for the work of UNICEF. The funds have come as zlotys, francs, and rupees, pesos, pounds, and krona, but, and of this we may be proud, mainly as dollars. The United States has ever been concerned with the welfare of children. The true test of compassion, however, is the extent of its reach. America's compassion for children has been without limit. It has been as broad and as varied as the cries which have evoked it. On the 9th of August, 1951, in Washington, D.C., a messenger carried a letter to the clerk of the House of Representatives of the United States.
Document number 704, communication from the President of the United States.
Dear Mr. Speaker, I am writing to ask that the Congress authorize a contribution of $12 million by the United States to the International Children's Emergency
The Senate
Fund.
passed the bill unanimously. The House referred the measure to a committee where it awaits consideration. It is a decision which will be felt throughout the world. Listen, this is Mrs. Zena Harman, delegate of Israel to the Third Committee of the UN General Assembly.
A world fund devoted to the needs of children in distress cannot contemplate applying itself to half measures and unfinished projects. What has been commenced must be continued.
And this is Senor Galo Plaza, President of Ecuador.
If this were the UN's only achievement, it has succeeded. If you ask the children of the world, they would agree.
They can and do agree.
Thank you, UNICEF. Dankeschön, UNICEF.
Grazie, UNICEF.
Merci, UNICEF.
Gracias, UNICEF. Rabbi,
Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou established strength. From all lands and in all languages they voice their thanks to the United Nations. They are still young. They do not know that it is they who give and we who receive. The greatest gift they offer us is the reassurance that God is at work in the affairs of men. For the compassion which the pain of children arouses in us is a token of his presence. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Martha Elliott, Chief of the United States Children's Bureau. Dr. Elliott.
5 years ago, UNICEF sent me to Europe to find out what were the most desperate needs of the children of those countries. I rejoice that I had a part in planning UNICEF's first program of milk distribution. But this help I was able to give was only one of many bonds between the Children's Bureau and the children of other lands. In the Bureau's 40 years, its 4 chiefs have helped to promote the health and welfare of the boys and girls in many other nations. We worked first through inter-American agencies, later through the League of Nations, and in recent years through the United Nations and the World Health Organization. As government bureaus go, our bureau is one of the smallest you'll find. But what it has lacked in numbers, it has tried to make up in the quality of its work. Some people call it the conscience of the American people toward their children. Others look to this bureau to be a kind of official spokesman for children. Throughout the years, we have done many jobs. We have turned our searchlights on conditions that are bad for children, so that the people may know the facts and correct them. We have brought together experts on child health and child welfare to draw up good standards of care. These we have published far and wide. We have sent our own experts out across the land to help public and private agencies serve children better. We have helped citizens win for their children greater protection through state legislation. We have worked to improve juvenile courts, our children's institutions, our hospitals, and our child health services. We have fought against child labor and helped to raise the standards of youth employment. I am told that life begins at 40. That may be true of adults, but for a Children's Bureau, I know that life begins every day and every year with each new crop of babies, and each new generation of babies brings its own new problems, which we take joy and satisfaction in helping to solve. The Children's Bureau welcomes your good wishes on its 40th birthday. I can assure you that we who work in the Children's Bureau will always strive to keep it the symbol of our nation's determination to foster and promote the well-being of children wherever they are, here and around the world.
Thank you, Dr. Elliott. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Token of His Presence, was written by Mark Siegel. It was presented in commemoration of the 40th birthday of the United States Children's Bureau and to mark the 5th anniversary of UNICEF, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Edward King. This is Mel Brandt speaking. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Out of the Fire, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in commemoration of the 9th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto.
The prophet Zechariah saw a vision. A man stood before the angel of the Lord, and Satan stood at the right hand, accusing. And the Lord said unto Satan, The Lord rebuketh thee, O Satan. Yes, the Lord rebuketh thee. For is not this a brand plucked out of the fire? Here on my table are brands plucked from the flames, a Torah plate, its brass tarnished and bent, and a pointer in the shape of a hand with outstretched finger to guide the eye of the reader of the Torah, a charred cloth from a wedding canopy, heirlooms plucked from the burned and looted synagogues of Poland. I look at the dull and beaten brass, and the finger points to me, and I know what it is saying. Do not ask me how, but I know. And I will tell you, for the finger points to you as well. This is the story. It happened in a Polish city 10 years ago in the ghetto, surrounded by a high wall. One day, a man and a boy climbed to the roof of a house and looked over the wall.
Can you see them, Ezra?
Yes, Reuben.
You don't have to whisper. They can't hear you.
But you said be careful.
I said keep your head down. If they see us, they'll shoot.
They're SS men, not the German army.
For us, the army isn't necessary.
They've set up the machine guns.
Later, there'll be tanks and artillery.
Reuben, if
Yes?
I had a gun.
If you had a gun, Ezra? What then?
You think I'm childish.
How old are you, Ezra?
I'm 13. That is, next month I'll be 13. I know. You think I shouldn't be talking about guns.
Don't tell me what I think. Ezra, in my whole life, I never fought with another man. I minded my own business. I made a living, such as it was.
I'd do it, Reuben. I'd aim the gun and pull the trigger. I would.
What have I to do with fighting? Or you're a child. Your business is with books and study.
How can I study with them outside?
Stop talking and listen. Ezra, if I had a gun, I'd use it. If I had a gun, I'd give it to you to use. You're still a child, but there's no time to be young in your world. There's only time to fight, to kill, and to... Come, Ezra. It's enough.
Wait, I want to watch them.
Come, we'll be late.
Late? For what?
Have you forgotten? It's your sister's wedding day.
Baruch atah Adoshem, Mekadesh Amo Yisrael, Al Yedei Chuppah V'Kiddushim.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, who sanctifies thy people Israel.
Stop it!
Blessed art thou, O Lord, who sanctifies thy people Israel by the sacred covenant of marriage. The ring, David?
Rabbi,
What is it, Reuben?
are these words for us now here behind the wall?
What other words? We're marrying Miriam and David.
Maybe you don't understand what's happening.
We know, Reuben.
Let me finish, David. We're not the first to whom this has happened.
Reuben, please.
By now, we should know the pattern. First, the wall with the SS on guard outside. In the meantime, the boxcars are made ready and the furnaces. How many days do you think that takes?
Have you finished?
David, Miriam, how long a marriage do you look forward to? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
But you did, Reuben. You didn't have to say it. We know it. Miriam and I, the rabbi, all of us. We know.
All right, David, I'll be still in honor of your wedding.
Thank you, Reuben.
Give me your hand, Miriam. Behold, thou art consecrated unto me by this ring, according to the law of Moses and Israel.
Well, stop looking at the door, David. You'll go to Miriam as soon as we finish here.
Look,
he's blushing.
Now, you mind your own business, Samuel. Let's get on with what we have to discuss.
David is right. Listen. It's possible to get out of the ghetto.
What? How do you know, Reuben?
I did it last night. There's no place to go except back inside. But I found out something.
It was a dangerous thing to do, Reuben.
Was it, Samuel? You talk as if we're safe here inside. I went to the railroad yards. There are no boxcars yet. We have a few days.
Well, go on, Reuben. You're leading up to something.
I discovered something else, David. With money and some luck, we can get a few supplies. Bandages, medicines, guns. Why don't you say something?
Well, I don't know what to say.
You're not even listening, Rabbi.
I heard you, Reuben. I was thinking the Torah plates are dull. The brass needs polishing.
You don't understand at all. I'm talking about our lives.
So am I. Maybe there is a time when guns are necessary. Tell me, will guns save our lives?
How do I know? But at least we can die with dignity.
That's important, too. Go outside and get your guns. But, Reuben, the problem is not how to die. The difficult thing is to live with dignity.
The world was divided in two by a wall, with danger on both sides. The first night, Reuben and David and Samuel went through the barrier, and the ghetto held its breath until they returned.
David? Where's David?
I'm here, Miriam. It's all right. I'm back.
Don't go again, David. I can't bear it.
I must take my turn with the others.
Reuben refused to take turns. On the second night, he went out again with Samuel's brother. And again there was the silence of waiting for their return.
Where is my brother, Reuben?
Samuel.
I know. He walks slowly. He's coming after you.
Samuel. No.
Reuben returned alone, but not empty-handed. The next morning, he showed his prize to Ezra.
It's a revolver.
You have a lot to learn, Ezra. This is an automatic pistol. See? Here's the magazine. Comes out easily.
Reuben, may I hold it just for a minute?
Of course. Go on, pull the trigger.
Will it shoot?
I took out the magazine. There are no bullets. Go ahead, don't be afraid.
I can't.
Lesson number 1, Ezra. See? There's a safety catch. Release it. Now, try again.
Like this? It's a funny feeling.
Only at first. Then you get used to it.
Reuben, what's it like out there? I mean, when you're close to one of the guards.
They're only men, Ezra. If you move quietly, they can't hear you. If you walk in the shadows, they can't see you.
But if they should see you?
Then a knife is better, because it doesn't make noise. But a gun is more certain.
Ezra, come and eat something. What are you hiding, Ezra?
Show it to Miriam. Nothing to be ashamed of.
I'm not ashamed. It's a gun. Give it back to Reuben.
Not loaded, Miriam.
It doesn't matter. Give it back, Ezra.
You may hold it, if you like, Ezra, until I come to call for David tonight. Learn how to handle it.
Reuben, he needs no instruction from you. He already has a teacher.
Rabbi Eliezer. He's preparing the boy for the next world. I'll teach him how to live in this one. Tell David to be ready as soon as it's dark.
Reuben is here, David.
In a minute, Ezra. Goodbye, Miriam.
2 days, how many times we've said goodbye. Enough for a lifetime.
We live quickly, Miriam. Reuben says every day we cheat the angel of death out of a year.
Be careful, David. Foolish. Of course you'll be careful. Only... Goodbye, David. David, take me with you.
Ezra, we're not going out for an evening stroll, Reuben and I.
You don't have to tell me. I'm not a baby.
No, of course not. You're practically a bar mitzvah boy. In fact, you'd better spend a couple of hours studying for your bar mitzvah.
It's not important anymore.
You're still a child, Ezra. It is not for you to decide what's important.
Please, David, I want to go with you.
Ezra, you don't know what you're asking. You don't know what it's like out there.
I do. Reuben told me.
Did he? Every step takes a year. Every breath is stifled to keep it quiet. Yesterday, they doubled the guard.
Then maybe an extra pair of eyes and ears might be useful.
What are you saying, Reuben?
You heard me, David.
You mean that Ezra should be permitted to come out with us tonight?
You asking my advice?
No, Reuben, I don't want your advice.
Well, let's go. It's getting late.
David, I want to go with you.
Stop it, Ezra. I said no. You're a child. You don't have to be a man yet.
What do you expect me to do? Play with blocks and toy soldiers?
No, Ezra, no. Go and talk with the rabbi about what is important and what isn't.
I went to your house first, Rabbi.
The synagogue is my house, too, Ezra.
I wanted to talk to you.
I'm glad you came. You can help me. Torah plate needs polishing. Just look at the chains. See how tarnished the links are?
I see them. Rabbi,
There's a cloth on the table beside you, Ezra. Thank you.
Rabbi, when does a person stop being a child?
There is another cloth. Help me clean the brass, huh?
You don't want to answer me.
I don't know how to answer you.
I think I know.
Do you, Ezra? Maybe you do. How much more heroic it is to be beyond the wall with the men, isn't it? How much greater are the deeds than polishing a Torah plate. I'm sorry, Ezra. How useless anger is.
Rabbi, I want to be a bar mitzvah.
It's only a little while. Wait until you're 13.
I can't wait. Because maybe it will be too late.
Isn't somebody going to say Mazel Tov? Then I'll say it. Welcome, Ezra. Welcome to the congregation.
Thank you, Reuben. Oh, Ezra.
What's the matter with you, Miriam? Is it cause for tears when a boy leaves his childhood?
No, of course not. Forgive me, Ezra.
Maybe you're right. What reason has a man for rejoicing?
Reuben, why do you have to hurt people?
I don't believe in hiding from the truth, Rabbi.
There are many ways of hiding. Ezra, you read the portion of the Torah very well. And, Ezra, you can put the pointer down now.
Oh, I forgot.
From now on, you will take your turn in the congregation to read.
How the pointer shines, and the Torah ornaments.
Yes, we cleaned them last night, Ezra and I.
It's too bad.
What do you mean, Reuben?
Ezra knows what I mean. From now on, he'll be too busy to polish brass ornaments. He'll be taking his turn at something other than reading the Torah.
This was the third day. When it grew dark, the men assembled and went without talking on their quest beyond the wall. And Ezra went with them.
He's so young, Rabbi. Why did you let him go?
Miriam, he didn't ask.
And Miriam waited with double anguish.
David, Ezra, you're back. Ezra, you all right?
He's fine, Miriam.
He has a strange look.
It's nothing. He's tired.
Ezra, why don't you talk to me?
Let him be, Miriam. I told you he's tired.
You're not telling me the truth, David. I want to know what happened.
We went to the railroad yards again. Boxcars are beginning to arrive. Cars with the Star of David painted on the outside.
Is that what it is, Ezra? The boxcars. Answer me, Ezra.
No, not the boxcars.
You're tired, Ezra. Now lie down. Don't talk about it.
Let him talk, David. It's better.
It was so heavy, Miriam.
Don't, Ezra.
Reuben carried his feet, and David and I his shoulders. He was very heavy.
Poor Ezra.
We had to do it, Miriam. We had to. There was no one in the street. And suddenly, there he was. But Reuben didn't have to use the gun. His knife made no noise.
Come, Ezra. Sit here beside me.
Carried him to the river so they wouldn't find him. It was far. Do you know how far it is to the river, Miriam?
Yes, I know.
His hand hung down as we carried him, and his ring scraped on the cobblestones. It was so quiet. His ring made so much noise. I had to do it, Miriam. I had to.
It's all right now. You're home, Ezra.
I picked up his hand and held it in mine, all the way to the river. First it was warm, and then it got colder and colder.
That's enough, Ezra. Now stop.
I had to do it. Don't you see? I had to do it.
Stop, Ezra. You'll make yourself sick.
Don't worry about him, David. He'll be better in the morning.
I told you once, Reuben. I don't want your advice.
You're being sentimental about the boy.
What do you want of him, Reuben?
I don't want anything. You don't understand, but he does. What we did, he and I, we had to do. You know that, don't you, Ezra?
Leave him alone. Why don't you leave him alone?
Cry, Ezra. Cry for all of us.
In the morning, it was the fourth day. Ezra sat with Rabbi Eliezer, and sometimes the rabbi read in his books while the boy sat and watched. And sometimes they spoke, and when they did, it was with urgency, as if there was a question that had to be answered and time was short.
Rabbi, when I looked over the wall that day with Reuben and saw the Nazi soldier, I would have shot him with no feeling, with pride and anger. But yesterday, Rabbi, why is that?
I don't know, Ezra. Maybe because that day on the wall, you didn't have a gun.
Maybe. Rabbi, how long will it be?
Don't think about it.
There's something I have to tell you. If it was necessary to go outside the wall again, and if there was another soldier, I'd do again what I did last night.
Would you, Ezra?
But not with pride or anger. Not with ignorance. I think I would die a little bit myself, but I'd do it.
I understand.
I'm glad. Rabbi, all the books you've read, do they tell you what's the purpose of death? Rabbi, I asked.
I heard what you said. Ezra, I think you're asking the wrong question. Only life has a purpose.
That's not an answer.
Ezra, sometimes even death has a meaning. Sometimes to die is to affirm the purpose of life.
Didn't you hear my question, Ezra? Tonight may be the last time we can get through.
If it's necessary, Reuben, I'll go.
Of course it's necessary. Unless Rabbi Eliezer has convinced you to lie down and wait for the bullets.
Reuben, your anger is making you deaf and blind. I have never said that we mustn't fight.
What? It sounded very much like that.
No. Sometimes to fight is the only way to defend the sacredness of humanity. But I want us to be sure that we know why we are fighting.
Why we're fighting? Maybe some of us can escape from this trap, this rat hole.
They didn't escape from Lodge and the other cities.
There, you're saying it again.
I'm saying that even so, we must fight.
You're too much in your books, Rabbi. A man can't fight knowing that he'll lose. A man can't live that way.
For us, it is the only way.
It's enough, Rabbi. You'll confuse the boy.
I think it's not Ezra who's confused.
Are you coming, Ezra?
Ezra will make up his own mind. And carry his own burden of guilt.
What are you talking about?
Don't try to share your guilt with him by making him share your feelings. Reuben, don't you understand? Sometimes to live means to work in the field, in the shop, to study. There are times when it means only to fight. But Reuben, you're glorying in battle. You take pleasure in killing.
Rabbi, You know me from the days we used to call peaceful. I was a peaceful man, too, but I've learned. I've learned to live like a 20th century man in a world that has forgotten God. Make up your mind, Ezra.
I'll go with you, Reuben, but I will never forget God.
The men went to the wall, but they could not get through the blockade, and they returned, knowing that this was the last day. They held their guns and prepared to use them. They looked at their wives and children and waited for the first sound, the sound of tanks or planes or marching feet.
Hold me, David.
Are you cold? I'll get your coat.
No, don't go. There isn't time.
There are so many things I should want to say, Miriam. I can't think of any.
Doesn't matter.
When they come, if we're separated, Miriam, goodbye, Miriam.
Goodbye, David. My husband. Rabbi, you're holding the Torah. Will they let you keep it?
I don't think so, Ezra.
Look, the chains are getting dull again. They should be polished.
It's too late, even for that.
They'll burn everything. The houses, the streets. Nothing will be left.
Nothing, Ezra?
I think I can... No.
Sit down, Ezra. When they come, we'll hear them.
Nobody should die. Nobody should go without leaving something, Rabbi. We should leave something.
Ezra, the scrolls of the Torah can be burned, but the Torah is left.
I hear the tanks, Rabbi. I hear them. Now they're coming.
Listen to me, Ezra. There's only a minute. Listen. No one can live on the earth without leaving something.
They're closer. The tanks are closer.
What we dreamed and thought, the way we lived, these are what we leave behind. Listen, Ezra. In God's world, nothing is wholly lost. People don't have to leave monuments, only their lives. Ezra, if our lives have meaning, then for those who come after, the meaning will be a heritage.
Here are brands plucked out of the fire. The pointer, the Torah plate, the wedding canopy, now belong to us. They speak of a world that perished in flame, and an answer is required. The people are gone, but the meaning of their lives remains. That meaning is our heritage, and their faith is our challenge.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Benjamin Stern, Vice Chairman of the World Brotherhood Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Stern.
The stirring drama we have heard is most timely because we have just marked the 9th anniversary of the destruction and annihilation of the Warsaw Ghetto. Hopeless, haggard, hungry people made their last heroic stand as free men to add another chapter to man's finest hour. The brutal fate of Ezra and 6 million of his brethren made such a profound impression upon the decent-thinking, law-abiding, and God-fearing peoples of the world that they resolved that never again shall ruthless aggression go unchallenged. The action of the United Nations in resisting the conquest of Korea by godless forces is a clear and heartwarming indication that the free peoples of the universe are steadfast in their determination that man's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness shall no longer be endangered. It is a source of great pride to the citizens of the United States that our country is in the forefront of this concerted action. We are indeed the arsenal of democracy. We open our hearts and give most generously of our food, military supplies for their self-defense, and our know-how to those enlisted in the cause of justice and freedom. All we ask in return is to foster and perpetuate peace and tranquility. By these unselfish actions, our beloved country reflects the firm belief of its people that man's highest ideals and noblest aspirations are reverence of God, love of virtue, and service to humanity.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Our Eternal Light drama today, Out of the Fire, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented in commemoration of the 9th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katams. The part of Ezra was played by David Anderson, Roger DeKoven was featured as Reuben, and Norman Rose was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Edward King. Cantor David Putterman was the vocal soloist. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.